Hello friends. This is Phoenix. What if? How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto become the newest guild master and fell in love with Mirjane. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. You're an old fool, Makarov. You won't be able to keep this up much longer. You need to retire. You have to take a break as guild master. Urza scolded, a frown on her face as she did so. Urza was a slim, elderly woman with pink hair, tied in a bun on the back of her head and reddish eyes. She was one of Makarov's closest friends and a former member of Fairy Tail. Nonsense, Makarov replied stubbornly to the pink-haired woman. Makarov was an extremely short elderly man and the current guild master of Fairy Tail. It's nothing, I feel fine, I'm just a little stressed is all. He continued, a frown appearing on his face as he did so, despite feeling more the truth of her words in his old and tired body. Just a bit stressed? Fool, your entire body looks like it is ready to collapse any moment now. Urza replied, her face darkening as she did so. Keep this up and you'll die, you old fool. I won't die with you by my side, the elderly man half-joked, sending a crooked half-hearted grin at the scowling Urza, trying to divert her attention from the current conversation. Old fool, even I can't help you if you die. Makarov, you don't have to retire for good. Like I said, just take a break, not a long one, maybe just a few months. You just need a break from the stress. You can have Urza or Laxus, maybe even Guildarts if you can find him to take charge until then, the pink-haired woman suggested. She truly was looking out for his well-being. While it was true she disliked most humans, Makarov was one of the few humans she liked, an exception to her rule. Makarov sighed slightly at her suggestion. I can't. Those children, my children, they need me. I am sure that they do, but at this rate your body will fail you and then you'll die. For their sake, if not for your own, I suggest you either retire or take a break. It is up to you though. If you want to die, then so be it. Urza snapped out, cutting through Makarov's excuses, a frown marring her face as she did so. I guess you're right. I guess I really do need to relax, Makarov replied with a sigh, deflating slightly, the stubborn scowl fading from his face as he sagged slightly in exhaustion. Her words had finally reached him. The elderly woman only nodded and Makarov continued, I guess I'll have to think about who the new part-time master will be. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Fairy Tail Guild Hall, an hour later. Makarov was in the ever-loud and boisterous Fairy Tail Guild building. He was standing on the counter of the worn-out wooden bar, behind which Mirjane usually worked as a barmaid. As he stood there, he just watched as his guild members, his children, fought and drank with each other, smiles on their faces as they laughed out loud and joked together. He had seen most of them grow up from young children and teenagers into the fine young men and women they had become. No matter what anyone said, he couldn't be more proud of his children. This is only temporary, Makarov. It is not a goodbye no matter what, because even if I can't see them, even if we are separated far apart from each other, I'll always be watching over them. I'll definitely watch over them forever, Makarov thought with a sad smile, looking over his surrogate family. It was time, no more waiting, it was time to tell finally them the news. Listen up, you brats, the little old man bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the large building. Everyone in the building heard Makarov and suddenly stopped what they were doing, some of them freezing mid-fight. A wave of curious silence hung in the air for a good minute or so as they all looked expectantly at their guild master, before Makarov bluntly said, I have decided to step down as guild master. What? Was the sudden deafening outburst of everyone in the guild room, the response actually shaking dust from the rafters. Some who were drinking booze at the time spat out their drinks in shock, the most obvious being Kana Alberona. This is a joke, right? Gray, a black-haired and currently young man, gasped out, from where he was still being held in a headlock by the pink-haired fire mage Natsu Dragnil. Is Fairy Tail disbanding? Elfman, a tall muscular white-haired man with a rather prominent scar running down his face, shouted out, almost hyperventilating, whether that be from the news he had just heard or from being buried under several other Fairy Tail members was unknown. However, what was obvious was the fear and worry in his voice. Makarov forced back a smile as he watched his children's shenanigans, even as he shook his head in response to Elfman's question. No fairy tale is more than a guildmaster, it is a family, and it has been here long before all of us were born, and it will be here long after we are gone. No, I am retiring because my health isn't the best at the moment, and if I want to live to see the next generation of fairy tale, I'll have to take a break for a while, so until I return, someone else will be master. At his proclamation, a wave of relief rushed through the guild. It was only a temporary situation. Their master would probably just go on a holiday, maybe to a Kane resort, just to kick his feet back and relax. After all, everyone needed a holiday once in a while. After the confirmation that he was not leaving for good settled in, the whispers of who the next guild master would be, even if they were only part-time, began circulating through the crowd as the members started throwing guesses around. It'll be Guildarts for sure. Natsu Dragneel, a lean, muscular young man of average height with a slightly tanned skin tone, black eyes and spiky pink-colored hair, shouted out enthusiastically. It'll definitely be Laxus. Evergreen, an attractive brunette with glasses, smirked arrogantly as she looked around the guild hall, daring someone to challenge her claim. Ha, no way. My money is definitely on Urza. She's both strong and scary enough, Macau, a middle-aged man with slicked back dark blue hair, stated confidently. It will be me. I am a real man. Elfman bellowed excitedly, while pounding his chest, trying to show his manliness to the world as he did so. Ha, in your dreams, Elfman. Gray responded, finally breaking Natsu's headlock and leaping at the now free Elfman, tackling him into the ground. The gossiping and newly begun fighting was once again interrupted by Makarov before it was able to get out of hand. I still have yet to come to a final conclusion on who will be the new part-time master while I am away, but that is a problem for later. Let us not worry about this. No, for now is the time to celebrate. Let's party. Makarov roared while everyone began to loudly cheer in agreement to their master's proclamation. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. One day later, Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Oi, old man, what the hell did you call me here for? I'm a busy guy, you know. Laxus Drayar, a tall and muscular young man with blue eyes, spiky blonde hair and a distinct lightning bolt scar running down the side of his face, growled at his grandfather Makarov in irritation as he stood before him. They were currently on the second floor of the guild hall, in Makarov's cluttered little office, surrounded by stacks of paperwork, most of which were complaints about the damage each member of the guild caused whilst out on missions. And also, who the hell is the guy in the corner? Is this about you leaving? The person Laxus was referring to was a tall young man with medium length, wavy and spiked dark blonde hair. The man had thick eyebrows, twinkling blue eyes and very prominent eyelashes. The man actually looked quite similar to Laxus, only less brawny and with slightly softer facial features. The man was wearing a black button-up long-sleeved shirt, over the top of which he wore a dark brown leather jacket with a folded, gray fur-trimmed collar and breast pockets on either side. He also wore simple black jeans with frayed hems and battered dusty brown leather boots. Yes, Laxus, you're right. My leaving is the reason I called you both here from your obviously busy schedules. That is because one of you will be Fairy Tale's new guild master, Makarov replied whilst looking at the two young men over, sending a slight frown to Laxus because of his abrasive attitude. I know you are both powerful and have the potential to be great leaders, which is why before I choose I just want to hear something from you two before I make my final decision on which one of you it will be. It'll be me, obviously. I mean, who the hell is this guy? You would think that the guild master would at least be someone from Fairy Tale. Laxus responded, a suspicious scowl on his face as he glared at his fellow blonde. Really me? I'm not even a Fairy Tale mage anymore, Mackie. The young-looking man finally spoke up, an amused look on his face as he watched the interaction between grandfather and grandson and the suspicious look Laxus was sending him. Has your old age finally caused you to become senile? Do you want me to take you to a retirement home or something? He continued, letting out a bark of laughter at the scowl the old man sent him. It wouldn't be fair if he became master. Laxus gave the stranger a cold glare. Like he said, old man, he isn't a member. I mean, I haven't seen him before and I grew up here. Clearly Fairy Tale's guild master has to actually be a member of the guild, and not some weak newbie that will only lead to this guild becoming weaker than it already is. Laxus continued to say, alternating glares between the stranger and his grandfather. And to be honest, he did have a good point. Your face is sexually harassing me, kid. Can you look the other way and stop checking me out? The blonde-haired man said as he merrily caught Laxus's eye while he was still glaring at him and gave him a cheeky wink. HMPH, I won't waste my time with weak trash like you, whoever the hell you are, Laxus sneered before turning away and staring at Makarov waiting for him to explain. His name is Naruto Laxus, and despite what he says, he is in fact still a member of Fairy Tail. He has his guild mark, and so for as long as he bears it he will remain a member of Fairy Tail. And yes, before you ask, he is related to you if the similarities behind his appearance aren't obvious enough to you. He is your... Makarov spoke up, trying to stop the now-named Naruto from baiting Laxus even more than he already was. Quote, your cousin of course, isn't that right, Maki? Though usually these days I've started going by Uzumaki again. Naruto interrupted Makarov, quickly cutting off what he was going to say while sending him a warning look at the same time. What? Since when the hell have I had a cousin? Laxus spoke in genuine surprise. We can get into that another time, Laxus, and Naruto, I think you should stick with the Drayar name for now. It will make the transition easier if you are the next guild master, familiarity and all that. Makarov replied, watching both of the men in front of him. Even though they were both family, they were both totally different. Naruto was carefree, irresponsible, and eccentric. Laxus was seriously power-hungry, arrogant, and had a slight cruel streak in him. However, there was still great goodness in him, hidden under all the blunder, arrogance and old hurt. But yes, deep down inside he was genuinely good. But unfortunately only one of them would be master. Even if Laxus did make a good point about not Naruto being master because he hadn't been around for a long time, out of his two family members Makarov figured Naruto would make a better master, but despite this he still owed Laxus a chance to prove himself. Laxus was right though. Naruto once was a member of Fairy Tail, many years ago, but not many people remembered the blonde ever being a member because most weren't members at the time or even born. Makarov looked at Naruto's right shoulder. Even though the blonde had his leather jacket on, he knew Naruto still had his orange guild mark he had gotten many years ago. Maki, Naruto pointed at Laxus, sending him a wink as he did so. It surprises me you are considering making this brat the guild master of Fairy Tail. He has some serious problems. He stated with a mocking smirk to Laxus. Laxus growled in annoyance, you are my problem. I don't care if you're my cousin or not, I will break you if you get in my way. He stated, clenching his hands into fists as he shrugged off the big thick fur-trimmed overcoat he was wearing over his shoulders like a cape, leaving him in a leopard print tunic and leather trousers. As he did this, lightning started to crackle and jump around him as he released some of his power, causing the air to become thick with power and static. Laxus, there will be no fighting, especially between family. Makarov snapped at him. My decision as master will be final and you will accept it no matter what the result may be. HMPH, whatever, just make me master already. Laxus snapped back as he stopped releasing his power, both because his grandfather had a dangerous look in his eyes, a look that warned of impending doom, and also because his supposed cousin didn't look at all bothered by his display. In fact, he just looked bored. Makarov stayed silent. Before he spoke, I want both of you to tell me why you want to be the guild master, and if you did become master, what would your goals for this guild be? Don't think of lying either, because I will be able to see right through your lies. Oi, I don't even want to be the guild master. Naruto raised his hand. It's just too much work. Why would I want to be a guild master for such a troublesome guild? I would rather drink and gamble than be responsible and all that. After all, it is much more fun. Makarov ignored that comment resignedly and instead turned to Laxus. Laxus, you go answer the question. Laxus smirked as he clenched his right fist. I want to be the guild master to make Fairy Tail even stronger. I want to have everyone fear and respect us. I'll kick out the weak trash that don't deserve to be in this guild, old man, and Fairy Tail under me will become truly the strongest guild in Fury. I see. Makarov sighed at this. It wasn't wrong to have ambition, but Laxus's way, he just didn't like it one bit. Laxus loved Fairy Tail, and he knew that, but his way wasn't the Fairy Tail way. He would only lead the guild to ruin that way. He appears he still has much to learn. Naruto, your turn. The old man turned to Naruto. Are you deaf? Is your age finally catching up to you? I told you I don't want to be master. It seems like way too much work for me. Naruto said, laughing while picking his ear casually with his little finger. Let's say hypothetically you were guild master, then, what would you do? Nothing, was Naruto's simple reply. Like always, you're a complex and hard to understand man.
Makarov thought while his sweat dropped. He was doomed. He could already imagine the guild destroyed due to the blonde's carefree, lazy personality. Especially if he planned on doing nothing. However, he had to admit he did like Naruto's response better. It was more the fairy tale way. Very well. After a short pause, Makarov nodded and spoke. Naruto, you will be Fairy Tail's new guild master. He said happily.
What? Both Naruto and Laxus yelled in union. Laxus growled in rage after Makarov's announcement. You'll leave the guild in the hands of this fool? He is not fit for it. Does he even have magic? I don't sense any coming from him, Laxus stated whilst glaring at Naruto. Oi, don't act like you're fit for it too, Naruto stated as he pulled out a bottle of sake from out of seemingly nowhere and started drinking, the sake dribbling down his chin messily as he did so. See? He's dribbling like a child and drinking. How the hell is that responsible? Everyone dribbles occasionally, but unlike them, I do it openly and don't try to hide it. As for the alcohol, have you ever actually been in the Fairy Tail Guild Hall? Naruto stated as he spat a bit of sake at Laxus. The glob of sake landing on Laxus's fancy boots, making a mess. Very wise words, Naruto. Makarov nodded, ignoring Naruto's actions. Do you know how many times I have to hide my dribbling? One of the curses of old age, I'm afraid? The fear of being caught doing it is unbearable. Stop joking around, old man. Laxus snapped at Makarov. Get serious and make me master. Makarov suddenly turned serious again, the glint of danger returning to his eye, making Laxus regret what he had just said. The old man glared at Laxus and said, I've made my decision, Laxus. Naruto will be part-time master whether you like it or not, and nothing will change my decision, not you, not the gods, and certainly not Naruto. Oh, so I get no say in this? Naruto yelled at Makarov indignantly before saying, do you want to die, old man? You already got one foot in the grave, I'll gladly help you put the other in the grave. Yes, you have no choice, Naruto. Makarov glared at him, ignoring his tasteless joke, knowing that his defiance was more for the sake of being defiant than him actually being unhappy. You rotten brat, if dear Rita was here I bet she'd beat your ass into the ground for your insolence. Just follow me, Naruto. Makarov continued, ignoring his remark for the most part, save for a slightly nostalgic smile at the reference to his mother as Naruto and him walked out of his office and into the stairway of the second guild floor. Everyone in Fairy Tail was doing their own thing, i.e. drinking, fighting, gambling, but most of all, they were all wondering who the part-timer master would be. Would it be Urza, Laxus, Mirjane, Guild Arts? Hell, would it be Natsu? Fairy Tail, I bring you the new part-time master for Fairy Tail. Makarov all of a sudden yelled from the second floor, grabbing everyone's attention. Meet Naruto, Drayar, your new guild master. They all watched as a blonde walked forth as he picked on his right ear with his pinky. Yo! Naruto lazily said while he waved at everyone with his free hand. Everyone inside Fairy Tail thought the same thing. Who the hell was the blonde? After Makarov Drayar's pronouncement of who the new part-time master of the guild would be, there was a few seconds silence as everyone seemed to take in the announcement before. Who the hell is the blonde? Looks kind of like Laxus, doesn't he? Did the master say Drayar? Do you reckon he is another grandson? Upon hearing the pandemonium breaking out, Makarov decided to cut it off. Everybody. Naruto is indeed a relative of mine and a powerful and trustworthy wizard as well. He also is a member of Fairy Tail and has been for many years, even if he hasn't always been around. I expect you to respect my decision. You should all know I would never do anything that might endanger Fairy Tail. So drink and make merry. Free drinks for all. The whole crowd cheered in agreement and raised their glasses to the group. Naruto smiled a bit despite himself, as this was still the same relaxed, easygoing place he remembered, and despite any misgivings he may have on being guild master, even if only temporarily, he realized that life here was at least going to be interesting. As he stood on the second floor balcony of the guild hall next to Makarov, he took in all the laughing and smiling faces, taking note of the occasional face that seemed to be looking at him, seemingly judging him. Yes, this was certainly going to be interesting. Deciding he had shown his face enough to be polite, he decided that he needed to start getting serious, and to start with, Maki, we need to speak as soon as we are done here, Naruto said as his expression turned from jovial to slightly stern. The former guild master looked at him a little shiftily but eventually nodded upon seeing the seriousness. Deciding that there was no point in putting it off, Makarov nodded his head once more as if assuring himself of his next actions before waving Naruto on with a muttered, "Follow me then."
The new young-looking guild master of Fairy Tail followed behind the previous master once more towards his office where they could talk more privately, ignoring all the rowdiness going on back in the main hall. After stepping back inside of the cluttered room, they sat down on the chairs with Naruto sitting on the nicest, most comfortable chair, kicking his feet up on his new desk with Makarov locking the door behind them, then sitting in a chair just in front of his old desk looking like an insolent schoolboy about to get in trouble. "Well, what is this about?" Makarov asked in a slightly nervous voice. For all his power and authority, a single stern look from the man in front of him could still easily deflate him.
Naruto sighed before looking at the former guildmaster intently. "I'm not angry, Maki, but what I am is a bit annoyed. Why, you may ask? Well, let's see. I get an urgent message from out of nowhere asking for my presence back at Fairy Tail, so being the conscientious former member I am, I hurried over expecting chaos and bedlam, and what do I find? I find my cheeky little brat of a son cornering me into being the next guildmaster. I mean, have you seen the paperwork a guildmaster has to do? Do you want me to have a damn heart attack?" He grouched once again, pulling a sake bottle from nowhere and downing a good portion of the bottle.
Chuckling, Makarov nodded and cleared his throat. "Well, Dad, you see, the old ticker isn't what it used to be, and we can't all be pseudo-immortals. You're one of the founders of Fairy Tail. This is where you belong. It is your legacy," he stated firmly, trying to make his father understand what he was trying to say. "Excuses. You're only as old as you think you are. As for the guild, Yuri was the one who was one of the guild founders. I stopped going by that name when your dear sweet mother died. If the council knew I was still alive and looking as sexy as I am, they would be on my ass about it like a rash. You know how power-hungry those old bastards are. Anyway, stop changing the subject. Why are you making me guild master?" Naruto replied, the look of irritation still on his face as he did so. Upon hearing this, Makarov grew serious for a moment. "You're powerful, Dad. Ridiculously powerful, easily stronger than me. That strength is needed. Dark times are ahead. All of the other masters and wizard saints can sense it too.
The number of dark guilds in Fury is rising. Artifacts and old demons of Zareth are surfacing again. These are signs that the era of peace is coming to an end. Laxus isn't strong enough to lead Fairy Tail through this, and as I am now, neither am I. I'm not well, Dad. The stress of the job is getting to me. I need a break, but Fairy Tail can't be left undefended. I need you to do this, Dad, please," he said passionately, trying to convey all the feelings behind his words to his father, before taking a breath so that this information could sink in. Naruto frowned for a moment before asking, "So you have seen the signs too? I suppose if that is your reasoning, I cannot really blame you. It will do me good anyway, being back here in the heart of Fairy Tail, being back with family." Makarov shared the frown as he gave a nod. "Yes, you are right. And it will be good for you too. Give you a chance to meet and bond with your great-grandson Laxus and the rest of the new generation. You'll love them, trust me. They embody the Fairy Tail way. They will truly make you proud." He answered, happy knowing his dad would be around and that Fairy Tail would be in good hands. "Now enough of this mushy crap, Maki. Let's go out and drink more. After all, we will be sending you off tomorrow. Off to Akane Resort, if I am not wrong. You lucky bastard. Sun, hot girls, beaches, hot girls, gambling, booze, hot girls and more. God damn it, now I want to go. Ha ha ha, screw you, old man, this is my holiday, not yours. Enjoy the paperwork, ha ha ha." Makarov suddenly cackled, unlocking and sprinting outdoor as fast as his stubby legs could carry him, now content in knowing Fairy Tail is safe until his return. The next day, Makarov Drayar had gone. After a night filled with drinking, fighting and reminiscing of old times he had left, he took the early train out of Magnolia and wouldn't be back for 3 months at the least. This left Naruto Drayar, Fairy Tail's fourth master, in a quandary. Although he had met most of the guild last night, it was while he was in a drunken haze. He didn't remember much, if anything, about them, and he was sure it was the same for them in regards to him. This is why, after a hearty breakfast courtesy of the hot white-haired waitress whose name he really should learn, he decided that a guild meeting was needed. It was for this very reason that he took them to an open area just outside the guild. It was a place that would make a decent-sized arena for his planned upcoming event, big enough for a lot of people and far enough away from the building so if things got out of hand the guild hall wouldn't be totally destroyed. Mirjane Strauss was a slim young woman of below-average height. She had long, white hair that reached down to her waist and had a distinctive upward-facing ponytail on her head. Although she was technically an S-class mage, in recent years she was most well known for her waitressing at Fairy Tail and her modeling for Teen Sorcerer.
At this very moment she was giving the guild's new blonde guild master a speculative look. He had called for a guild meeting outside, which in and of itself was not that unusual. What was, however, was the fact he hadn't said what the meeting was about. Now she was here, however, stood in the crowd before the young guild master, looking around at the forest clearing they were in and the crowd of guild wizards that encircled it. She was beginning to have a few ideas what this might be about.
Elfman Strauss, her younger brother, was stood beside her grinning like a loon, clearly having his own thoughts on what was going on. Or maybe not. Naruto is a real man. Elfman happily proclaimed, making the people around sigh as they slowly inched away from the tall man in complete awkwardness. He was drinking like a man yesterday and is now going to make a manly man speech about man things. Elfman, you told us most of last night that he is a man. Could you just give it a rest while we wait for him to get to the point?
Mira spoke up, rubbing her forehead in an attempt to get rid of her rising headache. Most of the time she can take her brother's eccentricities with a smile, but last night had been a late one and today she just was not in the mood for it. She was about to say something in response when a ripple seemed to go through the gaggle of waiting mages. Turning her head slightly to see what was going on, she soon found out when some people started shouting in panic. Urza's coming. Everyone, Urza's here. Mirjane perked up as she began to hear what the clearly afraid man was yelling about. Elfman, however, was looking a little pale. As the mage who shouted ran past them with his arms flailing above his head, Mira and Elfman turned to see a beautiful red-haired woman clad in silver armor and wearing a blue skirt with long black combat boots striding in their direction.
Urza, over here, Mirjane yelled as she waved her friend over to where their group was standing in the crowd. The redhead in question blinked before smiling as she noticed the perky barmaid.
"I'll be right there with you, Mira," she replied as she walked towards Mirjane, the other mages scrambling to get out of her way as she passed. Upon reaching where the brother and sister were, she gave Mira a hug and Elfman a punch on the arm before asking, "What is going on? Why is most of the guild just standing out here? Did Master call a meeting? Or have you finally destroyed the inside of the guild with your fights? Oh dear Urza, did you not hear? The Master has taken a break and has appointed a temporary guild master while he is away." Mira replied, smiling towards her friend who just looked at her in surprise. "Really, Master took a break? I suppose even he needs a holiday from time to time. Who is the new guild master then? Is it Laxus?" Urza asked before stopping as she noticed an unfamiliar spiky-haired blonde approaching her with a jolly smile on his face and a twinkle of amusement in his blue eyes. Naruto extended his hand towards her as a form of greeting. "Hey there, Red. I assume you are the one the man earlier was screaming about. Which, if I am not mistaken, would make you the infamous Titania Urza." Urza's eyes twitched at the interruption before she nodded irritably to the Yin while extending her own hand, meeting his in a firm handshake. "Yes, my name is Urza Scarlet. The man you saw running by earlier was Jet. Since Master Makarov tends to slack off when it comes to enforcing the rules, I'm usually the one who is to do it in his place. Which makes several of the more badly behaved guild members a bit nervous around me. Speaking of which, who are you? I am afraid I don't recognize you." She finished with a dangerous smile, fully expecting to intimidate the rude man before separating her hand from his. The blonde simply raised an amused eyebrow upon hearing that, not showing any nervousness at all to our attempts at intimidation, much to the surprise of the S-class mage of Fairy Tail. Letting out a chuckle, he simply replied, "Well, that's nice and all, Red, but I would not try the same shit on me as you do on them. Anyways, my name is Naruto Drear, Fairy Tail's new if temporary master, and it's a pleasure to meet one of Fairy Tail's S-class wizards." He finished with a cheeky smile and a wink, completely putting Urza off guard. The Strauss siblings stiffened slightly as the color drained from their faces, wondering if the blonde had a death wish or something, because Master or not, no one talks to the Urza Scarlet, the Titania of Fairy Tail, like that. Unfortunately, before Urza could reply, the blonde had already wandered off, probably to start his speech. Urza was at a loss for words. It was the first time in her life that she had ever seen a newcomer to the guild not afraid of her threatening nature or reputation, and to shoot back with such a reply was surprising to say the least. She knew now that Naruto was stronger and more powerful than she first realized he would have to become the guild master, but that still doesn't give him the right to be rude. She will have to teach him a lesson, it appears. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Oi Gray, you stripper, what do you think the new master guy is planning? Natsu Dragneel shouted to the dark-haired man beside him, as he started to look around, tugging on his scarf and almost vibrating with excitement. Gray simply smirked as he looked back at his fellow guild mate and rival before he shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? We'll just have to see for ourselves, he answered as he was feeling rather curious about the new guy as well but trying not to show it. Natsu was just preparing to shout Gray down on his rubbish answer when the new guild master began to speak.
Greetings everyone. I am sure you are all wondering why you have been called here today. The reason why is quite simple actually. Last night we were all too hammered to be properly introduced, so I thought I would do it properly now. I am Naruto Drayar, the fourth master of Fairy Tail. Well, at least until the old man comes back from his holiday, the lazy ass. Came the voice of Master Naruto Drayar, who was standing before the crowd of mages, a grin on his face as he looked around the group of watching Fairy Tail mages. Cheers were heard in approval to the master's presentation, as despite most of them being very drunk they had a good first impression of the new master and now wanted to see more. Now, although I met most of you yesterday, we were drunk and having fun, so I don't really remember a huge amount. Which is why I called you all out here. I believe the fastest way to learn about a person is to fight them or to see how they act in a fight. This is why right here and now I am laying out a challenge. I will fight 3 Fairy Tail mages one at a time right here and right now. If you win, I will give you the position of guild master. If you lose, you buy me a booze for a week. This announcement was met with silence for all of 3 seconds, before there was an explosion of noise as mages shouted challenges and questions at the new guild master. A pink-haired dragon slayer being the worst of the lot as he attempted to charge the blonde master, his hand alight with fire magic as he did so, the only thing keeping him back being the formidable Urza Scarlet, who was sending the new guild master a fierce glare. Raising his hand, Naruto spoke up once again, having to shout to make himself heard. The reason for this is it will show you I am strong and confident enough to be guild master. It will show you my magic and a little about who I am, as the way a person fights shows a lot about a person. So I will start by giving all the S-class mages here a chance to challenge me before giving the rest of you, just to make it interesting, you know. He continued with a laugh at how excited the crowd was. He could even hear a busty brunette at the back start shouting out betting odds on who will challenge Naruto and how well they will do. It was cute, they thought they had a chance. So with that said, who is the first challenger? Naruto looked over at the surrounding crowd of guild wizards, taking in the looks of excitement many in the crowd had and the shouts of encouragement, challenges and bets. Now to start our little competition. Remember, I will only accept 3 challenges. So who will be my first challenger? Step forward, and who knows, you may be the next guild master of Fairy Tail. Urza Scarlet, Urza shouted out as she stepped forward, beginning her challenge to the blonde. That was until she was interrupted by Natsu, who now he was no longer being held back, charged forward, fists already on fire and an eager grin on his face. Fight me. Come on, I challenge you, you Laxus wannabe, I will kick your punk ass. Come on, fight me unless you're scared. The pink-haired dragon slayer roared in challenge, breathing streams of flame out of his mouth as he ran towards Naruto. Very well, you may not be S-class, but who am I to deny such enthusiasm? Everyone give us some room, and Natsu, prepare yourself, I won't go easy on you, be ready. Naruto said, smiling to the excited pink-haired man, before gesturing to the crowd to give them some more room. As the crowd moved out of the way, creating a wide circle for the fight to take place within, the voice of Kana Alberona could clearly be heard declaring the odds for the upcoming fight to be 10-1 in Naruto's favor. Naruto idly watched as a rather large circle began to form around where he was facing off against the eager Natsu. While Natsu was stretching, Naruto stuck his hands in his pockets, beginning to think about how hard he should be on Natsu. A part of him thought about crushing Natsu like a bug and showing the guild his strength. However, he knew that if he did that he would be feared and not respected. That wasn't what he wanted, therefore he decided to be gentle but firm. So I am curious, why are you so eager to fight me anyway, Natsu? Naruto asked with a smile as he kept an eye on the eager pink-haired dragon slayer. Natsu paused in the middle of one of his stretches, looking slightly surprised at the question he had just been asked, then slightly thoughtful.
Because you're strong and I want to fight you to prove my strength, to prove to Igneel that I am strong, to prove to everyone in the guild. Natsu's voice rose as he continued talking, getting more and more passionate. Besides, what if you're too weak to be Fairy Tail's guild master? To be guild master you need to be strong like Gramps. That is a pretty reasonable reason to get stronger, I suppose. Alright, I will give you a fight, a chance to prove to this Igneel and the rest of the guild how strong you are. The buzz of conversation picked up in the crowd surrounding them as everyone began to get excited for the upcoming fight.
Get ready, blonde, because I'm about to barbecue you. I'm gonna kick your ass. Natsu shouted as an aura of fire expanded around him.
Are you ready, Natsu? Naruto replied, interrupting Natsu's ranting with a grin on his face, and the younger teen immediately adopted a serious expression, nodding at him. Grinning slightly, Naruto started getting down into a ready stance. Left foot forward and right foot back, crouching down slightly, he brought his hands up to around chest level, keep his hands in loose fists.
The crowd began to murmur again, causing Naruto's grin to grow larger. They all had no clue what his magic could be. The sheer diversity in the types of magic in the world made it almost impossible for them to guess.
Natsu wasted no time getting into a proper stance, throwing caution to the wind with a mighty roar as he charged at Naruto, no real plan in mind. Fire surrounded each of his fists. There was no real strategy in his charge, only instinct and anticipation. It was certainly an interesting approach, if not a wise one. That small an amount of flame wouldn't even scratch him.
Naruto stayed his ground, not moving. That is not until Natsu was almost on top of him. Just as Natsu's right fist was about to make contact with Naruto's head, he moved aside with a quick side step to the left.
The action led to Natsu's swing completely missing him. In the same motion, Naruto brought up his fist as Natsu went past him before he brought it up and slammed it into the pink-haired man's gut, bringing Natsu crashing to the ground, but only temporarily, as he moved with the motion of his fall and once again found his feet. Except this time he kept his distance from Naruto.
You will have to try better than that, Natsu. Try thinking before acting, it may help you actually land a strike next time. Naruto called out, not even trying to keep the smile off his face as the murmurs from the crowd started getting louder again. Taking a quick glance around, he saw that most people had expressions of pure shock on their faces. Come on, it was like they thought he was a pushover. There was a reason I was made the guild master, cheeky little shits. He thought to himself with amusement. It was not too long before people started shouting at Natsu to start fighting harder. Likely it was the people who had placed bets on him winning the fight. The pink-haired teen stopped for a moment, before pointing at Naruto and yelling at him yet again. Hey, what are you waiting for? Take this seriously, you won't get another lucky shot like that again.
Naruto snorted in amusement at that statement. I will start taking this seriously as soon as you actually start fighting me. Is this all that Igneel taught you, how to do a lot of yelling? Come on, boy, I thought you wanted to prove how strong you are. That comment definitely succeeded in getting Natsu's attention. If the glare he sent Naruto had anything to say about it, clearly there was a line you don't cross with Natsu, and Naruto had just crossed it. I'll show you what being a dragon slayer is all about. Come on, I'm all fired up now. Flames started to flicker and appear around Natsu, enveloping him in what looked like a cloak of fire. The air around him got heavy and hot as he started releasing his power, clearly about to go big. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Natsu declared before leaping at Naruto and crashing the fist down upon him. A large smoke cloud burst of fire erupted from the point of contact and Natsu grinned. Aye, sir. Go, Natsu. Happy, a small flying blue cat cheered on the son of Igneel from within the crowd. Happy his partner started making progress. He wasn't the only one either, as the whole crowd started cheering as the fighting started up again. However, as the smoke cloud cleared, Natsu's and the rest of the crowd's eyes widened to see Naruto was no longer there.
You're slow, Dragon Slayer. Naruto stated in amusement before kicking Natsu in the back, sending the pink-haired boy soaring through the air. Naruto then vanished from where he was standing with a crash of lightning, only to suddenly appear in front of the Fire Dragon Slayer and slam his lightning-covered fist down on Natsu's head. The pink-haired teenager was sent to the ground before Naruto grabbed Natsu by the back of his vest and threw him away from him, saving him from a painful landing at Naruto's feet. Natsu released a cry of pain as he made contact with the ground before once again rolling with the strike and finding his feet once again. Huh, wow, you're really strong. A lot stronger than I thought. Natsu's fists blazed with fire once more. Awesome! Let's go again! Natsu shouted before inhaling deeply, preparing for his next attack, to which Naruto only smirked as he watched Natsu. Come on, show me the power of a fire dragon, boy! Show me your strength! Naruto called out as Natsu reared his head back, fire beginning to stream from his mouth.
Fire dragon's roar. A red magic seal appeared in front of Natsu as he unleashed a blazing inferno from his jaws. The blazing tongue of flame sped towards Naruto, only for the guild master to call upon his lightning magic and take the hit head on. Natsu grinned as he saw his opponent being engulfed by his flames.
All right, I got him! Natsu shouted, pumping his fist into the air in victory. However, as the fires died down and Natsu's eyes widened when he saw Naruto standing wreathed with a cloak of blue lightning magic covering him from head to toe. Good, you're getting better, but unfortunately playtime is over and I have other challenges to accept.
Some in the crowd jeered at that proclamation by Naruto. Apparently they wanted the fight to continue, not wanting it to end so soon, not when they had just started to witness his magic. Natsu didn't waste any time ignoring Naruto's comment. He immediately started charging where Naruto was standing, completely ignoring the still active lightning cloak.
Natsu pulled his fist back again, and Naruto noticed that he was easily moving twice as fast as before. So it seemed he was right, the Dragon Slayer seemed to get stronger and faster the longer the fight went on. A stamina freak he was beginning to like this brat.
A loud booming noise filled the area as Natsu brought his flame-coated fist into contact with the blonde, and it appeared to many that Natsu had gotten a hit and the blonde's lightning armor had failed. That was until with a dull booming sound Natsu was blown away once again, crashing into the ground hard and rolling for a dozen meters before going still.
Damn, maybe I was a bit rough on the kid, Naruto said into the silence that followed Natsu's failed attack. It seems his lightning armor, something he had reverse engineered from the wreckage when he was making up techniques for his lightning magic, was still as strong as ever. Ouch, he wouldn't want to be Natsu right now.
No, Natsu, are you alive? No, you killed him, you killed Natsu. Happy, the little blue cat screamed as he ran to Natsu's prone body in tears, almost hyperventilating. How could you? He was my best friend, how could you kill him?
Shush, little Exceed, he is still alive, just unconscious. May have given my lightning armor a little bit too much juice. Don't worry, he will be up and on his feet again in a while. Naruto replied to Happy, his eyes crinkled in mirth at his reaction.
The little blue cat looked up at Naruto with teary eyes, slightly confused over the name Exceed he was given, then nodded and sat down next to Natsu's head, and slowly began patting the pink-haired teen's cheek. Right, on to the next challenger, so who wants to face me next? Come on, don't be shy. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Damn, the matchstick never stood a chance, what a loser. Gray muttered, embarrassed at witnessing his friend and rival's one-sided fight against the blonde guild master. Mirjane, who was standing next to Gray as he said this, frowned slightly at the comment. Well, I am not really that surprised. Master wouldn't have picked Naruto as a replacement if he wasn't strong enough. And as strong as Natsu is, he isn't in the same league as Naruto, who looks to be around S class. She replied, trying to defend Natsu from the harsh criticism from his rival. Gray blinked twice at that before conceding. Well, I suppose when you say it like that it is kind of justified. Still, put me up against him and I reckon I could take him. He is good with lightning magic, yeah, but I've seen much more impressive stuff from Laxus. Huh? Does that mean you're challenging him next, Gray? Like a real man? Elfman shouted exuberantly, causing several of the wizards around him to slowly inch away. No, he will not be challenging him next, for I will. Urza spoke up, a determined look in her eyes as she glared at the figure of the blonde wannabe guild master, who was nonchalantly standing in the open space, sending everyone who met his eye a winning smile and a saucy wink. She could not allow him to be guild master, at least not until she had gotten a feel for him as a person, and from what she has seen so far she has been unimpressed. He was arrogant, lazy, laid back and totally irresponsible. Her mind made up, she stepped forward into the arena-like space and shouted out. I, Urza Scarlet, an S-class wizard of fairy tale, challenge you, Naruto Drayar, to a contest of strength and skill. What say you? Well, for one, you're a bit overly dramatic and formal. This ain't a play, Red, it is a fight. But anyway, I accept your challenge, girl. I had a feeling you would try it on with me. Naruto responded, a charming smile making its way on to his face, as he took in the slight flush in Urza's face at being mocked so blatantly and her growing scowl as her shock and embarrassment turned to anger.
"Prepare yourself," Urza commanded sternly as she stood opposite Naruto in the informal arena. "Requip. Lightning Empress armor," Urza cried out. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. The woman had somehow become nude before she was clothed in golden and light bluish armor. The breastplate was decorated by golden trimmings, and had thin plates going up to surround Urza's neck.
Attached to the breastplate were spiked pauldrons, also a gold and light blue color. She also had armored gauntlets, greaves and knee guards to finish off the assemble. She had thigh-high boots with high heels and a long spear with two spear heads that has a decorated circular wheel connecting the shaft with the spear heads. All in all, her appearance was now quite striking and fearsome. Damn, that was impressive. Though I have to say, go for it, love. If you've got the goods, you might as well flaunt it," Naruto called out, eyeing up her cleavage and lithe figure.
"This is my Lightning Empress armor. With it your lightning magic is all but nullified, so unless you have another trick up your sleeve you are in trouble." The fearsome redhead called out, her long spear becoming wreathed in lightning, completely ignoring the blonde's previous lewd actions.
"From seeing how quickly you performed your requip Urza Scarlet, the Titania of Fairy Tale, I have to admit I am impressed. Clearly the rumors I have heard about you bear some small measure truth. But I would not count me out yet though," Naruto said as he fought back a nosebleed he felt from looking at her chest.
"Bring it," she smirked. Then it began. Urza leapt at Naruto and brought her spear down upon him, the blade being trailed by lightning as she struck. But instead of trying to block, Naruto simply took a step back and then used lightning magic to transform his body into pure lightning and shot to the side in a flash of light. He then turned and raised his arms up, his hands making a gun shapes as he drew on his magic, before unleashing a hail of bullets made of lightning at the redhead.
Urza jumped back away from her previous position and started swiping and deflecting the lightning bullets away with her spear of lightning, charging it with electricity as she did so. Deciding that he was not making progress that way, the blonde stopped his onslaught and leapt back, giving Urza a chance to be on the offensive again. The blonde guild master did this to keep the fight moving and so he could see what else the Titania had.
"Lightning beam," Urza shouted as she aimed her spear at the blonde and fired a blue beam of lightning towards her opponent from the tip of her spear. Only for the blonde to cover his arm in lightning magic and bat the attack away almost nonchalantly.
"It seems we are at a bit of a stalemate here, Red. You're protected from my magic just as I am naturally strong against your attacks. So we are at an impasse," Naruto called out to Urza, hoping to provoke a response. The response he received was Urza's spear disappearing and a new weapon being reequipped. The new weapon was a sword which was quite intricately designed with a multicolored purple and silver blade, which was accompanied by two red diamond-shaped gems, equally spread apart on the sword's blade. It was the sword which was usually wielded with her black wing armor, an armor that enhances a person's offensive capabilities. Shooting forward again, Urza leapt at Naruto once more, bringing her new blade down upon him in a slashing motion.
Naruto, however, instead of leaping away or blasting her with his lightning magic, decided it was time to use another of the three magics he had mastered, a type of magic that he had personally created and was totally unique to him: shout magic. As Urza struck at him, he filled his lungs with magic before shouting out the three words he needed to mold and transform his magic: Fusro Da, unrelenting force. As the words left his mouth, so too did a wave of swirl blue energy that struck the oncoming Titania like a brick wall. The force of the shout throwing her backward like a rag doll. The shout didn't just affect Urza, however, it also ripped a 3-foot deep, 9-foot across and 14-foot long gouge out of the earth in front of him, having a side effect also flattening some of the nearby trees and staggering the watching crowd. Urza's body felt numb, and her head felt like it had been hit with a war hammer. Staggering to her feet, her head ringing, she tried to remember what had just happened. The last thing she could recall was charging at the smug blonde, about to knock his ass into the ground, before she heard a roaring sound, and then nothing. As her head cleared up, her vision returned, affording her the sight of Naruto stood nonchalantly 25 feet away just behind a large trench. As she stood, she found that the feeling in her body returned, bringing with it a dull ache. Looking down, she could see she had lost her sword and her armor was badly scratched in places, probably from the blonde's last attack. Turning her head, she took in the crowd of watching wizards who were just staring at the fight in shock. What the hell had happened? What was that attack? "You still awake over there, Red?" Not too shaken up by the attack,
I've heard it can be real nasty if you are caught unaware by my unrelenting force shout. Are you okay to continue or would you rather give up? Naruto called out to Urza, slightly concerned. She looked to be spacing out, hopefully she hadn't hit her head too hard. He shouldn't have worried, as instead of a response all he received was a glare and Urza requipping into a new set of armor.
Requip. Adamantine armor. Urza shouted as she was covered in golden light, only for her battered lightning empress armor to be replaced by a very thick bulky-looking armor made of numerous layers of thick studded dark-colored armor covering her from head to toe, with her face being the only part of her body open to the air. Attached to the elbows of her armor were two large white shields which gave the armor most of its defensive power. Taking her new highly armored equipment as a challenge, Naruto decided to test out its durability. After all, it was only polite to take up the challenge and test out whether it is as strong as it looks. Very well, if you're sure you want to continue, I won't stop you. Prepare yourself. With that said, Naruto took a deep breath and filled his lungs with even more magic before. Yal Tor Shul. Fire breath. Urza this time took his warning seriously and slammed her two arm shields together, preparing to ride out his attack with her high defense so she can get a feel of his new magic, which will hopefully help her in making strategies to combat him and his strange form of magic. As she took a defensive position, the attack struck, taking the form of a massive wave of fast, almost white-hot fire. The attack struck and her shield started shaking from the force of the attack. Even as she watched the wave of fire break on her defense, splitting in two, being channeled to either side of her, she could still see its effects on her adamantine armor. The metal shields were now glowing because of the heat, and the air around her had becoming thick and suffocating, the air now tasting like sulfur. Within 30 seconds the attack stopped, but the damage done was great. Her armor was glowing cherry red and the ground all around her was scorched black, the dirt even turning to glass in some places. Deciding she had taken the defensive long enough, Urza prepared to strike back at Naruto, going on the offensive again before. Faux Cra Din. Frost breath. The blonde sent another wave of shout magic at her. This one was like a blizzard. It was ice blue and formed of powerful and fast-moving ice magic that struck her with all the strength of the last. This time, however, instead of Urza's adamantine armor weathering the storm, her shields shattered and the blizzard struck her head on, carrying with it the metal shards of her own shield. Tell me, Red, did you know that when you rapidly cool super hot metal it cracks and eventually shatters? What you just saw was that, but on a grand scale. Your attempt was admirable, but you're not the first person I have met who has attempted to use heavy magical armor to try and weather my attacks. I have become quite accomplished at break ultimate defenses, been doing it since I was a kid. Collapsing to the ground after the attack, Urza barely heard the blonde's words. Her armor was covered in scraps and frost from the blizzard and the shrapnel it carried. She had blood running down the side of her face from where a jagged piece of metal had hit her forehead. All in all, she was a mess. She had been on the defensive ever since the blonde revealed his new magic, not getting enough time to strategize or think. Instead, she was just constantly defending herself from his onslaught. Drawing in her rapidly dwindling reserves, the redhead tiredly prepared to requip, pushing away the agony her body was in and the throbbing pain in her forehead. She decided to go down fighting. Or at least she tried. Before she was able to requip, the blonde flashed forward in a bolt of lightning and delivered a brutal lightning-infused sucker punch to her stomach, breaking her armor even more and forcing the air out of her, causing her in her already battered state to succumb to unconsciousness. Sorry, Red, if we were to continue you would only get more hurt. Better to call it a day here and now. You can give it another go later. Naruto muttered to Urza as he caught her unconscious body, stopping it from crashing to the ground. Before turning to the watching crowd, who as he turned to them burst out into a cacophony of shouts, cheers and exclamations of shock and awe. So, he said, heaving Urza's limp body over his shoulder as he made his way to where the white-haired barmaid she had stood with earlier was. A smile on his face. Who is the next one who wants to challenge me? Huh? Laxus glanced around, taking his eyes off of the fallen Urza and his apparent cousin, shaking his head slightly as he registered the familiar voice calling out to him. He turned in the direction of the voice and looked at Fried, the person who had just called out to him. Fried was a young, slim man with light-colored skin and bright green hair which was quite long, extending all the way to his waist. Part of his long hair had been parted to the side so that it covered his right eye. He was a man of average height with green eyes and a small mole beneath his visible left eye. He was currently wearing a double-breasted red coat that almost reached down to his knees. It possessed a wide collar and large cuffs. Around his waist he had a sheathed cutlass belted in his left hip. Laxus, you have been quiet for a while, are you alright? Freed asked.
Does it have to do with the fight we just saw? A female voice asked him. Laxus turned to the lone female member of the Thunder Legion, his own personal self-proclaimed bodyguard squad, Evergreen. Evergreen was a pretty woman with light brown hair and dark brown eyes. She wore oval glasses and a rather sizable chest. Her hair was arranged in a sideways ponytail and she wore a green dress that had fairy wings on the back of it. She was currently fanning herself with a feathered purple fan with 3 hearts on it.
No, Evergreen. Laxus said. It was mad, wasn't I? Thought Urza was going to crush that guy, but it was the other way around. That's like crazy. You still going to challenge him, Laxus? Bixlow asked excitedly, barely able to stay still after the exciting match he had just seen. Bixlow was a tall man with a mildly muscular build and broad shoulders. Bixlow's was wearing a studded black hooded jacket and had the upper part of his face covered by a metal visor which had 8 small slits which allowed him to see. He wore large armbands which had thick shoulder pads, each with skulls on its center. He was also wearing baggy black pants and armored boots. Around him floated 3 cylindrical wooded dolls with faces on them. Yeah, you going to fight him? You going to fight him? Cried Bixlow's 3 floating dolls, the source of Bixlow's mystic might when in battle. The tall, muscular blonde man just shot his 3 subordinates a glare before snarling, "Of course I am going to fight him. After Scarlet's pathetic display I need to, otherwise Fairy Tail will look weak. Anyway, after I crush this loser I can take over as guild master and take this guild in the direction it needs to go." With that he jumped, taking off from where he was previously perched on one of the buildings overlooking the makeshift fighting ring that his cousin had made. What the hell? How is this even possible? Gray muttered in shock as he stared at the unconscious figure of Urza as the blonde handed her over to Mira. That was an amazing fight. I can't believe Urza lost. Naruto is a lot tougher than I thought. You can tell he is a Drayar. The Maku shouted as the crowd was screaming with cheers and applause, money changing hands and drinks being passed around. For some in the crowd this was one of the best fights they had ever seen. They witnessed a whole new AGIC and the previously untouchable Urza be defeated.
What a freaking man, Elfman roared. He shouted, Urza unconscious, that is so manly it is insane.
Hush Elfman. Urza could have been really hurt if Naruto wasn't careful, Mira said, sending Naruto a disapproving look, clearly thinking he was being too harsh. Easy now, good looking. I was careful, some of my shouts have the potential to be deadly. So chill out, she will wake up in a few minutes, probably in time to watch my next fight. Naruto responded lazily, sticking his tongue out and at the attractive barmaid. Mira, both mollified and at the same time slightly concerned by his answer, took Urza off of him and after a quick scan could see she was just a bit battered and cut up. No serious injuries, luckily her armor protected her from most damage. I will take her inside with Natsu. Make sure there is no internal injuries. Do try and be careful next time, master, they are members of your guild, not enemies. With that last comment Mira recruited the help of Jet and Droy, 2 of Fairy Tail less well-known wizards, to help her take Urza inside. Okay, Urza is defeated. Who do people think the next challenger will be? Place your bets now. Who do you think is brave or stupid enough to take on our ass-kicking master? Kana Alberona, an attractive brunette who was wearing only a blue bikini top and the quarter-length pants, shouted to the crowd as she took a swig from a tankard of ale she was holding. With a flash of lightning a figure appeared in the middle of the makeshift arena, a tall blonde-haired figure wearing a leopard print button-up shirt. There is no need for bets, Kana. No, because I challenge this pathetic wannabe. I deserve to be master, not him, me Laxus Drayar, the strongest wizard of Fairy Tail, not some nobody that the old man probably scraped out of the gutter. Come on, gutter trash, are you brave enough to face me? Will you face my challenge? Ha, prepare master, prepare to face the might of Laxus. Freed shouted as the rest of the Thunder Legion cheered him on. Very well, Laxus, my sexually confused and over-aggressive relative, I will take you up on your challenge. Who knows, it may be fun kicking that 6-foot pole you have wedged up your ass out. It may make you less sexually frustrated and more tolerable to be around. Naruto replied cheerfully, his answer to Laxus getting multiple snorts of laughter and ooze from the audience. I will make you eat those words, freak, right after I take the position of guild master from you, Laxus snarled with barely contained rage, lightning crackling off of his body. What has happened to you, Laxus, to make you so angry, so volatile? I know you're not all bad, but you need to learn. You need to learn that strength and power isn't everything. You need to be humbled and brought low before you rise out of the ashes. Naruto thought with concern as he looked at the rage on Laxus's face. There was utter silence as the two spiky-haired blondes stood facing each other, one looking in his mid-20s wearing a brown fur-trimmed leather jacket and black shirt and the other looking in his mid-20s wearing a leopard print button-up shirt. Both looking so similar but acting so different, whereas on the one hand Naruto was stood casually, his hands in his pockets, giving Laxus a bored look. Laxus was stood glaring at Naruto, his hands clenched into tight fists and his body coated with lightning. Just as the tension was reaching an intolerable level, Naruto let out a lazy yawn before shouting out, "Begin."
That was it. As soon as the word "begin" left Naruto's mouth, Laxus leapt into action.
Yawning, Naruto brought his hands up to his mouth, his blue eyes flashing up to see Laxus rearing back a fist coated in yellow lightning magic. Smiling at Laxus's straightforward attack, he rapidly brought his forearm up in a guard position, channeling magic into it to strengthen his muscles and bones as he did so.
The punch crashed into his arm and sent him flying backwards, static running over his body as he flew back. Naruto leaned back, rolling with the momentum the force of the attack caused. Flipping around as he flew back, the blonde easily landed on his feet and with a shrug of the shoulders he shook of the static electricity running through his body. A dust and rock explosion went up around Naruto as he landed. Outside the dust cloud, Laxus used his lightning magic to turn his body into pure lightning as he flashed into away from the spreading dust cloud via one of his lightning bolts.
He had learned enough from the previous two fights to know that letting his guard down around Naruto was a sure way to lose. So, is this all that Fairy Tail's mighty fourth master can do? I mean, are you serious? Because you might have well give me the title now and save yourself the pain and humiliation. Laxus shouted, trying to provoke the blonde into making a mistake. Instead of a scathing remark about his sexual life or orientation or degrading retort that Laxus expected, he instead heard Naruto shout some unfamiliar words at him.
Wold na kest. Whirlwind sprint. Instead of a wave of some powerful, terrifying wave of magic people were expecting, instead they saw a gold and brown blur shooting forwards so fast that a dull boom was heard as he passed the sound barrier. Within the span of a fraction of a second, Naruto had shot forward and brought a fist straight into Laxus' gut.
Crunch was the devastating noise heard as Naruto brought his fist into Laxus's gut, throwing Laxus at least 20 meters away, his body gaining air as he flew backwards before crashing into ground, creating another large cloud of dust and rock. The watching crowd was silent as they saw the aftermath of the devastating attack. Naruto was holding a clearly broken wrist out in front of him, watching dispassionately as the broken bones in his arm visibly pulled themselves back together, rapidly healing as they did so, the torn-up skin on his wrist following suit as within a span of 30 seconds his wrist fixed itself and the only evidence that there was any injury at all was the red smear of blood on his wrist and cuff. Suffice to say, his attack, then little healing act, had the members of Fairy Tail all muttering to each other about how powerful he was and what limits he actually had. As for Laxus, well, bleared. A retching sound was heard, then the sound of something wet hitting the ground, and as the dust cloud cleared, Laxus could be seen hunched over, gasping as he wiped his mouth, a small pool of brown frothy liquid on the floor in front of him, a queasy look on his face. Well, that was disgusting. If you knew you were so scared of me you were going to be sick, you could have at least warned me. Naruto chuckled as he shook his wrist slightly, trying to get some feeling back into it, quite pleased with himself over the little humbling he gave Laxus. Screaming in fury, all caution thrown to the wind, bolts of electrical energy exploded from Laxus as he lashed out at Naruto, shooting forwards coated in lightning, swinging his fist wildly as he went. Leaping backwards, Naruto waited for a gap in Laxus's attacks before he shot forwards, his arm surrounded by lightning as he nailed another of what he liked to call his thunder punches, straight into Laxus's gut again. The blow sent him flying backwards through the air, with enough force to make him fall to the floor and start retching again. Naruto sighed as he again waited for Laxus to stop retching. Seeing the death glare he was receiving, Naruto sighed out. "Oh come on, it is not like it is my fault you have a weak stomach, little Kusen." Upon hearing Laxus's growl, Naruto decided that it may be for the best if he started fighting properly and stopped flat out humiliating his great-grandson, as fun as it was. After all, if he continued absolutely humiliating Laxus like this, he would hardly endear himself to the rest of the guild. Despite to beat the living daylights out of Naruto, Laxus forcefully calmed himself down and smirked.
Have you had your fun or are you ready to fight properly? If you don't start taking this seriously I might have to hurt you.
Laughing a bit at his bluster, Naruto gave him a slightly condescending look. Are you serious? Alright, enough fun, let's get this fight going. Don't hold back, though the only eye you will be able to beat me is if you come at me with the intent to kill.
That statement certainly got a response if the look of shock on Laxus's and the rest of the guild's faces had anything to say. Several including Mira and Gray made mutter about how intense he was and whether he was actually serious. And one guy shouting how manly he was, no points for guessing who that was.
Narrowing his eyes, Laxus growled. What do you expect me to try and kill you? Are you insane or do you just have a death wish? Naruto rolled his eyes. Please, you have as much chance of killing me as well. I don't know, just imagine I said something witty.
Laxus growled at the other blonde man's nonchalance and the insult that was him disregarding Laxus as even a threat to him, but he smirked, a wicked gleam appearing in his eye as he stared down his cousin. So, that would mean then if I killed you, I will be the next undisputed guild master.
Lowering his center of gravity as he got into a fighting stance, Naruto merely smirked at Laxus before saying, You have to kill me first, honorable grandson. Laxus simply chuckled as his body was once again coated in lightning. The magical power was so thick around him that it actually caused several of the weaker guild members to start shaking and falling to their knees. Focusing on Laxus's light show, Naruto prepared himself for whatever attack Laxus's was building up for.
You ready, loser? Because you need to be. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as for the first time in the fight he lost track of Laxus's. He must have used all the power he had gathered and channeled the lightning magic into his limbs, making him stronger, faster and more durable.
Lightning magic. Lightning rush. As he heard Laxus's shout, Naruto quickly scanned the area looking for his opponent, before he heard a sudden crash of lightning and felt a powerful elbow smash into the back of his head. The blow made him fly head first into the ground, consequently shattering it and digging up a large furrow of earth as he landed. Standing up and shaking his head slightly, Naruto looked back over at the now laughing Laxus. He had moved so fast he hadn't seen him, that genuinely impressed him. He had no doubts he could have tracked him if he had reinforced himself with lightning too.
Naruto frowned. No need to stoke his already large ego. Standing up straight, the blonde let out an audible and clearly disappointed sigh. Well, don't get me wrong, you were fast. Pity your attack was not quite strong enough. You need both strength and speed if you want to take me out, kid.
The jab cut Laxus's laughter short and the man glared over dangerously. You really want to try me, boy, because if you're not careful I will show you how strong I am. Naruto held his arms out wide. Do your worst, you little, if you ask me you're all bark and no bite.
Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Laxus began to channel magic through his body as lightning began to crackle around him.
Arrogance comes before the fall. Naruto muttered to himself as he observed the yellow lightning crackling Laxus as he gathered his magic for his attack. Time to finish this, he thought. Laxus smirked smugly as he saw Naruto waiting for his strike. He quickly gathered his magic and unleashed his attack. Lightning magic. Lightning punch. As he charged forward, his fist was enveloped in an orb of lightning before he charged at Naruto with incredible speeds. Smirking victoriously as he noticed his opponent not moving, he charged more magic into his punch, hoping to finally put the blonde in his place. Naruto didn't even bat an eyelash at the speeds in which Laxus was traveling, having now become accustomed to his lightning-enhanced speed. You should just give up, kid. Naruto said from behind Laxus before he kicked his legs from under him, resulting in the lightning user falling flat on his back with a pained grunt due to his legs being taken out from under him. As he fell, the lightning around his body began to dissipate, because no matter what you try, you aren't quite in my league yet. Naruto continued cheerfully, staring down at his fallen form. The audience looked on in pin-drop silence as they again witnessed their new guild master take Laxus down, despite him being a powerful S-class mage of Fairy Tail and one of the strongest members of the guild. However, it seemed Laxus was just as tough as ever as he began to shakily get back on his feet.
How? Laxus growled as he got up to his feet. How the hell are you doing this? I am the strongest in the guild, not you, not Guildarts me. Laxus lost it, his already frayed patience snapping as he charged at Naruto once again. Lightning magic, thunder wave. This attack resulted in a wave of fast-moving barrage of lightning bolts that shot at Naruto at high speeds. They bolts caused electrical explosions as they connected. Finally, Just stay down. Laxus growled tiredly as he stepped back winded from his last attack.
Naruto didn't stay down, instead he shrugged off the powerful attack like it nothing. Leaping forwards, the blonde responded with another devastating punch straight in the opposing lightning mage's face, sending him flying off once again.
The cheering audience knew now that Laxus didn't stand a chance against the blonde, as every attack he threw at him he shook off as if they were nothing, and responded with devastating strikes.
Laxus groaned as he felt a sharp pain as he started to get up. He was starting to understand that he had undervalued his opponent's power significantly as he observed Naruto staring at him as he walked back into the ring from where he had previously been sent. Shaking his head, he knew he couldn't give up. He knew this was his best chance at making Guildmaster. He couldn't let slide by. The lightning user channeled as much lightning as he could around his body, going for broke this time. "This is it," he said with a gasp before he charged at the blonde Guildmaster as fast as he could. "Just go down," he shouted as he channeled even more of his magic into his last attack.
Hearing a loud rush of energy, Naruto focused on the Laxus's lightning-wreathed form before him and frowned as he noticed a large amount of electricity forming in Laxus's raised hands. It charged rapidly and he could tell that Laxus was putting his everything into his attack. Whatever was coming, Naruto knew that upon completion it would be massive. The muscular man shouted out in effort as he hurled his attack straight at Naruto.
Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the power flying off the compressed lightning bolt. From one lightning wizard to another, he would happily admit to being impressed. Therefore he decided to throw caution to the wind and prepare himself.
Fime Zii Gron. Become ethereal. Filling his lungs with magic, he used his words to shape his shout magic and released it. Instantly the magic shot out of his mouth like a wave, then went back and coated him with its power. At the exact same time Laxus hurled his attack straight at Naruto, hands thrust out before him. Heavenward halberd. Out of his hands very large trident formed made entirely of lightning. The sheer amount of power it exuded was huge.
At Laxus, with a massive shout of effort, hurled it at Naruto as hard as he could. An explosion went off a split second later and Naruto was swallowed within the massive bright light. The ground all around him was shattered and a massive wave of power was released during the impact. The wave of power went so far as to throw more than a few of the watching guild members off of their feet. Laughing cruelly, Laxus's eyes shone as he watched the spectacle. I can't believe you were actually stupid enough to take my heavenward halberd head on. You don't deserve to be Guildmaster, I do."
Lightning flashed and crackled around the area Naruto had previously stood. Where once there was a flat, if a bit damaged piece of land, there was now a smoking crater. Laxus's laughter, however, was only short-lived as the smoke cleared, revealing Naruto stood in the middle of a now sizable hole in the ground. His body was wreathed a mysterious green energy, making him look spectral in appearance. The energy around him actually made him look translucent. Raising his head, the blonde looked up at Laxus, a smile on his face as he looked up at him. Before Laxus' very eyes the energy dissipated, revealing a totally unharmed Naruto. "Sorry old boy." The Become ethereal shout, "It as you can probably imagine makes me ethereal, and when combined with my very high resistance to lightning, well, it means you can't beat me." Naruto spoke up, a kind smile on his face as he looked out the sickly-looking Laxus.
Wah! He wasn't given a chance to finish his question before Naruto flashed in front of him in a bolt of lightning, delivering a thunderous lightning-powered kick to the side of his head. Laxus was flung backwards in a spiraling blast, his head ringing from the strike, darkness tugging at his vision. That wasn't the end of it though, as Naruto managed to get behind him in another flash of lightning, and this time he delivered a solid blow with an elbow into Laxus's already abused gut. Gasping as he felt his Laxus crashed into the ground. He was battered and exhausted both physically and magically. This was it, he couldn't carry on, he wasn't strong enough. With a final muffled growl, Laxus collapsed into unconsciousness. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. How did he do that? How can he be so strong? Gray gasped out, both awe and a bit of fear in his face as he took in the sight of the fallen Laxus before him. Laxus tried, but there is always someone better than you, and Laxus has finally met his match. Hopefully he will learn from this and become a better wizard and a better person. Mira rippled to Gray, a sad smile on her face as she looked on at the fallen Laxus. And we have a final result. The undisputed master Naruto destroying the competition. Kana shouted to the now excitedly talking crowd. Those who bet on him to win collect your winnings, and those who fucked up and lost, pay up. Similar sort of conversations were happening all through the crowd as they looked to the victorious Naruto, all of them now fully respecting both his power and his right to be master, even if it was temporary. "Alright guild people, go about your daily life or whatever, show's over," Naruto shouted as he walked through the watching crowd in the direction of the guild building. "Oh, and tall guy with the scar, elf boy or something, you look big, grab Laxus and take him to the guild infirmary."
The only response he got was a shout of man and elf boy turning towards the fallen Laxus with the intention to pick him up, followed closely by 3 other fairy tale ages, one of which a guy with long green hair was crying.
"Thank the gods that shit's over, I need a goddamn drink," the blonde muttered irritably as he shouldered his way through the crowd and into the guild. Lucy Heartfilia was feeling a mixture of emotions as she ran through the busy and bustling town of Magnolia, following the spiky pink-haired fire wizard Natsu, who she had met in Harjin Town.
Lucy was an attractive girl in her late teens with brown eyes and shoulder-length blonde hair that was at the moment tied by a blue ribbon in a small ponytail to the right side of her head with the rest of the hair loose. The most noticeable thing about Lucy though was her very busty physique, something that was very noticeable to passers-by as she ran past them.
"Ah! There it is!" Happy shouted as Lucy looked ahead and saw the building that belonged to her most favorite magical guild in the world, Fairy Tale. Lucy grinned as wide as possible at the sight of her dream guild, her eyes sparkling in delight at her dream of joining Fairy Tale being so close at hand. Natsu grinned as well at the sight of the building. The building he loved more than anything in the world. It was filled with the laughter and cheerful smiles of his friends and comrades. "Well, come on then. Let's go," Natsu shouted to his blonde companion as he grabbed her hat and started running towards the front door, with Happy his flying blue cat chasing after him. "Haha, okay then," Lucy laughed as she was pulled along after them, Agron still plastered on her face. When they reached the front door of the guild, however, Lucy's excitement turned to slight nervousness. Her body shook slightly at the thought of maybe getting rejected by the master, because that would crush her dream.
What if they don't accept me in? What will I do then? She asked herself while looking at the 2 large wooden doors in front of her.
"Chill out. Trust me, you have nothing to worry about, Luigi." Natsu laughed as he gave her a toothy grin.
"It's Lucy," Lucy corrected him with a sigh. It was not the first time since she had met the Pinkett that she had to correct him. In fact, she was beginning to think he was doing it on purpose. The giggling cat certainly backed up her theory.
"Welcome to Fairy Tale," was the reply she received from the grinning dragon slayer. Lucy felt herself calm down slight as she saw their grins, and taking a deep breath she nodded her head. Then the 3 pushed open the door. "Everyone, we're back," Natsu and Happy both shouted in excitement. As they looked around the guild, they saw multiple guild members shouting and drinking. Mostly drinking, as several were all shouting out rude drinking chants, sloshing their beer over themselves as they sang. The blonde-haired mage slowly walked inside. She was looking around the loud, cheerful place, taking in her surroundings as she looked around. It was a huge open space with wooden tables lined up around the room. Sitting on the tables was all sorts of different-looking people. Some she recognized from Sorcerer's Magazine, and there were some she didn't recognize. She was so entranced with her surroundings that she barely noticed charging at a buck-toothed wizard who had just made a joke about Natsu destroying Harjin, and then all hell broke loose as the buck-toothed mage crashed into another wizard who responded by punching him back. Soon enough, a huge brawl broke out throughout the guild, with tables, chairs and bottles being thrown all over the place as the wizards clashed, laughing as they fought. "So this is Fairy Tale," the celestial mage said in awe as she gazed around the building.
"Ha ha ha." Everyone bowed down before the might Natsu. Natsu roared, letting out a jet of flame from his mouth as he stood victoriously on top of a pile of dazed wizards. Lucy, finally noticing what was happening around her, just looked on in wonder and confusion. "So Natsu is back, is he?" Gray Fullbuster shouted out, walking into the fray, looking for his fiery rival. That was of course before a sudden punch was delivered to side of his head. Gray crashed into one of the tables and immediately stood up, giving high attacker, Natsu, a dark glare. "You're asking for it now, Matchstick," Gray yelled at him, before tackling him into the another huddle of fighting wizards. "You," Gray growled as he delivered his own punch into Natsu's gut, "bastard." "Ha ha ha ha." Loud laughter was heard from Natsu as he and Gray started slugging it out on the floor. "Gray. Your clothes."
Came the random shout from Kana Alberona as she pointed out how Gray had somehow lost his white coat and dark clothes and was now. Gah! What the hell? Gray yelled in shock, with Kana sighing in resigned annoyance. Ha 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 ha. You're an idiot, icicle cock. Natsu laughed. Shut up, charcoal breath. Gray yelled back. Damn. You are all idiots. Kana muttered. Another one of those undignified idiots.
I really hate that, she muttered before taking the large barrel of alcohol by her feet and began to chug it down. Lucy gawked as the entire guild continued to turn into a battle royal. Lucy watched in horror as the place began to get torn apart, with tables and chairs either being thrown or breaking due to attacks or bodies crashing into them, and rivers of alcohol seemed to gather, creating small lakes of beer on the ground that the fighting mages rolled around in.
Oh my. It sure has been a while since the guild was so rowdy. Mirjane commented, bringing a hand up her mouth in amusement, not quite covering the warm smile that was on her face. With her piece said, she turned to the unfamiliar busty blonde who was staring around the guild hall, an expression of both shock and happiness spread across her face. And who are you? Mira asked nicely.
Why, you're Mirjane. Oh, it's really you. Like in the flesh. Oh, one of the most beautiful women in Fury. Lucy stuttered in shock and amazement, almost fangirling out at seeing the beautiful and famous Mirjane in person, having admiring her in her magazine on a weekly basis. She then turned back to the destruction the members of the guild were doing to the guild building and pointed toward it. So, why is everyone fighting? I mean, is this kind of thing normal?
Mirjane simply giggled at the blonde's question. There is no need to worry. This kind of thing happens all the time, more so in the last few months. It is just a bit of fun. It only ever gets really serious when the master is drunk. Lucy blinked at Mirjane's answer before she looked back at the ongoing chaos and her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it, but they actually were enjoying themselves. All of them were smiling and laughing, while being punched, kicked or thrown by each other into the furniture and floor. She didn't know how all this could make them this happy. Lucy looked back at Mirjane just in time to see her dodge an oncoming bottle, the kind smile never leaving her face. So Lucy, what have you come to Fairy Tale for, if I can ask? Mirjane asked Lucy even as she moved around her immediate area, saving what furniture and tankards she could from the destruction. Oh well, I came here with Natsu and... Well, I was wondering if I could join Fairy Tale? She felt her heart skip a beat. What if she got rejected? Would she be able to handle it? Of course. Anyone is welcome to join Fairy Tale as long as they are able to use magic, Mirjane told her, promptly gently redirecting her brother's body so he crashed into the floor and not her as he was thrown bodily at her by the combined team of Natsu and Gray.
Really? Lucy looked surprised at this. I don't have to take a test or anything. Do I have to be interviewed? What about Fairy Tale's guild master? I heard Fairy Tale recently got a new one a few months ago. What is he like? She couldn't help but bombard Mirjane with questions, making doubly sure that this wasn't all part of some sneak test.
Nope. No tests and interviews, that's not the guild's way, never was and never will be, the pretty barmaid replied, shaking her head as she righted an overturned table, before turning back to the Fairy Tale hopeful, a thoughtful look on her face. But yes, about almost 3 months ago our previous master took a short break to a Kane resort for a couple of months' relaxation, due to some health issues. In his stead, he decided to make one of his relatives temporary guild master until he returns.
Lucy's face adopted a shocked expression. She had heard that Fairy Tale had a new master, but Sorcerer's Weekly had not printed who. Wow, Laxus Drayar, the really powerful S-class wizard, is guild master. She had heard all about Laxus Drayar, the grandson of Makarov, and speculated to be on track for being a member of the Wizard Saints in a few years, and he was ranked number 9 in Sorcerer's Weekly's most dateable wizards list.
Oh goodness no, although he wanted the position, Master Makarov refused and gave it to someone else. He was given an opportunity to challenge the current master for the right to lead, but was beaten quite badly. No one has really seen him much since. He only comes to the guild to pick up high-ranking jobs now. From what I have heard, he is training himself non-stop, hoping to one day come back and win the right to be master, Mirjane told her, whispering the last bit to her, almost like it was a guilty secret. So no, Laxus isn't the current guild master. The current guild master is actually Naruto Drayar, and... oh well, here he comes now, probably back from a council meeting. Lucy quickly turned around and saw a spiky blonde-haired man walk into the guild. He was around 6 feet tall, had tan skin and jolly blue eyes that seemed to twinkle with barely restrained mirth. He was wearing a pair of black jeans, and over the black jeans he had black high-top boots which reached an inch or two below his kneecaps. His button-up shirt was a silvery gray color. Over his clothes he wore a brown leather jacket, with a fur-trimmed collar.
"Whoa, he's kind of hot," Lucy couldn't help but blurt out, having instead expected a powerful middle-aged man, so to be confronted by a man who looked in his mid-20s but was still strong enough to defeat Laxus was a surprise. Good luck with that, you wouldn't be the first in the guild to try it on with him.
As far as I am concerned, he is more likely to get into a relationship with a bottle of sake than with another human being, Lucy heard a brunette say before the brunette drank from a large barrel of booze. Naruto is our very own local, absolute great shag, from what I heard from some of the residents of Magnolia, but completely uninterested in committing any time soon. She grinned after she finished drinking from the barrel. I would try him out myself, if he hadn't already shot down a couple of guild members, telling them he finds inter-guild relationships too messy, no matter what they may be. Naruto. Fight me! Natsu suddenly yelled while charging at the blonde, his fight with Gray forgotten as he homed in on his, or at least in Natsu's mind, rival for the strongest in fairy tale. Natsu's entire right arm blazed with flames as he made his way towards Naruto, the name of his technique just about to leave his lips. Before. Oi, look, Igneal's behind you, Naruto shouted while pointing at the area behind Natsu, a look of mock shock on his face as he did so. Natsu immediately stopped and turned around, only to see nothing but fighting guildmates. He then turned to face Naruto, angry at him for trying to dodge out on fighting him again, only to hear Fus Ro Da. Unrelenting force, and then a wall of blue magic struck him head-on, the impact causing him to go flying back, crashing through a nearby table and then continuing on for around 10 feet before he smashed into a group of fighting wizards. Master. No shouting in the guild, you know that. Mira shouted, completely unfazed by the magical slap Natsu had just received.
Ah, come on, it is fun to Fus Ro Da Natsu. Naruto responded with a sheepish smile, watching as the rest of the guild all stopped fighting and instead gathered round, ready to watch Mira try and lecture Naruto. I could always give him a lightning Rasengan. I mean, what is a little disintegration between friends? Mira. Lucy went bug-eyed at that comment and at the lightning Rasengan spell the guild master had both just named and created in his hand. A glowing, swirling, pure white ball of crackling, electrical, magical power. Lucy could barely look at it without squinting. It was like he was holding a miniature sun in his hand. And as quickly as it appeared it left, leaving Lucy blink spots out of her eyes, and the guild in momentary silence as they took in the technique. Will you stop showing off that stupid ball thing? If you're not going to use it in the guild, you shouldn't keep pulling it out. Mira scolded, already used to the blonde showing off in front of newbies with his Rasengan. We are talking about the Rasengan here, aren't we, Mira? Naruto responded with a wink and a saucy smile, before continuing. Anyway, I didn't hear you telling me I couldn't give Natsu a Rasengan enema. Master, Mira shouted, in a resigned voice, having obviously gotten used to the blonde's mischief. Cheater. You tricked me. That's not fair. Natsu shouted, interrupting Mira and Naruto's conversation, much to the disappointment of some of the now gathered spectators. Natsu, oblivious to all, glared at Naruto, who was at that moment pulling a bottle of his sake from somewhere about to take a sip. Yeah. Well, life isn't fair, Nathan. Or whatever your name is, the blonde said lazily, waving the dragon slayer away, knowing doing so would only annoy him more. Then, his job of annoying Natsu done, he gained a serious look on his face, as he looked around the guild, his expression getting the attention of everyone present. I think that's the first time I've seen him with a serious look on his face, Elfman stated a bit worriedly, somewhat scared the blonde may Fus Ro Da them all, or maybe even put his Rasengan to use for once. Me too, Wakaba gulped. What do you expect? He just came from a meeting with the Magic Council. The blonde pulled a stack of papers from behind his back, a place where sake bottles and paperwork mysteriously disappeared and appeared from. No one knew how yet. The stack of papers was around 6 inches thick, which he lifted up into the air, shaking it at the assembled mages. Do you know what this is? Naruto questioned them. Complete and utter silence as they awaited for the inevitable tongue lashing they were about to receive. You little shits have done it again, haven't you? Look at these.
All of these documents were given to me by the Bloody Council.
He yelled and then started to name all the incidents each member caused. Lucy was astonished at all the things he was listening. From casually walking through the busy streets of a town gray to a talent agency charging the guild compensation loke. You guys, the council was so angry at me they talked my ear off for 3 hours. Lucy started shaking in fear as she saw the blonde master beginning to leak magical power, small bits of lightning running along his body as he did so.
Yup. He's pissed. Yeah, big time, man. I wonder what he's going to do to us. He can be scary sometimes. Remember what he did to Natsu last time he ate his ramen. Don't remind me, I am very disappointed in you, the blonde stated. If you're going to destroy stuff, don't get caught doing it, that way the council won't receive complaints about us and I won't be nagged by them. He grinned. Already know that the chances of Fairy Tail not breaking stuff was non-existent. To be fair, they helped out a lot more than they broke stuff, so on the scales of karma they were still in the green. The Fairy Tail mages couldn't help but face palm at what the blonde had just said. That was before they realized they were in the clear and started cheering and partying again, righting fallen table and chairs, passing new tankards of beer and bottles of sake around as they partied.
What an irresponsible thing to say. Yeah, but better than him shouting at, "Meh, fuck it, let's party."
What a man. Let's get this party started. I wish Ezra was here.
Shut up, Nav. As they all started partying, Naruto channeled lightning into his hand, causing the stack of papers crinkle and then start to burn. With that done, he threw it at a cheering Natsu, who upon seeing it leapt at it, catching it in his mind. As this was going on, he headed towards the guild bar where Mirjane and the new busty blonde he had briefly met when he came into the guild standing, both chatting as the blonde helped Mira clean up.
Oi, Mira. I know it's not my birthday, but you didn't have to get me a stripper. The blonde exclaimed, deciding to rile up Mira again. He loved the flustered look she got when he said things like that. That wasn't to say he wasn't checking the busty blonde out, because he was. It took Lucy a few seconds to realize he had called her a stripper. I'm not a stripper. She snapped at him in outrage, all her previous nervousness gone as her fiery attitude returned to her full force. Ah, pity. At her continued glare, Naruto burst out laughing. I am just screwing with you, lass. What can I do for you? Her name is Lucy and she's interested in being a fairy tale mage. Mira spoke up for the blonde, casting a glare at Naruto, telling him to behave. Is that so? Naruto eyed her. He noticed celestial keys hanging from her belt. You're a celestial mage, huh? Nice, I always fancied trying that magic out, never really had the time. Oh, really? Well, I would let you try, but celestial keys only work to their contracted wizard. I see. Ah, well, no problems. So anyway, if you really want to join the mighty Fairy Tail Guild, then there is one thing I need to make sure. Naruto told her, ignoring Mira's warning glare. A smile almost breaking onto his face as he did so. Lucy gulped.
What is this thing going be? I thought Mira said there was no test for joining. Lucy thought nervously as she waited for the mischievous blonde master to tell her what she needed to do to officially join the guild. Just as she was preparing herself for some terrible task, she felt something tap her on her butt. She blinked and turned her head down to see a hand there. However, it wasn't anyone's hand. It was Fairy Tail Guild's master's hand.
Yep, everything seems to be in order, Naruto commented, waiting for her reaction. Lucy blushed bright red, before she brought her fist flying up, catching the blonde in the gut and sending him almost over the bar. You pervert! Lucy shouted with a bright red face, holding her fist in front of her, ready to strike again with all her feminine fury. Hee hee. Naruto chuckled in amusement, pulling himself up straight as he did so. You're a feisty one. You will definitely do well in Fairy Tail. Does that mean I can join or not? Lucy demanded, calming down slightly upon seeing he was joking.
Of course you can. If you have enough balls to almost punch me through the bar, you're a natural Fairy Tail member. He grinned as Mirjane handed him a glass of freshly poured sake to ease his stomach. Lucy's face lit up in excitement. She was going to be a mage of Fairy Tail. Her dream of joining her favorite guild was going to become a reality. She squealed in excitement. Now then, where would you like it? Mirjane asked Lucy. Upon hearing that, Lucy was slightly confused at first, no doubt expecting it to be perverted in some way, but then she saw the stamp Mira had in her hands and understood. Right here. She showed Mirjane the back of her right hand and the barmaid nodded.
She stamped the symbol of fairy tale on her hand, in pink. When it was done, Lucy examined the symbol and grinned in excitement, throwing a brilliant smile at Naruto and Mira. Before she ran over to Natsu to show him her new guild mark. "Hey Natsu. Look, I'm officially a member of Fairy Tail."
Natsu turned and grinned at her. "Wah, oh that's great Luigi." Happy agreed. Lucy snickered, placing her other hand on top of the mark, for once ignoring Natsu getting her name wrong, to happy to care now that she was a full-fledged member of Fairy Tail.
Haha, glad to finally have another girl around her. This place was turning into a real sausage fest. Kana grinned at Lucy. "Don't worry about the master, he can be a jerk sometimes but he truly does care for us. That little test of his was his way of making sure you have the courage to defend yourself. If you didn't hit him he probably would have had you spend the next month tagging along with other mages on missions," the brunette stated. At the bar, Mirjane finally took her eyes off of the happy Lucy, before turning her eyes to Naruto and glaring at him. "You know she is probably going to think you're a pervert now." "Me? A pervert? Surely not. No, I would never dream of being a pervert. I saw the consequences of perversion happen to my godfather many times. Poor Jiraiya, may you peak on the women in the next life forevermore," Naruto responded, his voice dripping with sincerity as he defended himself, vague happy memories of his long-dead godfather lingering in his head as he did so. Master Naruto, sir." Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard that voice. Turning around he looked down and saw Romeo, the son of Maku, one of Fairy Tail's wizard, walking up to him, a vulnerable expression on his face. Catching the boy's eye, the blonde raised his eyebrow and gestured for him to speak. "My father has gone on a quest. He was supposed to be back today. Do you know what might have happened?" the little boy asked. Tears threatened to escape from the corners of his eyes. "Missions are sometimes tricky, Romeo. Sometimes you can lose track of the time," Naruto replied to the kid, when seeing his words weren't comforting Naruto's side before continuing. "Tell you what, kid, if your dad isn't back by tomorrow I will send a couple of wizards to look for him. He probably is running late, but I suppose it is better safe than sorry. That do you, kid?" Romeo merely smiled at Naruto, somewhat comforted by his words, before turning round and running off to find Wakaba, who he was currently staying with, to tell him the news. Letting out a sigh when the kid was far enough away, Naruto started rubbing his forehead with his hand. He wasn't cut out for leading the guild. He knew that. Thinking back on it, he was glad he never did become Hokage. The stress would have probably driven him to an early grave. No, after the Shinobi War and being sent battered and bruised into fury, Naruto had come to a realization. He was most at home out there, in the middle of the action, not stuck behind a desk dealing with paperwork. It had been almost 3 months since he had taken over, and he was feeling the urge for an adventure. He may take a little mission soon to tide himself over. Hopefully Maki would be back sometime in the next few and he could stop being guild master and take an S-class or something interesting, just to get the blood pumping. Mira. Why is Natsu's food on fire?" Lucy, Fairy Tail's newest member, spoke up, a surprised expression on her face as she pointed towards the flaming plate Mira had just served Natsu. "Oh, this is just Natsu's breakfast." Mirjane replied back, a friendly smile on her face as she did so. He eats fire for breakfast," Lucy responded in shock. Mirjane merely nodded at her surprised expression. "Yep," the white-haired barmaid replied back, before heading off to deliver Natsu his flaming food. "Here you go, Natsu." Natsu merely let out a whoop of excitement as she placed his food on the table and he started digging in. "Thanks, Mira," Natsu shouted to her as he started to stuff his face with food. "Hey, what about me, Mira?" Happy asked as Mirjane merely smiled and pulled her other hand out from behind her back to reveal a fish she held in her hand. Happy's face glistened with excitement as Mirjane handed him the fish and he started going down to town on it. Mirjane giggled at the two before walking away to attend to other members of the guild. "Hey Natsu." Wakaba, a middle-aged man with a pipe, whispered to the pink-haired dragon slayer. Natsu turned his head to look at him, grinning as he continued to eat. "Where did you find such a cutie?" he asked with a wide pervy grin. "I wonder if she'll join my team," a man next to Wakaba shouted out, laughing, his eyes twinkling as he checked out the busty blonde girl. "Ha, good luck with that," Natsu shouted at them as he devoured the last piece of his food in one gulp, glaring at the two men. "It's been a while since I've been on a mission," Natsu shouted out as he started stretching before he headed over to the request board, Happy following on behind him. Well,
What kind of request should we go on happy? He asked his partner, even as he started to check out the available missions. Before he was interrupted by a shout from over at the bar.
Did my daddy come back today? Natsu turned his head over to see a little black-haired boy who was talking to Naruto.
No sorry kid, Maku hasn't come back yet, Naruto told Romeo with a sigh. A, are you going to send someone to get my daddy then? B, because why you said that you would send someone to get him if my daddy wasn't back? The boy asked, tears starting to appear in his eyes. Makao's job is at Mount Hakob, isn't it? Naruto asked with a kindly smile to the kid, raising an eyebrow as he did so. It's not far away, he should be back by now. The boy replied, looking hopefully up at the blonde guild master. Please look for him, I'm worried about him.
All right. A promise is a promise after all. Oi Natsu. Naruto yelled, looking around the guild for where the pesky, pink-haired dragon slayer had gone. Upon seeing him standing at the missions board looking curiously over at the confrontation between him and Romeo. Yeah, you Pinky, got to Mount Hakobe and find Maku. You might as well take the new girl Lucy with you, it would be a good first mission for her. Sure thing, master. Come on Happy, let's go save Maku. Natsu shouted, turning around and running towards the door, Happy running after him. Oi, dipshit, I said take Lucy with you. Naruto shouted out, stopping Natsu in his tracks, as he did an about-face and ran up to Lucy. Come on, let's go Lucy, we need to go save Maku, Natsu said, taking Lucy's hand in his as he started dragging her to the door. Oh okay let's go then, was Lucy's slightly confused reply as she began jogging after Natsu, mentally preparing herself for her first fairy tale mission as she did so. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Back in the guild hall. Are you sure sending Lucy and Natsu was the best of ideas, master? Mirjane asked Naruto, looking worriedly in the directions the two wizards had left. Yeah, should be fine, it is only a short trip to Mount Hakob and Maku didn't take a particularly difficult mission. His mission was just to clear out a few Balkans from their mountain lair. He replied cheerfully, good experience for a newbie. But, do the two of them even know what kind of request Makao took? Mirjane asked. Because it might be a bit of a shock to Lucy, Balkans are hardly the easiest things for newbie wizards to deal with. Naruto however just waved her worries away. Don't worry about it, Natsu may be as dumb as a stump, but he is a strong wizard and will protect his fellow guild members no matter what. As the two talked, Makao's son Romeo started wiping away his tears. A warm smile appeared on his face as he watched Natsu and Lucy leave the guild building intent on saving Romeo's father. So what will you do now, master? Will you take a little mission now the Maku problem is being resolved? Mira asked as she put a tankard of ale before Naruto, slapping away Kana's hands as she tried to steal it, not patient enough to wait for a refill of her own. Yeah, I have just the one picked out. A mission to steal a book from this Duke Everlue guy. It is only 200,000 jewels, so it should be easy enough, and the job details say that Everlue is looking to recruit a blonde maid. Stealing an impersonation. It is just like in the good old days. Naruto reminisced, thinking back on his time as a shinobi, this mission would probably be categorized as AC rank. Oh okay, sounds like fun, when will you be going? Mira asked with a smile. Naruto merely sent her a smile as he got up. Why, right now Mira, I will be back whenever. Goodbye master, opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Later that day, finally I'm here. Naruto shouted out as he hopped off of the wagon that he had taken, stretching slightly to ease his aching body after the bumpy ride. He took a look at the place their mission was requested from. All in all, it was a pretty nice place. The building was a huge, well-cared-for mansion, not really that surprising considering the client was paying a hefty price for just a book. Next time I am definitely getting here by foot. It's almost as if the driver was bumping the wagon on purpose. Quote. The blonde groaned out as he sent the departing wagon driver a suspicious look. There was of course a reason he took the slow way here, the reason being it gave him an excuse to get away from the guild building for as long as possible. It wasn't that he disliked being in the guild, it was just that it was far more fun being just a member than the master, mainly the paperwork, which was why he rejected his old friend second master Precht's offer of becoming the third master and instead let his son have the position and a chance of get out from under his shadow.
Giving the mansion another appreciative look, Naruto simply turned on his heel and walked in the other direction, deciding to head to a place where he could stuff his mouth with food. It was not like the mission or mansion was going anywhere. One long meal and 4 bottles of sake later, he finished eating, and once arrived in front of the mansion of the clients, knocking on the door as he did so. I can almost picture the disapproval on Myra's face. If she saw me now, I might just tell her to piss her off actually. Naruto thought to himself with a slightly drunken giggle. Picture Myra's frowning face as he did so. "Oi, is anyone going to answer the door?" he shouted after continuously knocking for a minute. It would not be a lie to say he was very close to using his shout magic and just blasting the door down. "Keep your voice down," someone behind the door finally yelled at Naruto. "Who are you and why the hell are you shouting?" I'm from Fairy Tail, so being loud and obnoxious is kind of in the job description. Now are you going to answer the door or should I just kick it down?"
"Easy, no need to do that," the voice hurriedly replied. "I'm sorry, but can you please enter through the back door, please?" "Whatever." Naruto muttered and started walking around the house to the back door. When he eventually reached the back door, he was invited in by the client, a gray-haired, serious-looking man called Kabi Melon, and his rather attractive wife. "I'm dearly sorry for what happened earlier." Kabi apologized sincerely whilst still trying to remain serious. "I'm the client for the mission. My name is Kabi Melon and this here is my wife Miranda Melon." "Don't worry about it, old man, don't hold grudges, far too troublesome." Naruto laughed, taking his client's hand and shaking it firmly, enjoying breaking Kabi's serious facade. Turning Miranda Melon, Naruto slapped a charming smile on his face as he gently took her hand and brushed his lips against it. "As for you, Mrs. Melon, can I just say it is delightful to meet you. In fact, I think meeting you has made my day." "Oh my, how forward." Miranda responded, flushing slightly at the blonde wizard's actions. "Haha, easy now, she is married, you know." Kabi replied, chuckling slightly at his wife's flustered face. "Haha, yeah, I hear that a lot." The blonde responded with a conspiratorial wink to Kabi before he once again turned to Miranda, a smile on his face. "I jest of course, but it is indeed nice to meet you." "Oh, it's nice to meet you too. I'm sorry about before, but you just caught me off guard." Miranda apologized, her cheeks still slightly pink. That's good though. After all, what is life without a few surprises? Though I must say I would have never guessed that mages from the renowned Fairy Tail would actually accept my request." Kabi spoke up, deciding to stop acting serious as he gestured for the blonde wizard to come in. "Really? I'm actually surprised that the job was still available actually," Naruto responded honestly. He only got it because he was the master and had first dibs. He knew for a fact several other Fairy Tail members were interested in the job. "Mind if I ask your name?" Kirby asked him. Sorry about that, can't believe I forgot to introduce myself." "Right, so my name is Naruto." He grinned, with a wave of his hand. "Well, it is nice to meet you, Naruto." Kirby replied with a friendly smile before trying to appear serious again. "Now then, you might as well come through to the sitting room, so we can talk about the work." "All right." Naruto replied, grinning in anticipation of the upcoming mission. "I only ask of you one thing, to go and incinerate a book called Daybreak from Duke Everlue's mansion in Shirotsume Town. That is all." He explained the request. Really? So you don't want me to steal it?" Naruto asked, surprised. "Well, technically I am actually asking you to destroy something that is the possession of someone else, so it is kind of like stealing." Kabi spoke up. "But if I am honest, as long as the book is destroyed, I don't care. Just get rid of it." "Oh, that's fine then. I suppose it would probably be easier to just burn down the whole mansion." Naruto laughed as he took in Miranda Melon's look of horror. I would rather you didn't do that, as you may go to jail for it, and so might I as the client." Kabi choked out nervously, clearly hoping that the blonde was only joking. "Yeah, of course, I'm just kidding. I mean, who would do a thing like that, haha." Naruto laughed as he scratched the back of his head. "Anyway, would you mind if I asked what is in that book?" Naruto asked. "I mean, if you're rewarding 200,000 jewels to destroy it, it must be an important book." "Actually, I was just about to up the price to 2 million jewels for the book to be destroyed. But now that you have already accepted the mission, I have no real need to." Kabi replied with a sly smee. At that, Naruto's eyes widened almost imperceptibly in slight surprise before narrowing them as a thought just struck him. "You don't have that kind of money, do you? You were just going to use it to lure any wizard you could into doing your job?" Naruto suddenly asked as Kabi suddenly went wide-eyed and Miranda looked distinctly nervous. What? He muttered. I mean, you don't actually live here, do you?
No, if I had to guess, I would say you are borrowing this home from a friend of yours or renting it just to look big so that people will accept your request. How do I know? Well, it might be the fact that the house and decorations don't fit your character, or that you seem to be slightly unsure and uncomfortable as you move around the house. Either way, I can tell you don't belong here. Naruto explained, no humor on his face as he lightly glared at Kabi.
Kabi himself was shocked at the man's deductive skills. It seemed that behind the easy-going, flirty wizard there was a sharp mind. That's incredible. Kirby muttered. You are right, and we are sorry to have deceived you, Naruto. We did not mean anything bad by it. We just needed a wizard to accept the job. Miranda spoke up slightly solemnly as she looked at Naruto. I guess this means you won't accept my request then, asked a frowning Kabi. Nah, it is fine, of course I'll still do it. Naruto responded, suddenly smiling again. What, really? Miranda Melon asked, looking at him in surprise as he smiled. Sure, we won't get paid, but it sounds like a fun job and I am feeling nice. Naruto replied, nodding his head. Gee, thank you so much. Kabi thanked as he slightly shook. His wife Miranda walking over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Well, I might as well go then. The blonde spoke up, giving a nod to Kabi and a wink to his wife. Bye and thank you so much, Kabi called out to him. He is a good person, even though we lied, he still wanted to help. We got lucky with him? Miranda said as she smiled at the now closed door. Yes, he is. Damn, this mansion is just as nice as the last one. What am I doing wrong in my life? Why can't I live in a place like that? Naruto asked himself as he stood on the branch of a tree just outside the mansion. Now, how to get in? Should I be subtle and sneaky like a ninja? Or should I be loud and excessively destructive like a wizard? Choices. As the blonde guild master surveyed the stately mansion of Duke Everlue, he could help but sigh internally. If he still had chakra, then he could have used the transparency jutsu and entered unseen. Unfortunately, he no longer had access to proper chakra, just the mutated chakra, magic hybrid energy that was now in his chakra channels. When he had first arrived in this world, he had his powerful chakra and his partner Kurama the Kyuubi no Kitsune. However, by the time he realized the effect this world was having on him, it was too late. Suffice to say, it turns out that just like the wizards here on Earthland, when he arrived here, his body started naturally absorbing the Aethernano or particles of magic in the air into his body. Once absorbed, the Aethernano corrupted the chakra in his veins, mutating it into a hybrid of both magic and chakra. This was good in that it made the energy in his body much more powerful, but bad in that the chakra, magic in his veins was now too dense for him to do proper jutsu, so all his old techniques that required hand seals were now inaccessible to him. Another bad side effect of the change in his body is that the energy supercharged his latent Uzumaki traits such as his healing, stamina and reserves. And although the power boast was pretty badass, the unfortunate part was his healing had been increased to the point at which he no longer aged. From what he could figure out, the new powerful energy in his body mutated his healing factor that was already boasted thanks to the Kyuubi into something else. The cells in his, when they split, were now identical. They no longer aged or changed, which meant that he no longer aged or changed. Which was cool in the fact that he was now an eternal stud and shit due to the fact he would outlive everyone he would ever love. The worst part was after his first few years on Earthland, he no longer had Kurama. The demon fox was basically a big ball of sentient chakra in his gut and was now, after being influenced by the Aethernano in the air, a big ball of infinite magic, chakra now sealed in his gut. It wasn't all bad though. He eventually got over the loss of Kurama after about 20 years on Earthland and found a way to work around his inability to use jutsu. He instead recreated some of the shinobi techniques except using his now enhanced magic energy, which made him pretty badass if he did say so himself. Pushing away his thoughts of the past, Naruto once again went back to appraising Everlue's mansion. He could still use his chakra control exercises even with the energy in his body, and he could still reinforce his body with his enhanced magic, so he could probably just walk up the wall, break in, burn the book and get out with no one noticing. Nah, fuck that. If experience taught him anything, his plans never make it past the first part. He might as well try to sneak in, but if it all goes to shit, he could just revert to being a destructive wizard again. Nodding to himself, Naruto leapt from the tree branch he was on towards Everlue's mansion. As he did so he channeled his lightning magic and with a barely audible crack of lightning he flashed away and made it to the mansion. Standing upright on the wall he simply walked up it confident in the knowledge he hadn't been seen yet. His shinobi skills were still there, slightly rusty of course, but still there. Making it onto the roof of the mansion, Naruto walked up to the nearest window and then placed his hand on the glass channel super condensed and hot lightning as he did so. As soon as his hand made contact the glass melted away. Now grinning he just put his hand through the hole in the window and unlocked and opened it. Finding himself in some kind of storage room, the blonde casually opened the door and walked in the rest of the house, his feet not making a noise as he glided across the floor. After that he just strolled through the empty hallway looking for the library. Damn, maybe I overestimated this mission. This is kind of boring. Maybe I should have used transformation magic and pretended to buy some busty blonde maid and sneak in that way. Nah, that Everlue guy looks like a troll and I doubt I would be able to resist blasting him through a wall if he tried to grope me. Right, screw subtly, I am bored now. I've spent too many years acting like a wizard, and that being said there are very few things in this world that would be able to defeat me, so subtly isn't really needed anyway. Oi, can anyone tell me where the library is? Naruto yelled out with a smirk as he looked around. It was no long after his shout that 5 of the ugliest maids you could ever imagine seemed to come out of nowhere, taking sloppy fighting stances as they did so. Finally, some action. Naruto laughed, slamming a fist into his other hand as he grinned maniacally at maids. An intruder. He must be eliminated. The largest maid there growled out to the others as they charged at Naruto. With the massive pink-haired gorilla-like behemoth of a maid cracking her knuckles ominously as she glared at Naruto. Come on then. Naruto laughed out as he charged right back at them. His right leg crackling with lightning as simply kicked all 4 of the maids that were charging him, leaving them all unconscious and embedded into one of the corridor walls after his attack. Damn, is that all? That is kind of boring. I thought they would put up more of a fight. Naruto sighed as he turned to face his final opponent, who towered over him by at least 3 feet. Come on, bring it, troll. Naruto shouted at her as he began to channel magic into his lungs. Taking that as a challenge, the massive maid bull charged the much smaller blonde wizards, her eyes seemingly aflame in rage as she did so. Fus ro da. Unrelenting force. Naruto bellowed out as the maid charged him, a rush of blue energy being unleashed as he did so. The magic blast hitting the maid like a brick wall and physically lifting her off the ground as it slammed her not just through the wall at the end of the corridor but through the wall beyond that. God damn, I really love doing that. Naruto thought to himself as he looked on at the destruction he caused. Yeah, you have had your punishment, now stay down. He shouted after the missing maid, a cheeky smile on his face as he did so. With that he started walking off down the corridor again. Eventually he made it downstairs and luckily found the library quite easily, mainly because the door was open, but meh. Quickly looking around the library and at the many books, he immediately saw the one he was looking for. It was pretty obvious due to the bright yellow cover and the title, Daybreak, being emblazoned across the spine of the book in big letters. Alright then, let's burn it. Naruto smirked as he covered his hand in lightning. Actually, I recognize the author Kemuzalian. There's a name I have not heard in a while, and from the feel of it, it has traces of magic on it. Making a snap decision, Naruto decided to keep the book. He could figure out the magic on it on his way back to Kabi's house. Right, job done. I off. Bored of this mission now. Need some sake anyway. Byoyoyoyo, I believe you are underestimating me, you filthy little mage, if you think I am just going to let you leave my house after stealing from me. Came the obnoxious voice of a short, ugly-looking man called Duke Everlue. No, I think what you are going to do is instead drop the book and pray that I don't just kill you for trespassing. Turning to look at the man, Naruto just gave him an unimpressed look. I was wondering how long you were going to hide before finally showing yourself. That it will do you any good anyway, little man, I am way out of your league. Everlue in response just grinned and snapped his fingers. As he did so, Naruto turned his head to see 2 of the bookshelves in the library begin to move as a secret entrance opened and 2 figures emerge. Byoyoyoyo, allow me to introduce to you little wizard to the Vanished brothers. It's finally time for our business. The figure on the right, a small squat figure with a pointed face and no hair, said as he attempted to intimidate the blonde guild master. If we get paid without actually doing any work, Mama will get mad at us. The other figure, a tall muscly man with a star-shaped haircut, replied, also attempting to intimidate. With that said, the two figures walked out of the secret entrance and took fighting positions as they continued to stare Naruto down. Good afternoon. The bald-headed brother greeted Naruto. You are clearly a mage of a legal guild, young wizard, and by the way you act one would hazard a guess at fairy tale. It is therefore unfortunate that you don't seem too strong. I was looking forward to a fight. The other brother said. Mama would be surprised too. Well, I am going to hazard a guess that from the way you are dressed and the guild symbol that you are members of the mercenary guild called the Southern Wolves. Naruto smirked, as he once again channeled lightning into his hands. Let's just hope you two do better than those maids I fought before. What a joke, the bald one said. It seems he is underestimating us. Mama would be so angry at him. We need to show him some manners. Right, lettuce G, the bald one started, but was shocked when Naruto appeared right in front of him so fast that he was almost a blur. Giving him a smug smile, the blonde grabbed both brothers' heads and then slammed them together. The brothers both started shaking as the lightning in Naruto's hands shocked them, almost frying the nerves in their brains. A few seconds later, both brothers collapsed to the floor unconscious. Duke Everlue's eyes widened and jaw dropped upon seeing how easily the two men he hired were defeated. Now then, you're next, Naruto smirked as he started walking towards the little man. Wait a minute. Alright, I get it. You can take the book. No wait, you can take anything you want. As the Duke started groveling and begging for mercy, Naruto just cracked his knuckles as he walked towards Everlue. No wait, you're a mage. Yes, I have something you may want. Just promise not to hurt me and you can take it in the book. Just please don't hurt me. Everlue cried out as he cringed before Naruto. Feeling slightly bad as he saw the once proud and grovel and cry, the blonde decided to be nice. Alright, what is your offer then? I have in my possession a gold celestial spirit key. It is yours along with the book if you just leave now. Tell you what, I will even show you how to use it, just please go. Everlue shouted out, still quivering slightly in fear as he looked at both Naruto and the two unconscious mercenaries behind the blonde. A little while later, hey Kabi, Miranda, I am back, Naruto called out as he opened the door to the mansion. Kabi, upon hearing that, looked up towards the door and saw the blonde leather jacket wearing blonde stood lazily in the doorway. Did you? Kabi asked with hope, taking his wife's hand as he looked to the blonde for an answer. Well, not exactly, Naruto said as he pulled the book, Daybreak, from seemingly out of nowhere. Upon seeing the book in the blonde's hands, Kabi's eyes widened. Why did you bring it here? I told you to get rid of it, Kabi suddenly yelled, losing his composure slightly at the shock at having the book before him. Yeah, I know what you asked, but you have to listen to me. This book was written by your father, wasn't it? Naruto explained to Kabi as he moved the book out of Kabi's now grasping hands. Hesitating a bit, Kabi slowly nodded his head in the affirmative before responding. Yes, it was. My father. He was forced to write books for Everlue, and because of it, he decided to give up on both his family and his writing, and it eventually led him to his early death. The book is nothing but trouble. It destroyed my father and my family. That is why I have to get rid of this book. Kabi replied, gesturing for Naruto to give him the book as he took out his lighter. But before he could touch it, the book suddenly started to shine with a bright light and the words on the cover began rearranging themselves from Daybreak to Dear Kabi. What is this? When I found the book, I noticed traces of magic on it, so I decided to keep it and take a look at it later. Turns out your father cast a spell on that book. He did it so that the real contents of the book wouldn't be seen by anyone else but you. Everything that was written in that book about Everlue was simply the rearranged letters of what was written to you by your father. Naruto told him as he opened the book and watched the letters leap off the page, all begin floating around the three people in the room. Turns out the real reason why your father quit being a writer was not because he wrote the worst book ever, but because he wrote the best book. This book was everything your father wanted to tell you. The letters all returned to the book, rearranging themselves as the Y did so. When they settled, Kabi opened the book to see that the text was indeed different. You were always on my mind. That is what your father truly wanted to leave behind. Naruto smiled as he saw the effect his words were having on Kabi. As a father himself, he could understand the true connection between father and son, and with himself growing up alone and meeting an echo of his father in later life, he could emphasize with Kabi. Dad. I never really understood him. Kabi cried out as he continued to read the book. Thank you. Thank you so much. I won't burn this book after all, not now. I know what it truly is. Alright, looks like Y job's done. Now that's all settled, I should probably head back to Fairy Tail. I don't even want to know what ruble they have gotten into during my absences. Naruto grinned as he made his farewells. Well, I have to say it was lovely to meet you, Kabi, and you, Miranda, truly were the best bit of this mission. Alas, if you weren't married, maybe I could have swept you off your feet. Upon hearing that, Miranda Mellon let out a little giggle before pulling the tall blonde into a hug. Thank you. You have done so much for my husband. I only wish we could give you a proper reward. Deciding to be a bit cheesy, Naruto pulled away and gave Miranda a wink and a dashing smile as he said, "Just seeing you smile is reward enough for me. Besides, this mission has been far more rewarding than I ever thought it would be." Rolling her eyes at his cheesy line, both Miranda and Kabi waved to the retreating back of Naruto as he left the room, all the while wondering what the blonde meant with his cryptic last comment. So many requests. I wonder which one I should take. Lucy pondered her question as she looked at the cluttered and paper-filled request board. There were so many requests that she couldn't just choose which one would be her first proper mission. Some had rewards that went all the way up to 500,000 jewels, whilst others were only worth 10,000 jewels, but unfortunately she knew that the higher-paid requests were going to be much too hard for her to take on alone. However, if she could become a part of a team, then she would be able to take on requests with much higher rewards. Smiling, she turned around to see if Natsu and Happy were anywhere around the guild. They had only gotten back from their mission to save Maku a day ago, so he shouldn't have wandered off already. However, as she looked around, she saw quite a lot of the guild members chuckling to themselves with smiles on their faces. Even Mirjane couldn't hide a giggle. Confused, she decided to look in the same direction they were all looking toward, and her eyes widened. Natsu and Happy were hanging from the rafters of the guild hall, their legs hooked over the wooden beams, both doing what seemed to be upside-down sit-ups. Of course, Natsu was the only one who seemed to be capable of doing whatever it was they were doing, as Happy just seemed to be flailing about. She blinked in confusion at the two before walking over to Mirjane at the bar. "Hey, Mira, what are Natsu and Happy doing?" Mirjane just looked at her with an amused expression before responding. "Oh, that they are training, or at least they are trying to. Natsu and Happy having been doing it on and off for months, whether it be upside-down push-ups, bench-pressing tables, or just trying to challenge anyone they can to a fight. Watching his weird training has become something of a hobby for some of the guild. Kana has even turned it into a drinking game." "Training?" Lucy repeated, looking up at the two. "Natsu is really strong already. Why is he training so much?" "Oh, of course you wouldn't know. A couple of months back he challenged Master Naruto to a fight. This was when Naruto was just named temporary guild master. Unfortunately, Natsu underestimated him and got beaten easily." Mirjane told the blonde a bit sadly as she now looked up at Natsu. "I don't know why it had such an effect on him, but ever since his defeat he has been training desperately, hoping to fight Naruto again and this time beat him." "Wow, really? But Natsu seems so strong. I can't imagine him ever losing easily." "Oh no, don't get me wrong, Natsu is a strong wizard. His loss was less to do with him being weak and more to do with Master Naruto being overwhelmingly strong," Mirjane explained. "But, even though he lost, it is still admirable that he is working so hard, but he has a long way to go before he will be able to defeat Master Naruto. I mean, not even Laxus or Urza were able to defeat him." Lucy looked back to Natsu and Happy as they continued working out, with a hint of admiration on her face. From what Mirjane had said, Natsu had suffered a loss, but he was not giving up and was working hard to overcome his defeat. Though it did make her think just how strong Naruto really was. Deciding to find out more about the enigmatic fourth master of Fairy Tail, Lucy once again turned to the white-haired barmaid. "Hey Mira, what magic does Master use?" What magic does Master use?" "Well, I know he uses a form of lightning magic and also a magic that he created himself, something called shout magic. I am not sure if he knows any others though." Mira responded, placing a hand on her cheek as she tried to remember if she had seen him use any other magic. "Wow, he created his own form of magic. That's amazing. Has he ever taught it to anyone else?" "No, or at least not that I'm aware of. A couple of guild members have asked to learn it, but he has refused every time. Whenever someone asks, he always says, magic isn't some kind of miraculous power. It is a talent that only works when the flow of energy inside of us and the flow of energy in the natural world are in perfect synchronization. To perform magic, someone must have a strong mind and the ability to focus." It should take over your being and come pouring out of your soul. True magic cannot be just taught, it has to come from within. You need to feel it, know it and live it. If I were to just train you, you would become just a poor imitation of myself. To truly find yourself and the potential you possess, you must forge your own path through the world. And it has worked every time. He may not have directly trained anyone, but he pushes them to find their own potential. Beneath it all, he truly is good master. Mirjane responded, a small smile on her face as she remembered the encouragement Naruto had given to all those who ask. Whoa, I just thought he was a lazy drunk, but wow, he isn't what he seems, is he? A wide-eyed Lucy exclaims, taking the words Mira just spoke to heart. Before any more could be said, their conversation was interrupted by one gray fullbuster who had just recently returned from a job request. Oi Natsu. Lucy turned her head toward Gray. What the hell are you doing up there? He shouted as he marched to just under where Natsu was working out. Natsu did not even glance at Gray. This only pissed Gray off even more. Oi! Flame Brain, I'm talking to you. He shouted as he threw a nearby mug at Natsu. The mug hit the pink-haired dragonslayer in the head, causing a momentary lapse in concentration which led to Natsu falling of the wooden beam and landing on his head.
What the hell, you icy pervert? What the hell did you hit me for? That's it, you're going down. Natsu shouted as he leapt to his feet and dived at the ice wizard. The ice wizard, who via the course of 10 seconds seemed to have stripped down to his boxers.
Bring it, charcoal breath. It has been a while since I last kicked your ass, Gray responded, pulling his arm back to take a swing at Natsu as he did so, ignoring the faint shout from Kana of gray clothes.
Then, as if like clockwork, the half-guild erupted into a brawl, with wizards who just seconds before were drinking and laughing together instead deciding it would be more fun to fight. Kana Alberona could be seen smacking random guild members around with an empty beer barrel, whilst the hulk of a man that is Elfman could be seen charging into the thick of the battle with his standard, Ma-A-N-N-N. battle cry. Deciding to pass it off as standard fairy tale insanity, Lucy turned back to Mirjane, avoiding fly bottles and chairs as she did so. Is it me, Mira, or do you think Gray may be gay? I mean, he seems to strip off before every fight with Natsu. I mean, it is not a bad thing, but do you think Gray fancies Natsu?
Well, it honestly wouldn't surprise me. Gray has never shown any interest in girls before. I mean, even Natsu and Elfman have had crushes on girls, even if they didn't know it at the time. But Gray, you know, I think you may be right, Lucy. Responded Mira, a thoughtful expression on her face before it turned slightly sinister. Now to see who I can set him up with, maybe Nab. Deciding to redirect the conversation, Lucy decided to ask, Hey Mira, I was just wondering, where is Naruto? Shouldn't he be like breaking all of this up or something? Oh, Master is at an annual conference in Clover Time at the moment. A conference? What kind of conference would that drunk be at? Oh, he's not that bad, but anyway, it's a conference for guild masters. Every once in a while they come together so they can talk about the state of things. It's like the Magic Council, but not. Mira explained. The Magic Council? What's that supposed to be? Lucy asked confusedly. Oh, that's right, you're new, really wouldn't know a huge amount about them yet, Mira reasoned. Mira tapped her chin in thought as if considering something, after which she seemed to realize the perfect way to answer the busty blonde's question. Abruptly the barmaid turned towards a nearby table, glancing at a man with a large torso wearing a white shirt and an odd-looking hat who was at that moment lying semi-conscious on the floor. Excuse me, Redis, may I borrow a light pen? Mira requested. Oh, oui, Redis shakily replied. The white-haired former wizard began to draw a diagram in thin air with the object that could only be described as a magical pen. Once the diagram was complete, it was revealed to be something similar to a hierarchy of the magical organizations in the kingdom. With the drawing finished, she turned to face Lucy once more. The Council, Era, is the most powerful organization in the magical world. It has 10 members and it's their job to uphold all magical rules and regulations. And if a wizard breaks any magical laws, they would be tried by the Council. Mira began. Lucy picked up, specifically, on the portion in which the barmaid described the laws and regulations function of the Council. These were the people Fairy Tale probably pissed off a lot. Maybe it would be best if she kept her head down when it came to dealings with the Council. Then there's the different Guild Masters League, which are local groups that work together, then the individual masters, and it's their job to pass on the decrees of the Council. They also communicate with other guild masters on a regular basis. They're basically the glue that holds us all together. It's a pretty stressful job. Mira continued.
I never knew all the guilds were so interconnected. Lucy muttered.
The system really is intricate, but also well balanced. The only real problem is the dark guilds, which exist outside the system itself. They're the bad apples of the magical world and are mostly involved with magical crime. Mira added. They sound kinda scary. Lucy commented. Before Mira could respond, they were interrupted by Loke, a young 20-something-year-old man with spiky orange hair, stylish glasses and a large green coat with a fur-lined hood.
Hey, everyone, Loke yelled as he charged into the guild, panting.
What is it? Gray asked, slightly annoyed that his fight was interrupted. Urza. She's back. Lucy blinked at the news, not seeing what was so bad about a fellow fairy tale member returning. That was until she saw Gray's reaction and looked at him nervously. Crap. Gray screamed in fear, roughing up his hair with his hands. Fuck. Someone hide me. Natsu cried out as he lifted up his cat Happy and started trying to hide behind him, even as the cat was trying to hide behind Natsu. They were not the only ones who were panicking. Everyone seemed to be scrambling about trying to clean the guild up. Oh my. Mirjane smiled as she saw the effect her fellow S-class wizard had on their guildmates. The bat-wing doors to the guild swung open within a red-haired beauty entered the guild, carrying a large, decorated horn-like thing above her. Lucy looked at her in amazement, while the others looked at her with the opposite reaction. She's here. Oh no, the monster is back. Do you still think we could get away?
I'm back, Urza Scarlet announced, placing the horn down on the floor with a slight thud as she did so. She then turned to Mirjane. As the master here, she asked.
Wow, she's pretty. Lucy commented. Welcome back, Urza. The master's at a conference right now, Mira stated. I see. Urza replied with a nod of understanding. Huh, she is nowhere near as scary as everyone was making her out to be. I thought she would be some giant demon or something from what they were saying. Lucy thought, bemused. The mental image that Natsu had given her while they were on their mission to find Maku was of a large monster capable of destroying mountains without any significant effort. This woman seemed nowhere near as scary as she was made out to be. So, what's that humongous thing you've got there? One of the guild members asked curiously. It's the horn of a monster that I defeated. The locals were so thankful that they decorated it and gave it to me as a gift. Do you have a problem with it? Urza asked aggressively. Not at all. The man immediately replied. Okay, maybe a little scary then, Lucy thought aloud. Now listen up. Urza commanded, causing everyone in the guild practically stiffen up at this. Clearly they were nervous about something. While I was on the road I heard a few things. Word is fairy tale is causing nothing but trouble as of late. Master Makarov doesn't seem to care, but I most certainly do. Kana, you need to control your drinking habits, Urza began. Glancing at the brown-haired mage who was once again sat at one of the tables with a new barrel of alcohol in hand. The scarlet-haired teen then began to give various commands to several of the guild's members, ranging on scolding them for smoking to scolding them for dancing indoors. She's really tearing into everyone, it's like she's completely taking over, Lucy whispered to Mira. That's Urza for ya, Happy stated, popping up from nowhere. Even if she is pretty bossy, she still seems like the sanest person here. I don't get why people are so scared of her, Lucy stated. Are Natsu and Gray here? Urza abruptly asked. When this was asked, Urza turned to face the well-known fire and wizards of fairy tale, as did the others who were intently listening to the woman's words in the hopes of avoiding getting scolded. However, for a brief moment they dropped their curiosity about Urza in favor of confusion.
Before their very eyes, Natsu and Gray stood, shaking in fear of the imposing redhead, holding one another's hand in a friendly manner. It was incidentally so unnatural that Lucy almost shouted at the top of her lungs due to her own confusion. Natsu said. Oh hey there Urza, we're just hanging out like good friends tend to do, Gray said, clearly nervous. Natsu added. Why is Natsu talking like Happy? Lucy exclaimed worriedly. That's great, I am quite pleased to see the two of you getting along so well. However, it's only natural for even the best of friends to lock horns every now and then, Urza stated. I don't know if we're the best of friends, Gray trailed off. Natsu stated. This is really, really weird.
Lucy commented in a clearly confused tone, eliciting a giggle from the white-haired barmaid. Well, it's only natural. Natsu's terrified of Urza. A few years ago he challenged her to a fight and she beat him up pretty bad, even worse than Naruto. Then she found Gray without any clothes on and decided to beat him up as well. Mira explained, sounding cheerful despite the oddity of her words. Actually, I can understand that last one, Lucy stated. She also beat up Loke for trying to hit on her, Mira added.
And I can understand that too, Lucy said, this time with a slight sadistic gleam in her eye as she thought of the over-the-top flirt who had run screaming from her early that day.
Natsu, Gray, I need you to do me a favor, Urza abruptly stated.
The mood of the guild changed from a calm terrified to one of deadly seriousness and surprise at the words of the red-headed knight. It, very clearly, wasn't every day that she asked anyone for favors.
While I was on my travels I heard something that has me troubled. Normally I would consult the guild master over something like this, but he isn't here right now and this is a matter of utmost urgency. The two of you are the strongest wizards here and I could really use your help. Urza continued solemnly.
Did that just happen? Someone whispered. Urza, if you need help with a mission you should take Lucy. She is still new to the guild and could use the experience traveling with you would give her. Mirjane offered cheerfully, drawing the attention of the scarlet-haired woman to the busty blonde beside her.
I could use all the extra help I can get. If you believe she is strong enough to aid me then I will not decline your offer. Urza replied with a small smile.
Our newest members will be more than strong enough to help you. Lucy defeated an army of Vulcan using only her pinky finger. Mira stated, a sly smile on her face as she decided that it would be for the best to metaphorically throw Lucy in at the deep end.
Lucy, however, sweat dropped at the words the barmaid had said, mainly because they weren't at all true. They weren't necessarily untrue. She did face down several Vulcan when she was rescuing Maku, but that was with Natsu doing most of the work. Mirjane's words made her sound a lot more impressive than in reality. Urza, however, just stared stoically at Lucy before calmly inquiring. My apologies, but I don't recognize you. Are you new to Fairy Tail? Yup, she sure is, Mirjane stated, giving Lucy a slight push in the red-headed knight's direction. Oh, what is your name? Urza asked with a raised brow. Hello Ms. Urza, ma'am, I'm Lucy, it's nice to meet you. Lucy greeted nervously, desperately wanting to make a good first impression.
Charmed. Well then, if you are as capable as Mira says then I need only to know one thing. Can you hold your own on this mission? Urza asked in an ominous but deadly serious tone.
Why yes, I think so. Lucy said nervously, unable to back down now she was put on the spot. Very well then, the team has been made. Gray, Natsu and Lucy, we will meet at the train station in an hour, don't be late, Urza said. Clover Town, finally here. Naruto shouted out as he arrived at his destination, a grand old building on the edge of Clover Town.
The building was positively buzzing with activity, with guild masters from all over Fury arriving, some with an entourage of followers, some like Naruto by themselves. The blonde could already tell that the conference was going to be a great laugh, especially if the wagon full of alcohol that had just pulled up in front of the building had anything to say about it. Pulling a bottle of spirits from seemingly nowhere, Naruto headed inside, nodding to any of the guild masters he passed. This would be his first conference, and although he was not nervous, he also wasn't sure what to expect. From what his friend Precht and his son Makarov had said, the conference could involve anything from full-on brawls like Maki had with the master of Phantom Lord a few years ago, to massive drinking contests like the one Precht got involved in, which put him out of commission for a week. Ooh, you must be young Master Naruto, aren't you a handsome one? A voice spoke up, the speaker being the leader of Blue Pegasus, Master Bob. A large, elderly, bald man who was wearing a tight purple strapped shirt, pink boxers, and small, white wings on his back. On his face was some bright red lipstick and a heavy amount blush on his cheeks. My, you are a chip off the old block, aren't you? Why, you look almost identical to how Maki and his dad Yuri looked back in their youth. Suffice to say, Naruto barely withheld a wince when he took in what the once handsome and dignified ex-member of Fairy Tail had become. Clearly the years had not been good to him. Glancing over his Bob's shoulder, he saw Goldmine, the guild master of Quarto Cerberus, looking not much different than the last time Naruto had seen him back when he was in his early 20s. He was a tall, thin man, with long blonde hair, a weird hat on his head, shades, and finally most unusual of all, a spiked dog collar around his neck. Weird. Pulling his mind back to what Bob had just said, Naruto could barely suppress a snort at the irony of being told he looked like himself. Thanks, Master Bob. What can I say, it is in the Dreyar family blood, we're all damn good looking. Yes, you are, darling. Now come on, let's get you inside where it is nice and cozy. I have to say I've been dying to meet the sexy new guild master of Fairy Tail. Bob shouted out, throwing a large hairy arm around the blonde ex-shinobi's shoulders and guiding him into the guild building. Sure, Bobby, old boy, let me just finish this bottle off first. Naruto said, downing his bottle of spirits before pulling out Virgo's gate key. He could sense that he would be making great use of his maid-like celestial spirit. If she wants to act like a maid for her master, then he wouldn't stop, so long as she keeps him stocked up on alcohol. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Magnolia train station. The party of wizards were gathered at the train station just as Urza had requested. Currently Happy and Lucy were sat on a bench that was directly opposite to the tracks. If one were to ask them, they were just acting as casual observers to the rather interesting spectacle that was unfolding directly in front of them, and said spectacle was none other Natsu and Gray's insulting and shouting at each other as usual.
I don't know what Urza was thinking, inviting you Snowcone when she already had me. Natsu scoffed, butting heads with Ice Wizard, who over the course of his sentence had somehow lost his shirt. That's my line, and a weakling like you would just get in the way, Gray barked, glaring daggers at the pink-haired dragon slayer.
Shouldn't we do something? Lucy asked, as happy as the two of them watched their teammates fighting.
I thought Mira was the one who asked you to keep them from fighting. Happy stated from his position on the bench he and the others outside of the bitter rivals currently sat. She did. Lucy trailed off, not entirely sure what else to say. Well then you aren't doing a very good job, Happy pointed out. Yeah well, you could at least help me, stupid cat. Lucy snapped at Happy, embarrassed about being unable to control the two eccentric wizards. Before their conversation could continue they were interrupted by the arrival of Urza. Sorry I'm late, I hope you weren't waiting too long. No, not at all. Lucy answered, cheerfully relieved that the stern knight was here. Everyone turned as one to face the scarlet-haired mage upon noticing her arrival, and upon doing so several things almost immediately happened. Happy, naturally, didn't do anything different. Natsu and Gray began to act as if they were the greatest friends in the world for obvious reasons, i.e. they were terrified of her, and as for Lucy, she simply stared with wide eyes at the massive amount of luggage Fairy Tail's strongest female wizard had brought with her. Wow, that's a lot of luggage! Lucy exclaimed in shock, staring with wide eyes at the literal cart that seemed to be half as wide as the train they were supposed to board. Happy chirped. Are you all ready to depart? Urza questioned in a friendly manner. Yeah sure. Urza, whenever you are. Gray stated, leaping away from Natsu as he did, before he started searching around for his missing clothes. Same here. Lucy agreed. Hey Urza, I'll go with you, but only under one condition. Natsu shouted out, surprising several in the group. Shut up. Do you want to make her mad? Gray quietly exclaimed. Oh, well then let's hear it. Urza said evenly. I want a rematch when we get back to Fairy Tail. Natsu stated, only adding to the shock of most everyone else. You got a death wish or something? Gray asked nervously, knowing the strength the red-haired wizard possessed. I'm a lot stronger than I was last time, and this time's gonna be different cause I'm gonna beat you. Then after you I am going to beat Naruto. Natsu proclaimed, grinning heavily at the prospect of fighting with some of Fairy Tail's strongest mages. Yes, I can tell you've improved. As to whether or not you can beat me, I suppose we'll have to see. I accept your challenge, Urza replied, smirking slightly. All right. Now I'm all fired up, Natsu exclaimed. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. On the train, the journey train ran smoothly along the tracks as it was meant to. However, despite how smooth the journey was, the Dragon Slayer, who had been so energetic just moments before they boarded the train, was now hunched over with motion sickness, barely able to move without groaning in discomfort. I swear you're totally pathetic, Natsu. 1 minute you're picking a fight with Urza and the next you're like this. Gray stated as he looked out the window off to his side. It's gotta be tough on him getting from place to place, Lucy reasoned. Don't worry,
He'll be fine. Why don't you come over and sit with me? Urza offered. I guess she wants me to move over, Lucy thought, sweat dropping at the lack of choice courtesy of fairy tale's queen. Natsu groaned. A moment later the fire dragon slayer moved across to the other side of the seating arrangements and placed himself to the immediate right of the scarlet-haired mage. An instant after that, said mage punched him in the gut and knocked him out cold.
That should make the trip a little easier on him, Urza reasoned.
Okay, maybe she isn't as sane as I thought she was, Lucy thought. Anyway, I think it's time you started filling us in. I mean, what kind of mission are we going on here? Gray questioned. Of course, Urza began, paying no mind that they were technically short one pair of ears. I have reason to believe that the Dark Guild Eisenwald is planning something big. I'm not sure what exactly, but it has to do with a magical item called Lullaby. Urza continued, ignoring the fact that Natsu was unconscious.
Lullaby. Why does that sound so familiar? Lucy wondered aloud. You've heard of it before? Urza asked in a surprised tone.
Yeah, I think I have read something about it before. It is on the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite remember it, Lucy ground out, frustrated she wasn't able to remember.
I will explain starting at the beginning then. I had stopped in Oniba at a local pub that was considered a gathering spot for local wizards. I overheard a conversation, and Urza began.
In the following minutes the scarlet-haired woman explained word for word what the nearby table of wizards had said, and the ominous feeling that she had when she had been listening. The name of Lullaby and a seal had come up multiple times, and even in one instance the name of a very wanted criminal in the magical world. Wait, so they were trying to unseal it? Lucy reasoned. Yes, but the fact that it was sealed away means that it has to be extremely powerful magic. Urza replied. I can't believe I was such a fool that day. If I had only recognized the name they said, Aragorn, the Ace of Eisenwald. A dark wizard who only ever accepts assassination requests, and that has earned him the title Aragorn the Reaper. Urza replied.
He kills for money? Lucy asked fearfully. When the council outlawed assassination requests, Eisenwald decided that money was more important. They broke away and have been active ever since, Urza said. Okay, I should be heading back home now, Lucy said fearfully, faux tears streaming from her eyes. Lucis slimy all of a sudden. Happy stated, it's sweat, Lucy growled. How could I have been so foolish? If I had recognized Aragorn's name sooner I could have done something. Now we're in this situation and it is all my faulty. Urza shouted out again, slamming her armored fist directly into the side of Natsu's head in frustration. That doesn't matter now. All we know is that something big is probably going down and we need to stop whatever it is. Gray stated. Yes, you're right, that is the most important thing. Eisenwald is a dark guild, they will not care if innocent people are hurt. We must stop them before they can do any harm, Urza added. Anyway, if we're done with this topic, what kind of magic do you use, Urza? Lucy asked, curiosity currently winning out over her fear of the dark guild at the moment. That's a good question, Urza replied. Urza's magic is really pretty. She makes her enemies bleed, a lot, Happy said in an upbeat manner. I don't know if I'd call that pretty, Lucy replied. I don't know about that. Personally I think Gray's magic is much more beautiful, Urza stated. What, like this? Gray asked. The black-haired teen extended his hands, one of his palms open and the other hand forming a fist atop the first. An instant later an icy mist surrounded his hands before he opened his fist shortly thereafter, revealing a perfectly formed ice copy of the Fairy Tale Guild mark. Oh wow! Lucy exclaimed. I use ice magic, Gray stated. Now I get why you and Natsu don't get along. He's fire and you're ice, not exactly the perfect mix, Lucy reasoned. I never thought about it like that, Urza said bemusedly. Nah, I just hate his guts, Gray stated casually, maybe too casually. After that there was silence, as each of the conscious mages reflected on the difficulties that lay ahead. Attention all passengers, we have arrived at Oniba Station. Please exit calmly and efficiently. The conductor could be heard shouting out. All right, let's get going, Urza stated, immediately getting up and heading towards the doors of the Oniba Station. A minute later. Finally, now we can start on our mission, Urza stated happily. The scarlet-haired knight was now under the impression that they could immediately get to work and erase her previous error in judgment. However,
She had overlooked something rather obvious.
Wait, where's Natsu? Gray wondered aloud. The train's horn sounded off a second later as the train pulled away, which drew the glance of everyone in the group. In that instant they each realized that they had made great error. Oh, there he goes. Happy muttered, waving goodbye towards the train as it zipped away.
I was so busy talking I forgot about him. I am such a fool. Natsu hates all forms of transportation. Urza said, mentally berating herself for such an obvious error. Come, we must get Natsu. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. On board the train, with Natsu. Oh, gee God, I hate my life, Natsu groaned from the floor of the train. He had tried desperately to make it out of the booth, but unfortunately he didn't have a follow-up plan. Fate just seemed to be a cruel mistress to the friendly dragon slayer at the moment.
Well, what do we have here? An arrogant-sounding voice asked to seemingly no one in particular.
Blurg, who the hell is that? Natsu though confusedly as he tried to angle himself so he could see the speaker.
Although he didn't know who exactly this man was, he suddenly no longer required that information upon the man's foot coming into contact with his face. He was positive that at the very least this guy was no friend of his. You little flies are nothing more than ants to us, blindly following the magic council like little insects. Against the majesty of Eisenwald you truly are pathetic, he sneered. In a fit of both rage and determination the dragon slayer pushed the man's foot off of his face, in essence creating a bit of space for himself and simultaneously getting a good look at the person who had so rudely insulted him and his guild. The man who stood across from him had spiky black hair wrapped in a band, black eyes, and a cocky disposition. He wore a pure white overcoat over top dark red t-shirt, teal-colored pants, and standard-looking black shoes. Listen, buddy. Don't go talking smack about my guild unless you want to get pounded. Natsu warned, his fists lighting up with fire as he spoke. An instant later the transport shifted slightly and even that slight movement caused the dragon slayer to stumble and nearly lose the contents of his stomach. His threatening demeanor disappeared just as quickly as his flaming fists in the wake of his crippling motion sickness. Hit a nerve, did I? The man questioned in an amused voice. Shut up. Natsu barked. He. Let me show you how it's done. The man sneered. Beneath his feet 3 shadowy tendrils made their way through the wooded floor and popped back up only when they were close enough to land a clean hit directly on the pink-haired dragon slayer. Natsu was helpless at the moment and as a result couldn't do anything but allow the attack to hit him, subsequently after which he landed on his side flat on the wooden floor of the train. Not so tough now, are ya? He scoffed, the shadow manifested arms twirling around his being. In the next instant, before the dark wizard could mount another successfully attack, the train came to a complete stop, thereby causing him to fall flat on his face. Out of his pocket, a small wooden flute-like object with a skull dominantly showing on its end fell, landing on the floor halfway between the two. Oniba Station, ma'am, you can't just pull the emergency lever without permission, a station worker stated. It's for our comrades, please understand. Urza replied. Are you kidding me? The man exclaimed, opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Back on the train. What the heck is that thing? Natsu wondered aloud, seeing the odd-looking flute that had flown out of the white-clad man's pocket. Damn, he saw it. The man stated in an annoyed tone. He instantly ran over to the flute and grabbed it, quickly putting it back into his pocket before he opted to face the fairy tale wizard once again. It was very clear that he would have to eliminate him, otherwise this could very well get out of hand. Ha, you're all out of luck, now it is time for me to kick your ass. Natus shouted, raising his now flaming fists as he did so. However, before he could leap at the shadow using wizard in front of him, the train started moving again, causing Natsu to once again collapse onto the floor. Timeout? Unfortunately, the mage opposite wasn't in the mood for mercy, which is why he summoned his shadows, forming them into spear-like blades as he did so. The pink-haired man had seen the flute, he couldn't be allowed to live. However, before the shadow mage could land a fatal hit, Natsu, sensing the killing intent from the mage, leapt into action. Momentarily ignoring his sickness, he embraced all the training he had been doing in the last few months and summoned massive amounts of fire magic and released in an explosion of flame. Ah! Natsu yelled as he flew through the air, propelled from the destroyed cart by his explosive attack, the train shooting past him as he flew. only to collide with a Magi Mobile, a car-like object that had conveniently been driving alongside the fast-moving train. When Natsu hit the car-like vehicle, the Dragon Slayer had, in a fashion typical of him, collided with Gray on the roof of the odd-looking form of transportation, smashing them both off of the car and onto the unforgiving ground. Luckily, the natural durability of mages saved them from any serious damage, but they would certainly be feeling sore in the morning. "Urza, stop the magic mobile!" Lucy exclaimed from within the vehicle, obviously knowing full well that Gray was no longer on the roof. The car instantly screeched to a stop as Urza, Lucy and Happy quickly got out and headed in the direction of their teammates. "That hurt, you idiot!" Gray exclaimed once the group had gathered outside of the now parked magic mobile. "What the hell was I supposed to do? It's your fault for being on the roof in the first place," Natsu countered.
Happy said in agreement. "In any case, I'm just glad you're all right," Urza stated. "Yeah, I am fine, was nearly killed though by some Eisenwald bastard who tried to impale me with his magic," Natsu said, stretching his battered muscles. "Damn Natsu, do you just say Eisenwald? You just allowed one of our enemies to escape due to your own stupidity. Have you anything to say for yourself?" Urza said, clearly agitated. "Wait, who are we even fighting?" Natsu shouted confusedly.
"Don't you ever listen? I swear you have the world's worst memory," Urza exclaimed, smacking the Dragon Slayer upside the head as she spoke.
Urza, don't you remember you knocked him out back on the train?" Lucy nervously spoke up, not understanding how the scarlet-haired mage didn't realize that. Urza turned with a somewhat surprised expression that suggested she realized her mistake. Immediately thereafter she bowed her head to the pink-haired Dragon Slayer and shut her eyes before next she spoke. "I apologize for my insolence. You may strike me down for my penance," Urza said in a serious voice. No one is going to hit you, Urza. Just fill barbecue breath in on what's going on once we get back in the car and start following that train," Gray suggested. "That seems as if it is the best course of action," Urza conceded, nodding in agreement. "Damn it, why is everyone in Fairy Tail insane? I wonder what Naruto is doing at that conference that is so important that he is not here helping his guild," Lucy muttered as she followed the rest of her team in getting back into the car. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Clover Town. In Clover Town, Naruto was in the midst of a wild drinking contest with the other masters. "Hey Naruto, get you drink one, you need to get wild." The speaker belonged to the voice of the leader of Quarto Cerberus, Master Goldmine, who was at that moment about to jug a liter stein of mead. "Yeah Naruto darling, get that pretty little maid of yours to bring you some more booze, I mean you can still walk in a straight line," Master Bob shouted out from his set across the table, where he seemed to be holding two other struggling guild masters in headlocks, their heads buried into his armpits.
"Hey, I am still several bottles ahead of both of you, but you do have a point, I do need another drink. Hey Virgo," Naruto shouted as he sat on one of the tables, holding a half-eaten leg of some kind of meat in his hand as he did so. "Yes, master, you called?" asked Virgo, who now took the shape of a slender pink-haired beauty wearing a French maid's outfit, with strange manacles attached to her wrists. "Is it punishment time?" "Oh Naru, you deviant, you playing BDSM with your maid. Though tell me, is there room for a little one?" Bob said, releasing the two other guild masters as he covered his face, giggling as he did so.
"Sigh, no, it is not like that. Virgo just has some kinky fetishes, which we are going to have to talk about later." "I mean, if she is serious then," Naruto spoke up before breaking into a perverted giggle before getting control of himself. "But anyway, no, it is not punishment time yet, Virgo. Instead, could you do me a favor and get me another couple bottles of sake from the bar?"
"Of course master, and then will it be punishment time? I was thinking of hot candle wax tonight and maybe a bit of spanking. You know, start off out partnership easy, then get onto harder stuff later," Virgo replied with a straight face, cause half the master listening in to choke in shock to her statement.
Foo, Bob giggled. "Oh Virgo, where have you been all my life?" Naruto sighed out in amusement at his celestial spirit's antics.
"In the celestial spirit world, master. Sigh, I didn't mean it literally, Virgo."
"Oh okay, not in the celestial spirit world, master. Better make it around dozen bottles of sake, Virgo, I think I am going to need them."
"Yes master, and maybe some candle wax too." "Just, gosh sure, and some candle wax too." "Coming right up master." Virgo replied before turning away and heading to the bar, a skip in her step as she went, with her occasionally slapping the wandering hands of some of the more drunk guild masters and mistresses.
Damn, you're lucky, Naruto. Where did you find a wild girl like that? Goldmine spoke up. Oh, that, I was given it by Duke Everlue in return for not sending him to prison. Not that it helped him much, the Rune Knight arrested him the day after I left anyway. Naruto replied casually before digging back into the leg of meat he was holding.
Oh Naruto, how bad you are. Bob giggled, before being interrupted by an unusual messenger.
Master Naruto, Master Naruto, a little blue bird with a black hat called out as it flew through the crowded hall, heading in the direction of the blonde guild master. I have a message from Miss Mirjane. It continued, before dropping a letter into Naruto's hands.
Ah, thanks, he said as he opened the letter, revealing a small projection of Mirjane. Hello master, I'm hope the conference is going well, she smiled.
An assortment of hoots could be heard around him when a good deal of those old perverts saw it was Fairy Tail's cover girl.
Master, there is something I need to inform you about. Okay, lay it on me sweetheart. Urza came back the other day, she began. Damn, I have a bad feeling about this. Please don't say she threw out all the booze again. I don't think either me or Kana would last through another alcohol-free week. And that's when Urza, Natsu, Happy, Gray and the new girl Lucy formed a team to deal with the issue. I sent Lucy to go with them to keep an eye out since I figured you would want to keep track of her progress. Have luck at the meeting. The projection then faded away. Meh, that's not so bad. I mean, what kind of trouble could they really get into? Naruto spoke out, relieved it wasn't anything more serious. Here is the candle wax master, and I even found a whip. That's good Virgo, but you forgot the booze. Oh no, I suppose it is punishment time then, isn't it? Hey, he didn't beat the crap out of me, he just got a lucky hit in. But anyway, the guy was weird, he used some sort of shadow magic and he was carrying this kind of weird flute. Natsu said, shrugging slight.
Natsu? Lucy asked the pink-haired dragon slayer.
Yeah Lucy? You said you saw that the Eisenwald member you were fighting had a flute with him. Natsu nodded in confirmation. Tell me, did the flute look to be made of wood and had a three-eyed skull on it? Natsu thought for a while before answering. Yeah, come to think of it, it was exactly like that. Lucy's eyes widened before she bit her lip.
Lucy, do you know something? Gray asked. Lucy, we need whatever information we can get. So please, tell us. Urza said, having overheard the blonde's conversation with the son of Igneal. Lucy gulped audibly before replying. That flute, that is Lullaby. Lullaby is actually called by another name. The Song of Death. When Lullaby is played, it is said to release a massive curse upon those who hear it, killing them almost instantly. I've only read about it, but that is Lullaby. The Death Curse. Silence filled the four-wheeler for a while before Urza suddenly pumped a bit more magic into the SE plug. We have to hurry then. The vehicle put on speed, causing the four-wheeler to roar through the streets of Oshibana heading toward the station. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Oshibana Station. The strongest team of Fairy Tail finally arrived in front of the Oshibana town train station and looked around the area. It was very busy. A swarm of civilians seemed to be congregated in front of the station, only being held back from entering it by a line of stoic Rune Knights, forming a wall with their spears and shields. The station is closed due to a train derailment. One of the blue-clad railway workers shouted through a megaphone from his position behind the line of soldiers. Do you reckon any is actually buying that crap? Gray sneered as he and the rest of their group waded through the crowd of civilians. Who cares? We can help them fix the train tracks after we defeat Eisenwald. Natsu said as he bounced along beside Gray, his excitement for the upcoming fight clear on his face. Are you serious? Gray shouted out after he heard what Natsu said. Wait, where'd Urza go? Lucy wondered aloud, before Natsu and Gray could start fighting, after she said that all of them started looking for her, though no one else in their group seemed to have the answer. We ask that all of you remain calm, the railway worker continued, only to stop upon someone tapping his shoulder. I found her, Happy exclaimed, pointing at the red-headed woman who had come up from behind the guard, somehow bypassing the line of soldiers as she did so. What's going on here? Urza asked sternly. Why would I tell you, lady? The man asked, sweat dropping slightly at her sudden appearance. In the next instant the scarlet-haired woman sent him flying to the ground with a singular headbutt, effectively knocking him out before moving on to the next worker.
What's going on? Urza repeated. She waited for only a second, and when the man didn't answer she reacted much the same as prior. You're kidding me. Lucy trailed off, watching in disbelief as Fairy Tail's strongest female wizard incapacitated the remainder of the blue-clad conductors in the exact same manner she had the first, complete ignoring the fact she was being watched by the startled faces of the surrounding Rune Knight. It seems like her questioning method's a little counterproductive. Lucy continued with a deadpanned expression as Urza continued to question the railway workers. Urza's got her own way of getting things done, Gray commented. Where are your clothes? Lucy exclaimed in response upon noticing his lack of clothing. Damn it! Gray shouted, noticing that he was once again in his boxers.
The scarlet-haired mage walked up to the group once more, sweeping aside any soldiers or civilians that got in her way as she walked, a serious expression on her face and her thoughts being her own. At the very least she had cleared the way for them to go into the train station and discover for themselves what was happening. Clearly the Urza's reputation preceded her, and the line of unconscious men who got in her way also probably helped. Eisenwald is inside already, let's go. Urza ordered upon reaching them, receiving a firm nod from everyone else present. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Inside the train station, the army apparently sent in a small unit, but they've yet to return. I am guessing that they were caught in battle by the Eisenwald forces. Urza stated. As they entered the building they could see at the far end of the room at the bottom of a staircase, that the very same army unit the scarlet-haired mage had been referencing was currently littering it with their seemingly unconscious bodies. Lucy shuddered at the distant sight, but everyone else merely scowled at the implications. If they didn't know before, now they knew that Eisenwald was definitely here in the station. They've been completely wiped out, Happy said fearfully as his position hovering above the group gave him a better view. They went up against an entire guild. A small contingent of soldiers like this would be no match for such a powerful group. Urza stated as she jogged over to where the prone soldiers lay. As she reached them she rested the nearest knight's head in her lap.
Sir, wake up. We have a few questions about what happened and who did this to you all.
The Rune Knight in her arms however gave her no answer but instead only a blank stare, his face set in an expression of terror and his eyes glazed over. Urza stared at the man for a few seconds before she rested her index and middle fingers against the man's neck. His blank stare sending chills down her spine. She frowned deeply as she rested the knight back on the ground, lowering his eyelids as she did before rigor mortis set in. He's dead. Gee, they're all dead. Natsu spoke up, his face pale and his shock apparent as he locked eyes with the red-haired knight. Urza's eyes widened before she drew her sword and turned on the spot, scanning the area for a hint of the ones responsible. Who could have done such a horrible act as to kill so many Rune Knights? A lesser dark guild like Eisenwald wouldn't dare to kill Rune Knights. They should know something like this would be get them a death sentence from the Magic Council. Urza snarled, tightening her grip on her sword as she did so. Do you think it could have been Eisenwald using Lullaby? Gray suggested, not quite as shocked as Natsu, having seen a similar scene of devastation before, when Deliora destroyed his home. No, they weren't killed by the death curse. The one I held wasn't killed by death magic. No, it looked like someone had slashed him open with a blade of some sort. Urza said. Some of these ones seem to have been shredded, almost like they have been put through a blender. Lucy said as she tried to hold her stomach in check, but was finding it hard to do so as the stench of blood and death overwhelmed her senses. Natsu, some of them have had their heads cut off. Happy announced as he floated over the scene of devastation, his usual cheer absent in the face of the massacre before him. Quickly, we better head inside. Eisenwald could be about to use Lullaby and we don't know if the people of the town are still here. Urza spoke, already striding ahead, trying to hurry the more naive and innocent members of their group like Natsu and Lucy away from the decimated unit of Rune Knights. But if they are only in the train station, how could they be affected by the song? Natsu asked, covering his nose with his hand as he did so, hoping to stop the stench of death from overwhelming his senses. Still in a state of shock from what he had just seen.
Natsu, all train stations have an audio enhancer within them. This is what allows for passengers to hear when a train is coming or leaving. The sound, if amplified, could probably reach the entire town. If the people of Oshibana can hear those announcements, then they will be able to hear the song of Lullaby when it is played. Lucy explained as she hurried along, not looking back at the stark reminder that this world they lived in was not all sunshine and rainbows.
A few minutes later, the group finally arrived at the nexus of the station, each prepared for any ambush or potential trap that would occur. Well, at least 3 of them were. Lucy, Happy, and obviously Natsu weren't really in the condition to think about such things. When they finally entered the main room, a wicked voice sounded off to greet them. "Ha ha ha, welcome, step into our parlor, fairy tale flies." A man that was floating above the station while leaning on a giant scythe that had a skull on the top chuckled darkly.
He was a tall, lean man with spiky, silver hair that hung down on the left side of his face. His attire consisted of a black scarf, no shirt, a long ragged hakama skirt under a black cloth with a shorter cream skirt used as a belt. The man had dark dead eyes like a shark and sharp hawk-like features with several tattoos under his eyes, on his torso, and down the length of his arms. This man was the feared ace of Eisenwald, Aragorn the Shinigami.
"Are you Aragorn?" Urza asked, causing the dark wizard to chuckle again in reply. The black-haired shadow-wielding wizard from the train scowled when he saw Natsu. His clothes were burned and the left side of his face looked like it was melted. The skin was an angry red color and his left ear was missing entirely. "You damn fucking flies. Look what your fire did to me, you bastard." As the mage snarled at him, Natsu took a step back, shocked by the amount of damage his flames had done. Most of his fire attacks left light burns aching limbs, not the amount of damage the shadow wizard was showing. The sight in all honesty frightened him a bit. Never before had he realized the true danger of his fire or how much it needs to be controlled. "What are you bastards planning to do with Lullaby?" Gray shouted out at the Dark Guild upon seeing the effect the Dark Wizard was having on Natsu. "If you tell us now, we may take it easy on you." Aragorn simply laughed as he flew up to the station's speakers. "Control yourself, Kageyama, you will have you vengeance. We have gone too far and done too much to allow this scum won't leave here alive. But first tell me, flies, what do train stations have?"
"He's flying," Lucy stated in shock, tearing her eyes away from the mess the now named Kageyama's face was.
"He's using wind magic," Happy pointed out, landing on Natsu's shoulder as he did so. Urza was more focused on what Aragorn was implying, currently uncaring as to the injury sustained by the Dark Wizard. "Are you planning to broadcast Lullaby?" Aragorn once again laughed at the fairy tale mages. "Thousands of nosy people are outside this station right now. Maybe if I were even to raise the volume, the whole town might hear it. Lullaby's beautiful cursed song." Urza gritted her teeth in anger at that. "You would commit the mass murder of thousands of innocent people. Why, surely you know you will not get away with this." Aragorn answered Urza's question with a mocking grin. "For cleansing. A cleansing of fools who flaunt their rights while living their lives. Unaware that some people have had those rights stolen. It is a sin to live obliviously in this unfair world. So the Shinigami has come to punish them. Your rights were taken away because you kept taking illegal jobs. How will this return your rights?" Lucy yelled indignantly. Having never heard of cruelty on this scale before, the majority of dark guilds from what she had heard were a little rough, but not this cruel or sadistic. "We don't want rights anymore. No, now we only want power. With that we can wipe the past clean and control our future. You're all idiots if you think that is going to work." Gray shouted, drawing on his ice make magic as he did so. "Too bad you flies will be unable to see the new age of darkness." The Kageyama spat out, as he knelt down and sent out his shadows to attack Lucy and Natsu, the shadows taking the form of spear-like tentacles. The attack caused Lucy to step back in fear of the sudden attack and would have been hit if Natsu hadn't finally gotten control of himself and burst into action, destroying the blade-like shadows with his flames. "You're fight it with me, Kageyama, not her." As he said that, the fairy tale mages began squaring up to the Dark Guild members, the tension between the two groups rising exponentially. "There sure are a lot of them," Natsu remarked, still slightly pale, but beginning to get his bravado back. "Yeah, enough for all of us to have some fun." Gray responded, a false smile on his face as he did so. "This is Fairy Tale's strongest team," Lucy shouted out, unhooking her gate keys as she did so. "Prepare yourselves." I'll leave the rest to you. Aragorn shouted to his guild as he rose higher into the air, twirling his bloody scythe as he did so. I have a flute to play, just remember, show them the power of Eisenwald. But leave none alive. Aragorn then left by flying through one of the station's windows. Natsu, Gray, the two of you go after Aragorn. If you work together you will be able to beat the Shinigami. Whatever you do, be careful, he is a killer. Urza turned to the two mages who for once weren't engaged in another one of their glaring contests, but instead stood ready, their faces serious. Well, what are you waiting for? Go, leave the rest to me and Lucy. At that, Natsu and Gray quickly left to chase after Aragorn. As Eisenwald watched them run away, they realized that they were going after Aragorn, and one of them conjured up black threads and used them to propel himself after them. Ryul, will take them down. I'm coming too. I am going to make that bastard has squirm before I put him out of his misery. Kageyama snarled, spitting out blood and loose burnt skin as he put his hand on the ground, forming a gold and black magical seal, before he disappeared into his own shadow. The remaining fairy tale members Lucy, Urza and Happy then shifted into a battle stance as they prepared to take down the remaining members. What are the three of you going to do to all of us? One of Eisenwald's mages taunted. When they received no response, several of the dark wizards charged at the fairy tale mages, only to be blown away by Ezra swinging her sword. As the wizards were sent flying, Urza re-equipped, so she now had two swords before she began to slice her way through them. As Urza attacked, a large group of the dark mages turned their sights towards the blonde-haired celestial wizard, after which they began to run towards her, weapons primed and ready to cut her into pieces as if she were ribbon. Clearly thinking her an easier target than Urza the Titania.
TCH, time for me to kick some butt, Lucy stated. Why are you trying to steal the spotlight from them? Happy asked confusedly.
This isn't the time to be funny, cat. Open gate of the giant crab, Cancer. Lucy exclaimed. The instant after the gate opened, said celestial spirit appeared at the blonde's beck and call. He appeared to be relatively tall, have rather tan skin, and had 3 pairs of crab legs sprouting from his back. His overall appearance was that of a barber, 2 separate pairs of scissors being located in each of his hands.
You need me to take care of the dudes, baby? Cancer asked in a calm fashion.
Yeah, take them out with style, Lucy requested. The men simultaneously charged the celestial mage, yet again this proved to be a mistake. In a split second the crab spirit cut up their weapons and left them all bald-headed and unmoving. The cancer having also damaged the ligaments in their arms and legs as well as cutting their hair.
Like their new style, baby? Cancer asked. They're not going to bother you no more, baby.
That was impressive, Urza complimented. Oh really? Thanks, but it was no big deal. Lucy replied sheepishly, forgetting momentarily that they were in a battle. The red-headed knight then summoned an axe and tore into yet another group of wizards. However stupid and weak they may have been, no one could say they weren't persistent. All right, I totally scored points with Urza, Lucy exclaimed happily, still oblivious to the battle at hand. However, this crab spirit of yours, the way he calls you baby, I find it rather insulting. Urza added.
Points unscored, Lucy mumbled in a melancholic manner. Ouch, but whoa, Cancer uttered. Lucy, maybe you should pay more attention to the battle. Happy spoke up from where he was now standing next to Lucy, watching as a couple of the injured mages were getting to their feet.
There are still so many, Urza thought aloud. Before Lucy or Happy could respond, the scarlet-haired mage began to access her greatest magical ability. Her armor and clothing began to vanish and her body glowed with an ethereal golden light that shined so brightly it felt as if it were the sun itself. Whoa, her armor's disappearing. One of the stupider dark wizards cheered. What the hell is wrong with you perverts? Lucy shouted angrily, not understanding how they could find a way to make this seem dirty. It seemed like the kind of thing Master Naruto would do. But more importantly than that, she was also angry about why they did not try and check her out.
When the transformation was complete, Urza was covered with an entirely different set of armor.
Her neck and stomach were uncovered, but plated armor with a large metal flower over it covered her breasts, a large billowing skirt with metal plating on its upper area covered her lower body, and pair of large metal wings that appeared to be made of blades themselves sprouted from the middle of her back. Within the palms of her hands lay a pair of identical swords, the very same color as her armor. Most magic swordsmen only have the ability to swap their weapon. But Urza is able to swap out armor for wizarding armor that enhances her abilities. It's a talent that only she possesses, that's what makes her special. It's a technique called the Knight, Happy stated as the transformation came to light.
Now, Urza began, floating up into the air as she spoke. "Dance my swords," she exclaimed, summoning a spinning wheel of identical swords that acted as a virtual army on their own.
I knew it, this had gotta be her. Karatka, short fat mage with spiky green hair, fearfully spoke out. "Circle sword," Urza shouted, sending the large spinning wheel of blade directly at the large group of dark wizards.
Within an instant the entirety of the enemy force was incapacitated, the blades either piercing their bodies in non-fatal places or just bludgeoning them into unconsciousness. Save for the two men who had evidently been giving the commands to the others. With their subordinates taken out of the picture, however, they were not even a remote threat. "Whoa, she took them all down with a single swipe," Lucy exclaimed.
"Aye, that's Urza," Happy said excitedly. "All right, you're dealing with me now," Bjard, one of the remaining Eisenwald mages, exclaimed, jumping up into the air and making to punch the female knight with a magically reinforced fist.
"Don't do it, Bjard. Do you have any idea who that woman is?" Karaka shouted.
He, however, was far too late, as with a single slash of her twin swords Urza had defeated the dark wizard known as Bjard and sent him falling down to the floors of the train station, while she herself did the same, though she landed on her feet as opposed to on her face. "She's queen of the fairies, Titania Urza," Karatka exclaimed fearfully, only watching as his comrade hit the ground. With nearly all of Eisenwald's forces eliminated, or at least those who were in the immediate area, Urza pulled back her requip armor in favor of her normal Heart Cruise attire. She kept a stern look at the remaining dark wizard and practically challenged him to make a move, immediately after which said man started to sweat bullets. "To hell with this, I'm getting out of here," Karatka proclaimed before running off. "I would imagine he went to look for Aragorn, you should follow him," Urza stated, looking back at her two comrades as she spoke. "Who, me?" Lucy asked confusedly, gesturing a finger to herself. "Just do it," Urza ordered in an agitated manner, a glint appearing in her eyes. "Whatever you say," Lucy exclaimed before running off as fast as she could, Happy following directly behind her. The moment she left, the red-headed knight fell to the ground, her face clearly weary and several beads of sweat visible on her forehead. The fight and the usage of the magic mobile having worn down to the point where she was having difficulty standing. With gasp of effort, the Titania once again regained her feet before walking over to the mage she had just beaten. "You there tell me what Aragorn plans, before I crush you like a bug beneath my heel." "Aragorn plans to play the lullaby at the guild masters meeting in Clover. We took the train to get here faster and then stalled you here while Aragorn trapped you in his wind wall and went on ahead." The mage easily caved and explained the entire plan to Urza. Angered by his explanation, Urza picked up a discarded sword before thrusting the wickedly sharp edge of her sword under the mage's neck, while Urza's brown eyes spelled out pain and suffering if she didn't get what she wanted. "How do we take down the wind wall?" she demanded. "Why, you can't," the man choked out. "Only Aragorn-san can do that," before a confident smirk crossed his face. "Guess you're stuck here with us," he said with a laugh. Urza silenced him by slamming her hilt into his head and knocking him unconscious. "Damn it, Urza," Gray called out, having easily taken care of Ryul, and having found out Eisenwald's plan before defeating. "We've got big problems. Eisenwald is planning to kill Master Naruto and the other masters and has us trapped inside a wind barrier that we can't break out," Urza said stoically, walking away as she did so. Yeah," Gray stumbled over what to say. As Urza walked, she got an idea. One of Aragorn's men, Kageyama the Burnt One, he broke the seal on Lullaby. We could probably get him to take down the wind wall. With that, she swung her head over to Gray before asking. "He said that he was going after Natsu, where is he?" "I don't know, we got separated." He held up his hands when Urza's eyes narrowed. "But I remember where we split up. We can track him from there." "Very well," Urza said, fighting back the urge to scold for splitting up as she did so. "Lead on." Gray led Urza down the hall to where he and Natsu had split up and then began to track him down. Their search became much easier when an explosion rocked the station, followed by a wave of heat. The mages picked up the pace and came upon a victorious Natsu that was standing over Kageyama.
Nice job, Natsu. We need him alive, Urza told him.
Huh, the Dragon Slayer looked at them in confusion. All he had done was defend himself against the bastard that had attacked him on the train. What was with this talk about needing him?
Urza ignored him and slammed Kageyama up against the wall, summoning a sword as she did so before she held it up to his ruined face. You are going to remove the wind wall now or I will break you.
When Urza didn't get a response, she looked down only to see the badly burnt mage was unconscious and from the looks of it would remain unconscious for the foreseeable future. Damn it, I don't suppose either of you know how to break a wind barrier. Urza spoke, dropping the unconscious mage to ground as she did so, before turning to face Natsu and Gray.
No. I don't suppose we could dig under it, could we? Gray replied thoughtfully. Do any of us know any digging or earth magic? Urza asked, hoping maybe one or other of them would respond in the affirmative.
No, nope, well fuck, opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Clover Town. Oi Naruto, do you know when Maki is getting back from his holiday? Goldmine shouted to Naruto from across the room, pausing midway through his attempts at getting one of the female guild masters to give him a lap dance. Yeah, the midget sent me a message yesterday saying he would be back in a day or two. Naruto responded from where he was sitting on a table shirtless with a bottle of sake in one hand and for some reason a riding crop in the other. Looking down he saw Virgo, who at that moment was giving him a foot massage, which she had insisted on doing. Virgo, are you sure you want to do that? Why yes master, it is the duty of any maid to be attentive to their master. If you are displeased however, you could always spank me with that riding crop. Virgo responded eagerly, a sly smile on her normally emotionless face. Turns out spirits can get drunk, who knew? On the other hand, if that does not please you, I could always ride you so hard your hip would break. Pain is aphrodisiac, you know. Wow Virgo, who knew you would get a little sadistic when you get drunk, you little minx you. Master Bob drunkenly giggled from where he was floating in the air using the white wings his arrow magic gave him. But then Naruto, does Maki's return mean you are going to leave the guild? No Virgo, stop sucking my toes, my feet are ticklish. But anyway no, he already asked me if I could stay on after as an S-class wizard of fairy tale. I said sure, why not? The last few months have been great fun, I don't think I could leave it all behind so soon, in a few years maybe but not right now. Naruto replied before, hey Virgo, what are you doing with that pineapple? Hey Naruto and Bobby, just thought I should mention, but there is ominous magical power approaching the meeting hall. Do you reckon we should go out and meet whoever it is? Goldmine spoke up, approaching the table where the two sat, dodging around hammered guild master as he went, a large red hand print stretching across face. Fuck no, it is cold out there. Plus there is no booze. The whiskered guild master replied, already well aware of the approaching wizard, but unbothered by it for the most part. If you are cold master, I could always come and warm you up. Hot candle wax does do wonders for the soul. Virgo spoke up cheerfully, holding a box of matches in one hand and a large candle in the other. Damn Virgo, you are one crazy spirit. How did you even get into BDSM? Naruto shouted out, trying to get some distance from the drunk celestial spirit as he did so. Well master, you try getting stereotyped as a virgin maiden, you tend to act out after a while. Besides, giving and receiving sexual pain can be fun, or at least so I have heard. Fancy having a go? The pink-haired maid giggled before leaping at Naruto. Before the blonde could respond however, he was distracted by the arrival of the mysterious dark wizard who had been approaching the meeting hall. With a swirl of wind, Aragorn the Shinigami appeared in the meeting hall with his scythe in one hand and a wooden flute in the other, a wooden flute with a three-eyed skull at the tip. Prepare yourselves, guild master scum, for you time is at hand. It is time for you flies to fear the Reaper. Hey Naruto darling, did you hire a male stripper, you naughty boy you? How did you know those are my favorites? Bob replied to Aragorn's speech, blowing kisses as he did so. Sorry, wasn't me Bobby boy, men aren't my thing. You don't think it was Jose playing a practical joke, do you? Naruto casually responded, taking a swig of sake as he did so.
How dare you scum? I am Aragorn the Shinigami, the ace of Eisenwald, and your death. Aragorn snarled back before raising the flute to his lips.
Can't say I am in the mood for music at the moment. Does anyone else want to hear this jester play? The ex-shinobi called out to the surrounding guild masters, half of whom hadn't even bothered turning to look at Aragorn. No. Okay then, hey Virgo, can you go punish Elgar the Shinny something for me please? Upon hearing that, the drunk maid gained a large sadistic smile on her face before her outfit was replaced by a skin-tight leather cat suit, and a strange glowing blue whip appeared in her hand. Oh master, you do know how to look after you maid, don't you? Virgo said in a happy voice before she leapt at the confused Aragorn. Note to self, don't give Virgo alcohol again. I think I preferred her as a masochist. Because as a sadist, she's kind of scary.
So Naruto, you do realize that your maid Virgo is certifiably insane? Goldmine said as he watches the pink-haired maid whip Aragorn the Shinigami as he lay on the Clover Town meeting hall floor. As Goldmine said this, he watched as the other guildmasters who had attended the conference drank beer and cheered the maid on. Yes, Goldmine, I have to say that thought has crossed my mind, but I think I prefer it that way. After all, there is nothing more boring than being normal. Naruto replied with a sigh as he ran his hand through his spiky blonde hair, pushing his fringe out of his eyes as he did so, before he cracked a smile at Goldmine as he continued. Besides, I kind of like her. When she is sober she is a masochist, and when she is intoxicated she is a sadist. You get the best of both worlds.
Wow, you and Maki real are related, aren't you? Deep down you're both kind of pervy. Was the response he received from the guild master of Quattro Cerberus. Aw, thanks Goldmine, the blonde said as he sent Goldmine a wink. Yeah, that wasn't a compliment. Goldmine deadpanned. Oh come on now Goldie, I like Naru's freaky side, it is so cute. Bob the guild master of Blue Pegasus interrupted as he threw his hairy arms around Naruto and started rubbing his bristly chin against the blonde.
Oh, get off of me Bob, Naruto said as he broke free.
Oh Naruto, you silly goose, you know you want a cuddle from little old me. Bob replied, blowing a kiss at Naruto. Pushing down his shiver, Naruto turned attention back onto the ongoing beatdown from Virgo, as he watched the pink-haired woman continue to lay into Aragorn with her glowing blue and yellow whip. He couldn't help but be entranced by her. Her blue eyes seemed to gleam with playful delight, and her lean sculpted figure looked sinful in her tight black bodysuit as she laid into the gray-haired villain. It was almost a shame to stop such a beautiful sight, but unfortunately killing was deeply frowned on in Fury, both by the king and his court and the magical council. All right now Virgo, leave Aragorn alone, he has had enough. Naruto shouted out, getting Virgo's attention, and earning himself some booing from some of the surrounding guild masters. Ah, but master, I was having such a good time, his pain is so delicious and the scream, they make me wet. Virgo said as she stopped whipping the quivering Aragorn and turned to Naruto, a sultry expression on her face as she walked towards Naruto, her hips tantalizingly swaying as she moved. Well Virgo, you naughty minx you, I think you and me are going to get along just fine, Naruto said as he took a step towards his sexy celestial spirit. Thank you master, but, Virgo started as she sexily licked her lips and took a step towards Naruto, before she spun on her heel and clicked her fingers as she used her magic on Aragorn. As she did so, a hole appeared in the ground beneath the Ace of Eisenwald, the hole sucking him in until he was buried up to his neck. The only part of his body still visible being his badly bruised face. With that done, Virgo looked over her shoulder at Naruto before smirking, but I am not that easy. Ooh, you tease. Naruto smirked himself as he maintained eye contact with his pink-haired maid, completely ignoring the pitiful moans from Aragorn. It is not like he really cared after all. The man had broken into the meeting hall and interrupted the guild master conference to kill all of the guild masters. Only for him to get his ass kicked brutally by Virgo. It could barely even be called a fight, as she used a surprise axe kick to slam him into the ground before she relentlessly whipped him. It was sad really, for talking such a big game he certainly didn't last very long in a fight. Why of course I am master, Virgo replied before her form started glowing as her clothes changed from a skin-tight, black leather bodysuit into a classic maid outfit. Now how can I continue to serve you master?
And she's back to normal. Naruto said, a smirk on his face. Now that's over, whose round is it? I think I am sobering up and I don't like it. Ha! It is your round Naruto, so get the beers in. Goldmine shouted out as the other guild masters in the meeting hall all started cheering. Aw shit! Naruto said as he pulled out a very battered toad-themed wallet, his Gamachan 2.0, which at this had a large amount of jewels in it. Knowing these old bastards, they're going to bleed me dry, Sigh. Well, I can always sleep at the guild hall if I miss a few rent payments. You can punish me if you think it will make you feel better, master? Virgo, now back in her full masochistic maid persona, said, a hopeful and wicked gleam in her eye as she did so.
Oh, not this shit again. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. With Urza. Looks like we finally made it out. Urza Scarlet mused as she stood dressed in her digging armor, which consisted of a pair of denim dungarees, a digger's helmet and a pickaxe. And about time too. I really must find a way to travel through the ground quicker, perhaps new type of armor.
The rest of the people with her only gave Urza deadpan stares at her, stating the obvious, given that every member of the group was currently looking back as the wind barrier continued to rage on the outskirts of the building they had just exited, Oshibana Station.
Hey, where did Natsu go? Gray asked, shifting his head and finding not a single trace of Fairy Tail's resident dragon slayer anywhere in the near vicinity.
I don't see Happy either. Lucy commented as she tried to clean some of the dirt and dust from her clothes. After all, you never know when there might be a camera around, and she certainly didn't want her debut on Sorcerer Weekly to be of her covered in mud and grime.
That probably just means that Natsu went after Aragorn. Happy is capable of flying at extremely high speeds, so if ever there was a chance to catch up to Aragorn, that'd be the one. Urza explained as she re-equipped her armor into her normal armor, a silver heart crew's breastplate and a blue skirt. Though even with that advantage he may not be able to catch him. It took us a long time to escape the wind barrier, far longer than it should have. It's no use. After all, you're right, he'll never be able to catch up to Aragorn, and neither will any of you. We can't be stopped now, we've won. Cage stated, his face and body covered in bandages as he sat on the floor. The members of the group scowled down at the beaten and battered form of the Eisenwald Shadow Wizard. Whatever, so I guess you'll just tie me up and go on your way. No, what? Kageyama asked, twisting his head in her direction in shock before he cringed as the sudden movement caused his injuries to flare in pain.
You'll be coming with us, Urza told him as she grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and started dragging him after her, uncaring of his injuries as she walked with single-minded determination to their magic mobile. Arg, get off me, you psycho. These bandages aren't just for show, you know. Cage shouted out as the armored redhead continued to drag him.
Urza merely smiled dangerously at Kageyama's discomfort, having come to the conclusion that if he were just to be left tied up, that there was a good chance that he would just escape and somehow warn Aragorn that they were free and after him. It would be best to keep an eye on this man, and if Aragorn put up any other barriers like the wind wall, they would be able to force him to take it down now that he was conscious. After all, it wouldn't take her long to persuade him the hard way if she had to.
Where is our magic mobile? Urza suddenly asked as she looked around for where their transport had been, only to be interrupted by the arrival of Gray.
While Urza had been intimidating Kageyama, Gray had been busy. He had discovered that their original transport had been destroyed by Aragorn and so had to find a new four-wheeler for them before driving it back to the station. Urza, I found a new ride. Gray called out to her from the driver's seat, a smug expression on his face as he gestured for them all to get into the back seat. Excellent, she praised before unceremoniously tossing Kageyama in the back, before grabbing Gray and doing the same. I drive. Now tell me what happened to the old one. Hey, I was going to drive. Gray shouted out in protest, before he saw a dangerous expression make its way across Urza's face. Never mind. Just go. Aragorn must have destroyed the old one before he left, so we couldn't follow even if we did escape. Very well, let's go, Urza said to Lucy and Gray before starting the four-wheeler. She quickly drove out of town, before deciding to take a more direct route, and so steered the vehicle onto the train tracks and started to follow them.
With Naruto. So I have to say, this guy was a bit of a disappointment, really, wasn't he? I mean, I was expecting more from someone hoping to kill half the guild masters in fury, Bob said as he poked at the now unconscious Aragorn, who was still buried neck deep in the ground.
Meh, he was from Eisenwald. That is one of those lesser dark guild, isn't it? One of the ones that are vassals of the more powerful ones like Grimoire Heart. Naruto replied from where he was sitting drinking some sake. I mean, those types of dark mages are just cannon fodder. I know, but still, I was expecting so much more. What were you expect? Some dramatic speech about friendship, trust and love? Yeah, that is Makarov's thing. I gave up giving speeches to my enemies years ago.
After all, it's so much easier just to kick their asses.
Naruto replied to Bob, before he turned to Virgo, who was currently serving drinks to some of the other guild masters. "Hey Virgo, could their asses?" Naruto replied to Bob, before he turned to Virgo, who was currently serving drinks to some of the other guild masters. "Hey Virgo, could you do us a favor and take out the trash? It may be funny having Aragon or whatever his name is stuck there, but we are going to need to clean him up eventually. I am actually hoping to get my part of the damage deposit back after all."
"Okay master, will do, or maybe I won't. Would you punish me if I didn't?" "No, but if you really want I will punish you if you do it." "So does that mean you don't want me to do it now, as punishments are usually done if you do something wrong?" "No, I want you to get Aragorn, tie him up and put him in a safe place, and if you do that I will punish you as a reward." "Okay master, so if I do something right you will treat me as if I did something wrong, as a reward for doing something right?"
Yeah sure. Alright then master, sounds like fun." Virgo finished, leaving Naruto looking bemused and many of the surrounding guild masters just looking confused, as she walked up to Aragorn and dragged him out of the ground by the scruff of his shirt, which she then used to further drag his unconscious body from the main hall. As this was done she didn't notice as a carved wooden flute fell from Aragorn's unconscious body and landed on the floor, the flute tolling several meters before lying still face up, the strange three-eyed skull carved onto it just looking up at the ceiling.
"What the fuck is wrong with you people? You're all insane, the lot of you,"
came a thunderous voice from the wooden flute, instantly putting all the mages in the room on guard, or at least those who were still conscious, as they all looked around as the vile and dark voice filled the room. It was a very creepy voice, sounding like several different demonic voices talking in tandem. Staring at the ceiling, more than a few wizards in the building gasped as they saw a gigantic purple magic circle appeared in the air, the magic circle rapidly rotating above them as purple arcs of electricity began firing from the center of the circle, shattering the surrounding furniture and tearing the roof off of the meeting hall building. "Damn, well there goes the deposit." Naruto sighed before turning to Virgo, who had dropped Aragorn once again and was looking at the magical circle with an emotionless expression. "Unless you are any good at carpentry Virgo." "Can't say I am master, I could probably do a roof made of stone or earth though."
No, I don't think it would really match with the rest of the building. But a good idea, though we can come back to it later."
What the hell is wrong with you people?" One of the guild masters shouted at the casually chatting Naruto and Virgo, before he thrust his hand at the magical circle above. "Shouldn't you be more bothered about that? After all, what the fuck is it?" "I believe it is a magical circle," was Naruto's snappy reply. "A very good observation master. Thank you Virgo." As the two were talking, an oppressive weight had begun bearing down on everyone in the room, the malicious intent and ominous power of it making it hard for many to breathe. With only Naruto, Virgo, Master Bob, Goldmine and a few looking completely unbothered by the oppressive power.
"I can't stand it any longer, you inane chatter bores me, I'll devour you all myself. I will rip the souls from your body and remove them from existence."
In a final explosion, a pair of enormous wooden legs struck down, clawed feet landing on the ground, tearing the wooden floor asunder and ripping what was left of the building to pieces as the demon emerged in full. The demon had a gigantic wooden body, with gaping holes all throughout its middle, twisting and converging into a massively wide wooden chest. Two long wooden arms stuck out from its shoulders, each ending in razor-sharp claws. To finish off the gruesome image, the monster had a twisted head with 3 dark eyes, a long tongue which stuck out as it licked its non-existent lips. The creature's body was truly colossal, as it caused all the wizards on the ground to look up, its body easily towering above the mountains that surrounded the area. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto assessed the demon, for that was what it was, him having dealt with several over the years. "Well, that is a big beastie, isn't, though it's an absolute bastard though. I mean, now we are definitely not getting the deposit back. You should punish it master." "Oh, don't worry Virgo, I intend to," Naruto replied.
"What the hell is that thing?" one of the guild masters of a recently formed guild shouted out as he pointed at the monstrous creature.
Goldmine seemed to have the answer as he lowered his sunglasses to get a better look before he replied. "That must be a demon from the Book of Zirf."
Hearing panicked cries, Naruto looked around as many of the guild masters fled, not at all comfortable taking on anything to do with Zirf.
"Humph, cowards. Ah well, at least this way they won't get in the way. I hope you don't mind if I take this one to you?" Naruto asked Bob and Goldmine as he took a step toward the massive creature, which at that moment seemed to be lumbering around scaring people. As is it heard, the demon leaned in and scrutinized its new prey. So, which of you want to be eaten first? It doesn't really matter as I will eat you all in the end, but I might as well ask.
I'll go first, Naruto said. Yeah, sure, go for it, Goldmine replied, before he walked off after the other fleeing guild masters. Good luck, sweet prince, may hosts of angels carry you on your way, came Bob's strange reply as he blew kisses to Naruto before he too left.
Have fun, master, was all Virgo said before she created a hole in the ground and disappeared.
With a flare of his magic, a cloak of lightning appeared around his body, the lightning seeping into his muscles, cells and nerves, charging them with lightning. This was a technique he had created after the Raikage's own famous lightning cloak jutsu. It increased his speed, strength, reflexes and durability. Cracking his lightning-clad knuckles, Naruto prepared to meet this monstrous being in combat.
Only for him to be interrupted as he hearing yet a large group of voices drawing nearer. Naruto turned from the demon before him, only for him to see a large gathering of people, all dressed in matching medieval knight outfits, flags upheld by a few of them with strange designs fluttering proudly above their heads. These were the Kingdom Rune Knight, an elite force that kept peace in the kingdom.
In the name of the king, we'll destroy you, demon. This guy isn't anything we can't handle. Men, onward with the attack.
Letting out a loud cry, the large phalanxes of men began charging at the beast. This, however, only managed to draw the attention of the wooded demon. That responded by raising a brow and roaring, "Get out of here, small fry." Inhaling a large amount of air, the massive demon exhaled and fired out a monstrous beam of pure energy. The mountain behind the oncoming battalion was completely obliterated by its power.
"See, Captain, the mountain's gone," one of the soldiers cried in shock, as the entire came to a halt to view what had just happened.
Everyone retreat, the captain ordered as all Rune Knights immediately began to run in the opposite direction. Yep, that's about right for Rune Knight, was all Naruto said as he rubbed his lightning-covered head as if he had a headache. "So, are you my first course then, little wizard?" The demon roared out as it turned its attention away from the fleeing army and instead back onto Naruto. "I will feast on your soul, little human. Come at me then," Naruto said in response as he increased his magical output, dipping into the titanic reserves of magic that lay in his body. "Don't underestimate me," Lullaby roared before it, Naruto the earth trembling as it moved. The wooden demon aimed a fist towards lightning-clad blonde, no doubt hoping to crush Naruto in one move. Unfortunately though, its plan didn't work, as when it slammed its fist down on the unmoving Naruto, its wooden hand seemed to bounce upon touching the lightning cloak, as if it had hit a wall. As it pulled its hand back, several cracks appeared across the surface. Each of the cracks seemed to crackle with lightning, a crackle which seemed to spread as the cracks expanded until they covered the entire fist, which then promptly just turned to blackened dust. "Well, that was disappointing," Naruto said as he watched the massive demon flail back, roaring and holding what remained of its hand, a hand that seemed to be regenerating. "Hum or not, ah well, best get one with it, I suppose." And with that said, Naruto launched off the ground, disappearing from sight with a crack, as all he left behind him was a crater. With another crack, Naruto was at eye level with the beast, an ominously glowing and crackling spiraling ball of lightning magic in his hand. Lightning Rasengan. With that shout, Naruto shot forward towards the demon, his Rasengan in hand as he drove it into the beast, before with another crack of lightning magic, he turned his body into his element and appeared back on the ground. "Arg," was the demon's response to Naruto's attack as his Rasengan tore through its chest, grinding away at the wood and causing fire to spread across the damaged sections of its body. Even as the Rasengan continued to bury its way into the beast's chest, right until it destabilized, with Naruto no longer control or molding the lightning magic, it simply erupted out of the condensed ball of power. The demon merely raised its arms and roared in pain as its chest seemed to expand for a second as all the lightning magic in the Rasengan exploded outwards. As it did this, parts of the beast's chest started breaking away or disintegrating, leaving gaping holes behind. "Damn you, my music will kill you now." As the behemoth prepared to play its melody, Naruto just gave it a bored look, his lightning cloak fading as he decided he would not need it against such a disappointing enemy. The demon flute brought both its newly regenerated hands to its mouth as if to play an actual flute and took a deep inhaling a ridiculous amount of air as it did so, before releasing it. A whistling sound was all that was heard while Naruto and all the guild masters watching in the background could only sweat drop. Well, that was embarrassing, Naruto muttered, before he sent the demon a pity look. Performance issues you know, I think they have drugs that can help you perform better. Rag, was all the response Naruto received as Lullaby tried again, only for it to once again fail. He punctured holes, so it wouldn't play its music. Goldmine mused to himself as he watches the young Naruto Drayar fight. This was the first time any of the guild masters had witnessed Naruto fight and they were in awe. They knew he must have been powerful, otherwise Makarov wouldn't have left him in charge. But this, the blonde guild master was fighting a demon from the books of Zirf and was toying with it. Clever, almost reminds me of how old Yuri Drayar used to fight. I won't need my music of death to kill you. The beast roared in defiance despite losing its greatest weapon. The wooden demon opened its mouth as it prepared to shoot another magic beam, only this time aimed at Naruto. Naruto, however, merely sighed in response. Let's get this over with, it's time to end this permanently, demon. As he said that, he took a deep breath and started drawing magic into his lungs. As he did this, he began to mold it, before he finally released it using 3 words of power to give it form. Li Slen Nus. Ice form. Instantly from his mouth erupted a wave of freezing cold, ice blue energy that spread out like a wall before it slammed into Lullaby. The magic worked instantly as the demon's legs, arms and torso were all flash frozen in a block of ice. And then, to add insult to injury, a lightly sweating Naruto shot forward in a blur, his fist crackling with lightning as he slammed it into the center of Lullaby's chest. Instantly the ice and the body trapped within shattered. Lullaby had completely lost its arms and legs, leaving only broken its torso and its as yet unscathed head.
Why, you're a monster. The demon managed to get out as it looked at Naruto in horror. Naruto merely chuckled in response. Yeah, well, deal with it, motherfucker.
And with that he used his shout magic to release a blast of fire, which he held more nearly a minute as it burned and eventually incinerated Lullaby to a crisp. God damn, I love my magic. Some people use dragon lacrima to become second-generation dragonslayers, pussies. Harnessing the primordial dragon magic within each lacrima is much harder but much more badass.
Capital show. Way to go, Naruto. Oh Naru, you sexy beast you. Came the shouts from the assembled guild masters as they all converged on Naruto, walking across the burnt and pitted ground as they did so. Before Naruto could respond to the now cheering and celebrating guild master, he was interrupted again.
Master Naruto, came a shout from behind as a magic mobile shot into view, driving wildly to and fro as it made its way to where Naruto and the guild masters were.
Lullaby, Aragorn, the Eisenwald Guild. Lucy got out as she ran up to Naruto, with Urza and Gray following on behind.
Oh hey, what's up? Naruto replied. Master Naruto, Aragorn the Shinigami is heading in this direction with the cursed flute Lullaby. I believe he is going to use it to kill all the guild masters. Urza said as she shoved her way through the crowd until she was standing right in front of Naruto. Yeah, that sounds about right. Not to worry though, Lullaby has been destroyed and Aragorn defeated. In fact, you're a little late to the party, was the blonde guild master's response. What? Well, that is good news. I am sorry we are so late, master. Aragorn trapped us in Oshibana train station and it took us a while to get out. And then we had to try and find that idiot Natsu who had run off. Urza responded, head bowed in shame, before she added, you may hit me in punishment, master.
Oh no, not another one. I swear you and Virgo could probably get together and take notes, Naruto cried out. You called master? Virgo said as the pink-haired maid seemed to rise up from the ground in front of him, kneeling in a submissive bow. If she is getting punished, can I? No, bad Virgo, behave. But master, she does have a point. Punishments must be upheld if your subordinates do wrong, Urza said.
I agree with her, master, and I have been a bad girl. Virgo said, nodding her head along with Urza.
Am I going mad? Naruto shouted out as the two women wanting punishment converged on him, much to the amusement of the other guild masters, and the giggling of Master Bob.
Wait, Virgo, as in one of the celestial spirits. Lucy finally interrupted, putting aside her uncomfortableness of the situation, to ask Naruto a question. At Naruto's nod, Lucy instantly smiled with excitement. Thank you, Master Naruto. I can't believe you would do this for me.
You're welcome. I am not sure what for, but yeah, Naruto replied, confused now, the other having fallen silent to watch the ongoing conversation. Why, for getting the Virgo's key for me, of course, Lucy responded as she made to get at the golden key, which at that minute was hanging from a chain around Naruto's neck. Whoa there, girl, I think you may be a little confused. This is my key and Virgo has made a contract with me, Naruto replied, frowning now as he took a step back to get away from Lucy's questing hand. What? Don't be stupid, master, you're not a celestial mage and so the key would be no good to you, Lucy said, frowning herself now. Correction, I wasn't a celestial mage, but now I am. I am sorry, Lucy, but I am not giving you Virgo's key, Naruto replied.
What, you can't just become a celestial mage, you need to devote your entire life to it. Virgo deserves to be mine as I specialize in that kind of magic, Lucy said, now getting annoyed as Naruto continued to refuse to hand the key over, as in her mind she could look after Virgo much better than he ever could.
I think Virgo can make up her own mind, can't you, Virgo? Naruto said, turning to Virgo as he did so.
Yes, and I have made a contract with you, master, a contract that won't end until you decide to end it or die, was her response. A light frown crossed her face as she looked at Lucy.
So yeah, I am sorry, Lucy, but I am keeping the key, Naruto said with finality.
Chan, you don't deserve that key, and I will make you see that. And with those final words Lucy turned on her heels and stormed away.
Awkward. Shut up, Gray, said Naruto as he watches the blonde girl stride off angrily. This could become trouble later on. Master, forgive me for asking, but where exactly is the meeting hall? Urza spoke up, trying to break up the tension Lucy's departure caused. It's around, some of it is over there and some of it is over there, Naruto replied, pointing out some of the larger pieces of rubble to the shocked redhead.
You mean you destroyed it, master? Urza said as she turned on him with a ferocious scowl.
Well, it wasn't my fault, Naruto said, taking a step away from the angry redhead with a nervous smile on his face. Oh, it was? Yeah, I saw him do it, all his fault, you should have seen it. All of the other guild masters started shouting as they pointed at Naruto, all trying to blame him for the destruction, so they themselves wouldn't be blamed. Oh, shut you old bastards, Naruto shouted at them. Bad master. Sigh. Not you too, Virgo. Naruto, ooh, came the bellow from a very short man with balding white hair and a bushy mustache as he burst into the fairy tale guild hall. The little man seemed to be glowing with powers as he entered the building, the walls and floors trembling from the waves of his power as he passed. I go away for a few months, and in that time fairy tale causes more chaos than ever before. Oh hey Maki, how was the holiday? Naruto casually replied from his seat by the bar, a wooden tankard of ale in his hand as he spoke. Hello, master. Mirjane also spoke up from her place opposite Naruto and behind the bar, entirely unconcerned about Makarov's display of power as she just happily smiled. The same could unfortunately not be said about the rest of guild, who were currently diving out of Makarov's range of vision and hiding behind table and chairs.
How was the holiday? Was nice and relaxing, right up until I heard that you destroy the Clover Town meeting hall and other fairy tale members destroyed Oshibana Town's train station. Makarov continued to bellow as he approached Naruto, who was sitting at the bar, his magical power still flaring as he walked. Well, at least you managed to relax, Naruto replied with a smile before nonchalantly chugging his tankard of ale.
Relax. Makarov shouted again as he reached Naruto, I will show you relaxed. And with that final shout Makarov threw forward his fist in a punching motion, even as he employed his Titan magic, which in turn caused his fist to grow exponentially. The movement was so quick many in the guild hall almost missed it as Naruto, his body crackling with lightning, dodged under Makarov's 2-meter-wide fist and in a blur appeared directly behind the old guild master.
You know, I don't think I deserved that, Naruto said with a smirk as he looked down at his angry son. No, but you deserve this, Makarov replied as he slammed his elbow backwards, his short stature meaning that his elbow soon found it was square into Naruto's balls.
Aw, fuck it. The blonde cried out as he fell to the floor, clutching his painfully throbbing family jewels. His eyes were watering even as he felt the magic, chakra hybrid energy in his body fixing the damage. You little shit.
And another thing, I am taking back over as guild master again. Makarov said, completely ignoring Naruto as he jumped up onto his father's recently vacated seat and called for Mira to pour him a drink.
Of course, master. Mira said cheerfully as she poured Makarov a drink, completely impassive to the goings-on around her. So, is Naruto still the guild master, or is the old man the guild master? A confused Mikao said as he took in the scene, a hunched over Naruto and a casually drinking Makarov. Best not to ask. Wakaba said as he too looked over before he turned back to what he was doing before. Both of them are barking mad, so it doesn't matter either way. Think I would probably prefer Makarov if it was me, at least he seems to give a damn. Loki, a man with spiky orange hair and sunglasses, said as he eyed Naruto. Bit harsh on Naruto, he is a pretty good guy. Mikao replied a bit harshly back to Loki.
We'll see, Loki replied. Gah, you little shit, Naruto shouted as he tackled Makarov off his stool and sent them both crashing into bar.
Oh my. Mira giggled as she watched the two guild masters of Fairy Tail mock fighting, with Makarov using his Titan magic to make himself bigger.
Magical Council Building, Era. Speaking of the recent happenings in Clover Town and Oshibana, the destruction caused to both places is extreme. And what for? After all, it achieved nothing. I mean, even with Eisenwald having gone under, the main problem of dark guilds hasn't been solved yet. A member of the Magic Council spoke out passionately to the others as they had a meeting to discuss recent events. Furthermore, the whole thing has damaged the reputation of the council, what with Fairy Tail running amok and Eisenwald causing trouble.
Then we should make an example of them, another council member said as he looked around the darkly lit room. How? Another asked curiously. Quite simple, we put all the members of Eisenwald on public trial. Those found guilty will either be executed or imprisoned depending on the severity of their crime. The chairman of the Magic Council finally said with a tone of finality. Harsh but fair. Another member replied, a thought that was quickly chorused by the other members of the council. But what of our other problem? You mean Fairy Tail? The one guild that all of you have been so annoyed with for years, the very same one which happened to show up and save the day. A man with light blue spiky hair and a reddish tattoo around his right eye spoke. They were able to take down nearly the entire of Eisenwald with only 4 people. And their temporary guild master was able to beat Eisenwald's ace and the demon flute Lullaby. As he finished speaking, the other council members all noises of annoyance at the fact. I can understand why you don't want to admit the truth, but that's how it is. The blue-haired man continued to tell them. In fact, you should thank them and give them an award or something. Like hell we would. The council member with the bat on his head yelled and slammed his fist down on the round table as a look of outrage appeared on his face. Even though what you say is true, they also destroyed an entire town. Do you know how much it will cost to rebuild Oshibana? Seagrain, the blue-haired man, chuckled in amusement at that. Don't laugh. The council member shouted at Seagrain, his frown becoming more prominent. You know, the reports only actually say that the train station was only partially destroyed in the battle. Yajima, a member of the Magic Council, said, interrupting the ongoing argument. He was a short elderly man with thick light brown eyebrows, and a small toothbrush mustache. Incidentally, he was one of the only members without a robe, choosing to wear a brown long-sleeved shirt with a very odd black 3-spiked hat. Councilman Yajima, there really isn't much difference between partially destroyed and completely destroyed involving property damage. It will need to be fixed all the same. Ultier, another member of the Magic Council, spoke up with a teasing smile. The woman who spoke had slightly pale skin, red lipstick lightly coating her lips, dark purple hair, and brown eyes. She had a noticeably voluptuous figure and currently wore a variation of the council's uniform consisting of a rather bland white garb that covered her upper and lower body, a dark yellow sash that tied around her waist, a red collar-like object around her neck, as well as the left arm being long-sleeved and the right having no sleeve whatsoever. She appeared to be rather playful in nature, but simultaneously had the capability of being serious when the time called for it. Yajima does have a point, even if I don't entirely agree with it. Their guild master, one Naruto Drayar, the apparent distant relation of Makarov Drayar, did a decent enough job in retrieving the lullaby flute. Org said as he looked around the room, but what matters now is how we choose to approach this matter. They need to be punished, another member spoke up. We can't punish them for saving lives. Yajima spoke out firmly. Well, we can't just let them off the hook.
If we leave them be, then other guilds may start to believe that they can get away with similar acts of destruction without any consequences. Org said with a scowl. Well then, I have an idea. The other members of the Magic Council all looked over to the blue-haired man relaxing in his chair with his feet propped up on the table. He lowered them when he got their attention. If we can't punish all of them, then why don't we make an example of them?
The chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Seam, sat up in his chair. What are you proposing, Sagrain?
We require a scapegoat from Fairy Tail, someone who is well known, and we also require an audience with this Naruto Draar. Someone that powerful should be known to us, and the fact he has somehow gone by unnoticed is worrying. However, simply bringing him along as the scapegoat won't be enough. Therefore I suggest we pick an iconic fairy tale wizard and play it off as having both of them being punished. Sagrain suggested, smirking as that idea seemed to sit very well with the other members of the council.
Interesting. So you are suggesting that we bring Naruto Draar in alongside another and use that as an excuse to question him. That would work out rather well for us, and seeing as how it allows us to hit two birds with one stone, I do not see any reason to deny your plan's viability. Org replied. Though it must be handled with care, even if Naruto Draar is only a stand-in for the original guildmaster of Fairy Tail, he still will wield some level of influence. Still, who would you suggest we bring in alongside Fairy Tail's current guildmaster? Ultier inquired before giving Sagrain a lazy smirk as he began to reply. Oh, I know just the person, Sagrain said with a sly smirk on his face.
Magnolia. Lucy let out a great sigh as she set down her pen and read over the letter she had just written to her mother. Believing it to be good enough, she nodded to herself, then folded it up carefully and placed it in an envelope and then put it in her desk drawer. Leaving it on her desk, she suddenly felt stiff, so she leaned back in her chair and stretched out before she stretched her legs out from where they were under her desk. Ah, nothing beats being able to relax in your own home after an experience like I've just been through, especially dealing with Naruto. Lucy said with a scowl, still quite frustrated that he wouldn't hand over Virgo's key to her, a proper celestial wizard, instead of him keeping it despite not knowing the first thing about spirits and how to look after and care for them. You know, you've got a nice place here, Lucy. A voice suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lucy from her relaxation. Letting out a startled shriek, the blonde teenager immediately whirled around in her chair, only to see a half-gray sitting on her bed, his hand behind his head as he relaxed. Seeing her attention focused on him, he decided to give her a cheeky little wave. What are you doing in here? You perverted trespasser, Lucy managed to stutter out in surprise as she looked at the dark-haired ice mage. That's a bit harsh, you know. I may be trespassing, but I am not a pervert, Gray said with a smile. Get out of my house, perv, was the only response Lucy gave. Gray closed his eyes and sighed when he heard that. Hey, now take it easy. I just came to get you in case you wanted to see the spar. Lucy's rage subsided for a moment, if only because she was confused. Spar? The other teen rolled his eyes as he let his arms fall back to his sides. Yeah, remember how Natsu challenged Urza before we set off for Oshibana? What? Really? How long until it starts? Lucy asked as she remembered how Natsu foolishly challenged Urza to a fight. Yeah, they'll be starting any minute. I'm leaving to go there now, Gray said as he jumped up from the bed and headed to the door. Hey, hold on, I'm coming too. Are they really serious about this? Lucy cried out as she got up and followed the ice mage. By the way, Master Makarov has come back to the guild and has taken over from Naruto, Gray continued as he walked through the front door of Lucy's apartment. Wait, what? Lucy shouted as she ran after Gray. The Fairy Tail members and several other residents of Magnolia were all gathered in a big crowd in the street in front of the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. The street was bustling with conversation and lively shouting as the crowd made a wide circle for the two mages who were facing off in the center of the crowd. Wait, hold on. Are these two really serious about this? Why would they want to fight in front of all these folks? Lucy shouted out as she pushed through the crowd, still following after Gray. As she spoke, several people in the crowd turned to look at her, including several other members of the guild. The one who replied to her question, though, was the big and brawny elfman who stood a full head higher than everyone else in the crowd. Of course they're serious. If they weren't, then they wouldn't be real men. Urza's not a man, Mira pointed out blankly from her place in the crowd next to her brother.
Yeah, but y'all gotta admit she's pretty manly, Macau said jokingly with Wakaba nodding along in agreement.
Elfman however just coughed to himself and scratched idly at the scar on his face, choosing the wise option of not commenting further. Looking slightly concerned, Lucy spoke up again with a bit of concern in her voice. Aren't you worried that this fight could tear apart Fairy Tail's strongest team? I mean, it would be pretty bad if two of the strongest people in Fairy Tail fight.
Strongest team? What are you talking about? Gray asked amusedly from his place next to Lucy. You, Natsu, and Urza are Fairy Tail's strongest wizards, right? Lucy replied as she looked around at all her fellow guild members, each of which had a look of surprise on their faces at her statement.
What idiot fed you that lie? Gray scoffed. An instant later the white-haired barmaid Mira began to mock cry as a result of being thoroughly insulted by Gray, which caused most of the surrounding people to fight.
I didn't mean it like that, Mira, Gray said worriedly as he attempted to calm Mira, having not realized she was putting on an act to get just such a reaction from him.
Natsu and Gray are tough, I'll give them that, but they're not even close to being the strongest. There are wizards in Fairy Tail that are stronger than the two of them combined. Elfman stated, matter-of-factly, having known his sister long enough to realize when she was faking. Still, it's a pretty safe bet that Urza's the strongest female wizard in Fairy Tail. Levy commented as she along with her teammates decided to butt in on the conversation, the group having arrived midway through the conversation. Yeah, but if we're talking about the strongest male, I'd say it's probably Naruto. I mean, he beat Urza and Laxus in a one-on-one fight. Elfman commented as he scratched his chin in thought. Though Mistogen is supposed to be pretty tough, and then there is Master Makarov and Gildarts, the ace of Fairy Tail. I am not too sure who would win if they were all to fight, though I don't think Mistogen is on the same level as the others. Still, I'm interested to see how this fight turns out, Lucy stated as she absorbed what Elfman had just said, before she directed her gaze back towards where the fight was going to take place. Nothing had happened as of yet, as both of the two wizards just seemed to be staring each other down, with Natsu dancing slightly around on the spot trying to psych himself up.
I bet she'll mop the floor with him, Gray said, smirking at the prospect. Natsu may be his guildmate and sort of friend, rival, but he was still looking forward to seeing him get his ass kicked by Urza.
The conversation was soon interrupted by a large flash of light which engulfed Urza's body as she equipped one of her various armors, though which it would be was difficult to tell.
When the transformation finally came full circle, her new appearance was revealed. It was made up of gauntlets that resembled dragon's limbs, and a breastplate and greaves, leaving her shoulders as well as her upper arms and thighs exposed. The armor itself was predominantly red but sported several orange and black parts that took on a shape similar to flames. Her hair also became tied in two separate, long pigtails whose clips gave off the appearance of obsidian dragon horns. Finally, a sword made itself present in her right hand, having a crimson blade and appearing as if the steel was trying to manifest fire itself. That's Flame Empress armor, Macau stated, an impressed look on his face. Ah, come on Urza, at least give the kid a chance, Wakaba stated.
Before Lucy could ask about the specifics of the armor, there was a brief explosion as Natsu let loose with one of his techniques as he rushed Urza. They were moving so fast Lucy could barely follow their battle. She certainly felt the aftereffects, though, as a large burst of hot wind suddenly slammed into her, almost knocking her backwards on her rear. Lucy couldn't help but wince as she saw one of Urza's armored boots catch Natsu square in the face. It was so clear it was almost as if it happened in slow motion. Not to be outdone, Natsu rolled with the kick, moving his entire body in a full rotational circle so that he faced Urza again. However, as he was turning around, he sucked in a large breath of air and prepared a fire dragon's roar in his mouth before he promptly launched it at her as soon as she was in his sights again. Urza wasted no time in dodging it with a smirk on her face, before she blasted towards Natsu again, her sword held behind her ready to deal a strike to the fire mage. The fire mage, who also used a blast of fire from her feet to charge Urza, his fist covered in fire as he made to strike Urza. However, there was a loud clapping noise, which caused both of them to freeze in mid-swing as someone interrupted the fight.
A moment later, a rather feminine voice called out, at first confusing those who had heard it.
This fight is over, a very frog-like being said as it made its way through the crowd. From the sound of its voice, it was female. And while shorter than most humans in the crowd, It was definitely humanoid, though it had a frog's head and webbed hands. It was dressed in a very odd fashion, and it looked even stranger, but nevertheless it appeared to have something important to say. "May I have your attention please? I have come here on behalf of the Magic Council." The frog-like messenger said. "What do you want?" Came a new voice as Naruto made his way on to the scene, the crowd around him parting as he spoke, which allowed him to walk into the impromptu fighting arena.
As a result of the recent Eisenwald incident and the destruction of the Clovertown meeting hall, 2 members of your guild are to be arrested and attend a trial where you will be judged in accordance with the laws of the land. Urza Scarlet and Naruto Drear, you are to come with me and stand trial. The messenger replied, her words shocking everyone present.
"They're gonna stand what?" Natsu shouted out, the Dragon Slayer instantly lighting up his fists with fire and going to stand in front of the scarlet-haired wizard, obviously desiring to prevent her from leaving.
What? What do you mean Urza's being arrested? What for? The frog took a step forward. "I'm sorry Miss Scarlet and Mr. Drear, but I'm going to need you to come with me."
I'm going to say no," Naruto replied with an uncaring tone. "I am here on behalf of the Magic Council." The frog woman spoke up, her tone turning frostier. "Again I'm going to have to say no," Naruto said, again unimpressed. "It was not a request," the frog said, clicking her fingers as she did so, causing several rune knights to shove through the crowd and flank the frog messenger, spears and shields held in their hands.
"Naruto, we should just go with them." Urza finally spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife.
"Again fuck no," Naruto said, ignoring the glare from Urza and the council messenger. "What right do the council have to make us their scapegoat for this whole mess? They already have most of Eisenwald behind bars and have sworn statements from numerous guild masters about the happenings in Clover Town. This is a farce and I refuse to accept this injustice. You are a wizard and so cannot refuse the Magic Council. If you do so there will be consequences." The messenger replied haughtily, her eyes narrowing.
"Oh, I am sure there will, but there will also be consequences for the Magic Council. Just think what the King of Fury will say when he hears how the Magic Council failed to act to contain the situation and instead relied on Fairy Tail to do their work for them.
And that is not even taking into account what the king and the rest of Fury will say when they hear how an entire battalion of the council's rune knights fled like cowards from Lullaby and left the guild masters to fend for themselves," Naruto said harshly, completely disinterested in diplomacy as he laid into the messenger. He had never liked corruption or people blaming him for something he hadn't done. He'd had enough of that growing up, and he was a man now and was over a century old, so he would not accept this shit.
What? The messenger replied, backstepping as she heard Naruto's comment.
"You heard me. Now leave and tell the council to find another patsy, otherwise I will go to the king about this and then we will see what he does. My guess would be sanctions and a large budget cut, so I wouldn't hold out too much hope over keeping your job." Naruto continued as he took a step forward, his body crackling with lightning, a sight which caused the messenger and her rune knights to back off quickly. "I will return to my superiors and update them on this," the messenger said quite nervously, now very much aware of the numerous scowling guild wizards that surrounded her and her escort.
"Good, now if you would be so kind. Piss off," Naruto replied irritably.
Backing away hastily, the council representative did exactly that, throwing Naruto a filthy look over her shoulder as she did so.
"Oh shit, that was awesome," Gray shouted out as he watched the council messenger flee. "What a man." Elfman shouted as he and many other members of Fairy Tail cheered Naruto on over his standing up to the council.
"What the hell do you think you were doing?" Makarov interrupted as he marched into the center of the circle, a scowl on his face. "Making a stand, Maki. The Magic Council hasn't exactly been subtle in their hate towards us, so I very much doubt we can sink any lower in their eyes. But at least now they know that we won't take their crap lying down. I thought you knew, Maki, the best way to make a bully back off is to show you aren't scared of them." Naruto replied with a sagely nod as he took in the sight of his son's bright red face. "You've still painted a target on our backs," Makarov snapped churlishly as he tried to refute his father's words.
"Meh. We already had one on our backs anyway," Naruto said blandly. "Master Makarov, should I go after the messenger and give them an apology?" Urza said in a solemn tone as she took a step forward. "No, there is no real point, as what's done is done." Makarov sighed before sending Naruto a slight scowl which soon turned into a smirk. Besides, Naruto does have a point. Ha! I knew you would see things my way, Maki, Naruto laughed out with a smile. Now let's all go to the bar and get shit-faced. That received a large cheer from many members of the guild as they started to pile into the main hall.
By the way, Mira, I have someone I want you to meet. It is a new friend of mine called Virgo, and I think you two will get along well. Naruto said as he walked into the guild, Mirjane at his side. What just happened? Lucy asked as she still tried to process the events that had just gone.
Shit happens, Lucy. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Gray replied as he grabbed Lucy's hand and pulled her into the guild hall with him. Master Makarov, should I go after the messenger and give them an apology? Urza said in a solemn tone as she took a step forward. No, there is no real point, as what's done is done. Makarov sighed before sending Naruto a slight scowl which soon turned into a smirk. Besides, Naruto does have a point. Ha! I knew you would see things my way, Maki, Naruto laughed out with a smile. Now let's all go to the bar and get shit-faced. That received a large cheer from many members of the guild as they started to pile into the main hall.
By the way, Mira, I have someone I want you to meet. It is a new friend of mine called Virgo, and I think you two will get along well. Naruto said as he walked into the guild, Mirjane at his side.
What just happened? Lucy asked as she still tried to process the events that had just gone. Shit happens, Lucy. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Gray replied as he grabbed Lucy's hand and pulled her into the guild hall with him. There was a moment of silence as the council representative left, which soon ended as all the guild members either burst into laughter or just started cheering. Through the raucous cheering and celebrating of the guild, the loud, obnoxious voice of Natsu cut through the noise. Urza! Natsu shouted. Let's continue where we left off. Get ready to get you ass kicked. No, I'm not in the mood, Urza said calmly, a stoic expression on her face. Natsu, being somewhat dense and being unable to read Urza's mood, instead of backing off, rushed towards Urza with a fistful of flames and a roar of anticipation. Naruto, who was one of the many watching the ongoing events, was not disappointed in his expectation when Urza dropped the boy with one firm punch to the stomach. It comes in handy when Natsu doesn't think through, doesn't it? Naruto observed from his place besides Makarov at the guild bar. He was sure Urza has gotten plenty of practice throughout the years. You know, you could always take him aside and give him a bit of training, Naruto. It could do the boy good. Makarov spoke up from where he was sitting on the bar besides Naruto. Pass, Naruto said firmly. I would rather not. I was never a very good teacher, and I very much doubt Natsu would be a good student. Eager, yes, but actually good at learning. You don't give him enough credit, Makarov said reproachfully. As this short conversation was going on, the guild was laughing over the anticlimactic end for Natsu's long-awaited fight with Urza. Even Naruto cracked a smile as he saw how the guild was having fun. Damn Fairy Tale, they managed to make me get attached again, Naruto thought with a sigh as he looked around the guild at all the members who he had once again grudgingly started to think of as his family. Slowly, the laughter came to a stop as everyone suddenly began to doze off unexpectedly from a rather potent sleep spell that had started to seep through the air. Naruto felt the magic instantly trying to ensnare him, but with a slight pulse of power he easily dispelled the spell, just like how he was trained to get rid of genjutsus. Naruto watched with amusement as each of the members of the guild collapsed on the wooden floor. Some of them even started snoring as they lost conscious. Of course, aside from him, Makarov was the only one able to remain awake, though Urza did make a token effort before she collapsed into a half-doze. Naruto also had no doubt that Laxus, who was skulking around on the top floor, had also been able to dispel Mistogen's sleep spell, which was to be expected considering his S-rank status and power. Mistogen, Naruto greeted while leaning against the bar, his hand idly rummaging around behind the bar as he did so. The masked man nodded a greeting to Naruto as he quietly entered the building, his body completely covered up with a mixture of blue and black cloth and bandaging. The magical staffs attached to his back made a tinkering noise as the mage strolled up to the guild's notice board, which upon reaching he haphazardly ripped off an A-rank mission posting from the board. Naruto observed the man from the corner of his eyes. He found it somewhat odd that the man chose not to pick a mission from the board on the second floor, but he did not pry. He surprisingly trusted Mistogen despite having never seen his face and having never had a proper conversation. He still trusted him.
Naruto mostly thought that the reason was due to some leftover emotion sensing he had received from Kurama. "Mistogen, are you going to dispel your sleep spell?" Makarov asked from his spot on the ignoring Naruto's attempts at petty theft.
With a small countdown, Mistogen broke his sleep spell and disappeared into thin air.
He would have made a good shinobi, Naruto thought to himself as he watched Fairy Tail's most mysterious member leave. Well, perhaps he should take advantage of this fortune situation. Naruto smirked to himself in hidden glee as he finally managed to find a bottle of whiskey which he swiftly opened and took a swig.
"You do realize you are paying for that, don't you?" Makarov said as he shot Naruto a disapproving look.
"Come on now Maki, give your old man a break," Naruto barked out with a laugh, before he made a gesture to his son over whether or not he wants a drink. A gesture that Makarov reciprocated by grabbing the bottle from Naruto and taking his own swig. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Slowly, the slumbering members of Fairy Tail awoke from their impromptu naps, cursing out the now absent Mistogen as they did so. "Mistogen?" Lucy asked while hiding a yawn as she got up off the wooden floor. "One of the strongest mages in Fairy Tail," Mira replied as she got up from where she had fallen behind the bar. As she did so she shot Naruto a suspicious look upon seeing him drinking from a brand new bottle of booze.
"He does this because he doesn't want other members to see his face," Gray said in answer to Lucy's unasked questions over just why the hell Mistogen is so damn mysterious.
"With good reason probably," Naruto hiccuped out as he casually threw his bottle of pilfered booze away. It would be a whole lot of wasted effort if he didn't have a good reason. After all, that sleep spell of his is a powerful and complicated spell. "Clearly not good enough if you manage to stay awake," Gray pointed out irritably, having noticed how Naruto seemed completely unaffected by Mistogen's spell. Naruto just gave him a saucy wink. He would be offended if Gray thought that a mere sleep spell like that would do anything to him. He was made Fairy Tail's temporary guild master for a reason after all. "Hey, to be fair, everyone except Makarov, Laxus, and me all fell asleep. Maybe that's because we are drayers and you know, not pussies like you," Naruto replied with a taunting smirk to Gray, which was made worse by Makarov's bark of laughter when he saw Gray's expression. "Fine," Gray conceded. "No one besides them knows what Mistogen looks like. It's possible even they don't know what he looks like without his facial covering." Naruto was about to throw Gray a bone and admit that he did not actually know what Mistogen looked like, when Laxus spoke up, interrupting him.
"No, I know what he looks like," Laxus interrupted arrogantly as he made his location on the second floor apparent.
"Laxus, you're here!" Exclamations came from other members of the guild. Their surprise was not unwarranted. Laxus and his teammates were very rarely seen in the guild for the most of the time, but since Naruto had been put in charge they had been lying low and not been seen there once in the last few months. "Yeah, he's been here for a while, but has thankfully stayed quiet like a good little boy," Naruto said mockingly, earning himself a frown from Makarov and a growl from Laxus.
"Another one of Fairy Tail's strongest," Gray said offhandedly in an explanation to Lucy.
"Well, anyway, Mistogen's not the most social person in the world. Most of us don't bother him when he visits," Naruto said to Gray and Lucy. "He's shy," Laxus added on with a smirk before turning back to Gray. "It's none of your business. You shouldn't have asked."
"Laxus, fight me!" Natsu shouted suddenly, leaping on top of a table.
"Natsu, haven't you learned your lesson?" Naruto sighed. "You were just beaten by Urza," Gray said dryly. "Surely you have had enough." "They're right. If you can't beat Urza, there's no way you can beat me," Laxus declared. "What are you implying?" Urza asked darkly as the temperature suddenly plummeted despite Gray's frantic efforts to calm her.
"That I am the strongest," Laxus declared dramatically.
"Then get down here and prove it," Natsu snarled with a raised fist.
"How about you come here?" the blonde taunted, flexing his index finger in a mocking gesture for Natsu to come and get him. Just as Natsu was about to launch himself up to the second floor, he was interrupted by a sudden snort of laughter.
"You, the strongest," Naruto laughed out. "That's a good one, kid. You're a long way away from being the strongest. You would do well to mind that," he remarked before with a flash of blue lightning he appeared behind Laxus, his hand in a blade-like shape and raised as if to strike. Laxus' eyes widened in shock. He had not even seen the man move. He had spent the last few months training almost obsessively in an attempt to take the Guild Master title from Naruto. Turns out he was too late as Makarov had returned, but the training should still at least count for something. But yet Naruto had still gotten the best of him again, with what looked like very little trouble. For once, there was silence in the entire guild. Lucy gaped, looking between the empty spot where Naruto was just moments ago. She had heard Naruto was tough, but this was beyond what she had expected. Urza was shocked by the speed of Naruto's attack. She had already fought him before, but this was on a whole other level to how he had moved when they first fought. So much so that she now started to believe he was holding back massively when they had first fought. Natsu cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Fight me," he bellowed seemingly to the room at large, once again breaking the sudden silence that had come over the guild.
"Don't be an idiot, man," Gray mocked. Even he could see that his rival would be no match for either Naruto or Laxus. Completely ignoring Gray in his excitement, Natsu launched himself towards the second floor, only to have Makarov's enormous fist smash him to the floor. Lucy's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she saw this. "You are not allowed to go to the second floor, Natsu. Not yet at least," the elderly man said sternly.
"Seems like you've made him mad. Come talk to me when you can come up to the second floor," Laxus chuckled, certain that Naruto would not attempt to actually harm him with Makarov there. As he said this, Naruto flashed away in a burst of lightning and once again appeared next to Makarov by the bar. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. "What did you mean by second floor just now?" Lucy asked Mirjane, whose kind and gentle demeanor made her the one Lucy approached most when she wanted to know something. "The one above this floor, of course," Mira replied cheerily, motioning at the stairs as she did so. Lucy blushed in embarrassment at the answer she received from Mirjane. "The second floor is for S-ranked mages only. The missions are thus S-ranked and much harder than the A-rank and below-rank missions which are on the mission board on the first floor. Of course, the rewards are several times that of the first floor missions, but S-ranked missions take longer because of their difficulty. To get promoted to S-rank, you must pass an exam and fulfill various requirements. Out of this entire guild, there are currently 6 mages qualified to do S-ranked missions in Fairy Tail. These are Mistogen, Urza, Laxus, Guildarts, Master Makarov and one other." Mira continued, deciding to answer Lucy's question after her little bout of teasing.
"Oh, so is Naruto the other S-class mage you spoke of?" Lucy asked, jumping to a reasonably logical conclusion. "Oh no, Naruto is not an S-class mage. In fact, I am not sure what class he is," Mirjane said, resting her hand on her chin, a cute questioning look on her face. "Master, what is Naruto's rank now?"
You know, that is a pretty good point. What rank should Naruto be?" Makarov replied as he gave Naruto a sly smile. "He can't be an S-class, after all he has not taken the trials and can't become one without doing so."
"Oh come on Maki, you can't pull this shit. I was the guild master, you know," Naruto shouted out in amusement. "A temporary one, you know. So that being said, I think I will call you a B-class mage, same as Maku and Wakaba. You're at around their level." "Oh come on, at least call it a rank, SS," Mira pitched in helpfully.
"No, that just sounds silly," Makarov said. "Way to ruin it, Mira," Naruto commented, before sending her a smile lessening the impact of his words.
Not that it helped, as Mira immediately burst into fake tears, drawing the ire of all the men within hearing distance upon Naruto.
"Oh come on, that is not fair," Naruto shouted out as Makarov laughed in the background and Mira sent him a sly look from behind her hands.
Fairy Tail Guild Hall, one day later. "Master." A posting disappeared from the second floor mission board. Mirjane called out in distress as she quickly ran down the staircase from the second floor.
Upon hearing this, Makarov unceremoniously spat his coffee out, drenching all who were in his direct line of sight in coffee, raising more than a few shouts of annoyance.
Naruto, upon hearing this, immediately snorted in laughter. It didn't take a genius after all to figure out who took the mission.
What Laxus said yesterday probably motivated Natsu to do something completely and utterly stupid, probably by taking a mission that he wasn't ready for. Thinking about it, Natsu reminded Naruto a lot of himself when he was genin and trying to take down Zabuza. In fact, now that he thought about it, Makarov did a similar kind of thing with his own team when he was a teenager.
An S-class quest is missing. Wonder who did it, Mikao thought aloud. It's either someone really strong or really stupid, Wakaba commented. Anyone have any idea who did it? Maku asked to no one in particular. I know who took it. I saw a little blue cat snatch it off the wall. Laxus spoke out from the second floor, carelessly resting his feet atop the wooden table on which he sat.
It was Happy, Mira asked pensively. That's crazy. He must have taken it for Natsu and Lucy, Wakaba reasoned as he idly scratched his chin.
They've got some nerve, Alzak stated from his seat with skimpily dressed Biska at a nearby table.
I don't know about that, but they're really dumb if that's true. Biska added in herself as she watched the ongoing shenanigans.
That's a serious breach of the rules. Hey Gramps, a stunt like that'll get Ya kicked out of the guild, am I right? I guess it doesn't matter though since it's not like those losers are gonna make it back from an S-class mission alive. Laxus scoffed from his place on the second floor.
Laxus, if you knew then why didn't you stop them? Mira asked, lightly glaring at the blonde-haired man from her position next to the master.
Have you met Laxus? He's a bit of a dick you know. Naruto said to Mira, causing some of the surrounding wizards to snort in amusement.
Oh, lighten up. All I saw was a blue cat flying off with a piece of paper in its mouth trying to act all sneaky. I had no idea it was Happy, besides Natsu's not cleared for S-class. I never dreamed he'd break the rules. Laxus replied, ignoring Naruto's comments, a cocky smirk present on his lips. The white-haired barmaid directed a look towards the S-class wizard that would have caused lesser men to cower in fear. A sinister aura was laced in her expression, and the glare that she directed at him could send chills down the spine of most who saw it. HMPH, you haven't given me that look in a while. Laxus commented amusement as he stood by unaffected by Mira's look. This isn't good. I expect this kind of thing from Natsu, but not that Lucy girl. I thought she had a good head on her shoulders when I met her. Makarov said in a disappointed tone of voice. Which request was taken, by the way? Macau inquired.
I think it was the one on Galuna Island. Laxus replied, his smirk increasing in size as he spoke. Incidentally, this prompted Fairy Tail's former demon to glare even more heavily at him, though again he just ignored the look. The Cursed Island? Several members of the guild started exclaiming as muttering started spreading throughout the guild. Are they insane? Maku shouted out, getting to his feet with a look of worry on his face.
Laxus, go and fetch them at once. That request is far too dangerous for them to even consider. Makarov ordered as he turned to his grandson, hoping to give him a chance to redeem himself after the crap he had pulled. Yeah, that's a good one. I've got better things to do than running all over Fury looking for that idiot Gramps. And besides, everyone in Fairy Tail is supposed to be able to take care of themselves, right? Laxus replied callously, completely ignoring Makarov's offer at peace. It appears my attempts at humbling the brat didn't go as well I had hoped. Naruto thought to himself as he watched his great-grandson's posturing. One of these days, Laxus, you are going to need to grow up. Naruto said as he sent a frown at Laxus.
Back down, little cousin. You got lucky before, but if we were to have a serious fight you will come out the worse for it. Laxus snarled as he glared at Naruto. Any past thoughts on his previous defeat at Naruto's hands gone.
I don't care how you feel about Natsu. The fact is you're the only one strong enough to bring him back by force. Makarov shouted, ignoring the fact that Mira and Naruto were both in the room.
Sorry, master, a voice called out from behind the orange-clad wizard.
Everyone turned to see Gray get up from his seated position with a serious look on his face, his eyes directed towards Makarov before next he spoke.
But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, he continued before he started heading for the door. I will go get Natsu back, don't you worry, Gramps. Watching as Gray left the guild, Makarov turned to his side and made eye contact with Naruto. Naruto could go after them?
I will give Gray a couple of hours. If he hasn't got them back before then I will go get them. Naruto replied as he watched Gray leaving the building. As he finished he got a number of frowns and looks from the surrounding guild members. Oh, what, come on, you have got to cut the cord at some point.
Naruto. Mira said as she turned her deadly frown upon Naruto. What, come on, Mira? Naruto moaned. Well, I won't serve you until you go, Mira replied, giving him a smug smile. Ooh. Well, you are a little, aren't you? Naruto replied with a laugh. Any further retort was soon interrupted by the sudden slam of the front door as the formidable Urza Scarlet entered the guild. What is going on? What is with all the shouting? Oh hey Urza. Naruto said as he saw Urza's glare of suspicion move to him. Are you sure this is really necessary? Naruto complained from where he was stood leaning against the wooden balustrade of the ship. Yes, it is indeed necessary. You as a former guild master of fairy tale should know that this is indeed necessary. Urza snapped back at Naruto from where she was standing at the prow of the ship. You know, has anyone ever told you that you need to relax a bit? Naruto said with a smirk on his face. As if you actually know anything about me. Urza snapped as she turned to Naruto, her eyes flashing dangerously.
Well, it would be hard for me to know anything about you, if you have never told me anything in the first place. Naruto replied, turning to face the red-haired swordswoman as he did so.
Trust is a two-way process. To get some you must give some first, Urza said firmly. Huh. You are indeed a remarkable woman, Urza Scarlet. Naruto said with a soft smile as he looked her in the eye. In fact, it's at times like these that you remind me of someone. Remind you of who? Urza asked curiously. Of a woman I knew long ago, an old flame of mine you could say. Naruto replied as he once again turned to look over the ocean. What was her name? Urza managed to get out despite flushing a bit in embarrassment at Naruto's comparing her to an old lover of his.
Her name was Irene Belsarian, and she was amazing and beautiful, very similar to you, Urza. She had this inner strength and confidence that just drew you in, and a love of life that was just intoxicating. Naruto said wistfully, but she was also selfish and prone to anger on occasion, which I guess is one of the problems of being so passionate.
Where did you meet her? Urza asked curiously, quite interested in Naruto's tale. I meet her when was just 18 and starting out from her home in Rosemary Village on her quest to be a powerful mage. She was actually the one who came to me. She had heard about me and my magic and had come wanting to learn from me.
Unfortunately, she was disappointed. My magic is unique to me, and unless certain conditions are met she would be totally unable to use it. That's not to say I didn't help her with her magic though. I had become knowledgeable about multiple different types of magic and the different elements, and I used that knowledge to help her how I could. Naruto said, a slight smile on his face. And what a student she was, a prodigy really. She soaked up anything and everything I could teach her.
So when did you fall in love with her? Urza asked.
Within the first year of her learning under me, sometimes literally. Naruto replied with a wink at Urza. We were together for 7 years and were happy.
Then what happened? Urza asked, pushing down her interest in Naruto's age as she heard him talk.
One day she just left. She told me she had learned all she could and that she was leaving, going to the continent of Alvarez. Claimed that if she ever wanted to be the greatest mage to walk the earth she could have me weighing her down. Naruto replied with a sad smile. I know what you are thinking, by the way. You thinking what a... And I would agree for the most part, though that is not to say that I don't respect her resolve and her determination to follow her dream.
When did this happen? Urza asked as she tried not to give her comments to Naruto about what she thought of this Irene woman. Oh, she left me around 18 or so years ago. Never saw her again. Did hear a few stories through the vine though, and from what the stories say she has made her dream a reality. Naruto said while looking out into the distance, almost as if he was looking out to see if he could see her out there somewhere.
18 years, and you were with her even years before that. Just how old are you, Naruto? Urza asked before another bit of what Naruto had just said came back to her. And did you say she was from Rosemary Village? I will answer your questions another time, Urza, but right now we have other things to do. Naruto said, very unsubtle, avoiding Urza's questions.
Wait, what? What do you mean? Urza asked as she swung her head around to where Naruto was looking.
Why, Urza, we are at Galuna Island, and in case you forgot, we have a little job to do there. Naruto replied as he looked out over the sea at the large and mountainous island of Galuna, which at the present point in time was bathed in an eerie purple light. Come Naruto, let's hurry, Urza snapped out as she and the former guild master hurried through the thick woods on Galuna Island. The urgency in her voice was due to the distant explosions and screams they could hear, and also probably due to the massive gray rat with a pink bonnet on that was crash-banging about the area.
Geez, chill a little, Urza, was Naruto's lazy response to the fierce red-haired mage. Natsu, Gray and Lucy are tough enough to last at least a bit longer.
It does not matter, Our comrades are in danger and it is our duty to help them. Urza replied as she crashed through the woodlands, a faintly glowing sword in her hand, which she was currently using to cut through any trees or branches that got in her way. Within a few minutes the two powerful fairy tale mages came upon a sight which they would not be forgetting any time soon. Lucy, Gray and Natsu, three relatively powerful mages, were currently fleeing in terror from an overgrown rat. "What the hell are you doing?" Urza shouted out as she saw the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. Unfortunately though, she was completely ignored as Gray, Natsu, and Lucy were all far too busy running from the biggest rat they have ever seen to look up. Before Urza could call out again, no doubt venting her growing anger on the hapless three wizards, she was interrupted by Gray. "Ice make! Ice cannon!" Gray shouted as he slammed his fist against his open palm. His magic activating and forming a light blue magic circle in front of him, that soon created a large, long-barreled cannon made entirely of ice. With a dull bang, a cannonball made entirely of ice exploded out of Gray's ice cannon. Naruto, Urza and the others all watching on as the ball of ice crashed into the giant rat's gut. The impact sending the creature onto its back with an ear-splitting shriek. The effect was only momentary though, as with another shriek the rat twisted round and back onto its feet again before lunging forward, noxious clouds of greenish gas streaming out of its mouth.
Liz Slan Nus, ice form, came the sudden bellow from Naruto's lungs as he used the magic of his own creation, shout magic. As Naruto used his magic, a wall of icy blue magic erupted from his mouth. The wall soon slammed into the giant rat, smashing it back onto its back and covering it with a thick film of ice and freezing the entire thing solid, as well as all the trees behind it, turning the woodland for 20 meters behind the rat into a winter wonderland. "Oops. I think I overdid it a bit," came the bored voice of Naruto as he walked into the clearing.
"Naruto, you're here!" Lucy gasped in shock as she watched the former fairy tale guild master walk into the clearing. Lucy's feelings on the blonde were still slightly mixed, but right now, after all the shocks and fear of the last few hours, she had never been so happy to see him. "No, it's Master Bob. Of course it's me, Blondie," Naruto said as he shoved his hands into his pocket, a bored look on his face, as if he found freezing a rat solid was an everyday event. "Must you make a spectacle of everything you do? Surely as a former master of fairy tale you should know better," Ezra said sternly as she too walked into the clearing. "Urza, you're here too," Lucy squeaked out as she saw the red head. Wait. Before you get angry, you should know that the villagers are really suffering. We're helping them, and then there's a demon, and a curse, and Lucy suddenly started stuttering as she saw Urza's face.
"I don't care. Naruto and I came here to bring you and the others back to the guild," Urza replied. "But," Lucy began. She was cut off, or rather, stopped speaking the moment that the redhead brought up one of her swords and aimed it directly at her throat. Needless to say, the blonde was almost immediately paralyzed with fear.
"Let me make this easier for you to understand. You have violated the guild's rules and betrayed Master Makarov. You will be lucky to get out of this with your lives," Urza stated.
"Why, you wouldn't really hurt us, would you?" Lucy asked with a stutter before she sent Naruto a pleading look.
The redhead just continued to direct an ominous glare at her prisoner, though she did have the common courtesy to withdraw her blade given that she felt her point had been thoroughly illustrated. "Yes, when Master saw that you had broken the rules and gone on an S-class mission, he decided to send me and Naruto to collect you and take you back for punishment," Urza responded with a glare, the three errant members of Fairy Tail all flinching when she said the word, punishment. "Naruto, Urza," Gray himself asked as he saw them both standing there, one looking stern and fierce, and the other looking like he was in desperate need of a drink. "Why did the master send you? I told him I could handle it."
"Still though," Gray began petulantly before being interrupted again. "Anyway, let's go sort this mess on the island out," Naruto said as he set off in the direction of the large temple that occupied the center of the island, leading the way for the others. "Oh, and Urza, you can punish them later. Let's finish the mission first."
Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. "For fuck's sake, Natsu, were you dropped on the head as a child?" Naruto shouted at Natsu as he and the rest of their group found themselves free falling through the ancient temple's stone floor. As they fell, large pieces of masonry fell with them, the large blocks of stone crashing into the ground, sending up shards of rock.
Instead of a reply, all Naruto received in reply was a shout of fear followed by Natsu shouting, "Screw you, Naruto."
Before anyone else could say anything else, the group crashed into the ground, each of the mages using different methods to save themselves. Urza simply re-equipped into her Heaven's Wheel armor, before using the metal wings attached her armor to glide to the ground safely, grabbing Lucy by the back of her outfit as she did so. Gray slammed his fist onto his palm before shouting out, "Ice make! Ice slide!" As he did so, a blue magic circle was created beneath him, from which a slide made of ice appeared, which Gray landed on before using it to surf down the slide to safety. Natsu's solution to the problem was much simpler, as he did not have to do anything. Happy, his constant companion simply grabbed him by the shoulders and used his wings to safely move Natsu onto the floor, his teeth gritted in concentration.
As for Naruto, he just charged lightning magic through his body, enhancing his body, before he landed on the floor in a crouch, the floor shattering beneath his feet as he did so.
"Is everyone all right?" Urza asked as she looked around her and saw that everyone was still alive.
"Yes," Lucy replied as everyone else grumbled in affirmative, a number of them glaring at Natsu for causing the situation in the first place. "Natsu, you idiot!" Gray shouted as he too glared at Natsu. "Ah, get over it!" Natsu shouted cheerfully, completely oblivious to the mood of the room, before taking off running into the darkness, breathing out small burst of fire as he did so.
"Seriously?" Lucy sighed in exacerbation. "Natsu, wait!" Urza shouted as her and the rest of the fairy tale mages chased after the pink-haired dragon slayer, all of them running fast to try and catch up with Natsu, only for the dark passageway they were running through to open up into a large cavern.
"Whoa," the group heard Natsu say in an awestruck tone as they saw him stop still and gaze around in amazement.
Naruto and the others heard the dragon slayer's voice, and an instant later they turned the coming corner and saw that he had stopped dead in his tracks and currently stood in place staring directly at his front.
"Are you okay?" Lucy asked as they slowly walked up to where Natsu was stood. "What's the problem, dipshit?" Naruto questioned in a bored voice as he followed after the rest of the group. "Hey guys, what's that?" Natsu asked, still staring off into the cavern as the rest of the group joined him. Everyone then walked out into the large section of the cavern and instantly saw what the pink-haired dragon slayer had been staring at, before most of their eyes widened upon seeing a massive demonic-looking creature encased in a large dome of ice. "Forgive me for stating the obvious, but I would say that it is a demon frozen in a block of ice," Naruto replied as he looked at the large demon in interest and a slight bit of familiarity, as something about what he was seeing reminded him of a story he had heard a while back. "That's impossible," Gray suddenly spoke up, completely ignoring Naruto's sarcasm, his voice shaking slightly as he did so.
Most all of those present were shocked at the sight of the encased monster, but Gray looked visibly disturbed, more so than anyone else. His pupils were shaking, slight amounts of sweat dripped from his brow, and his skin paled. However, the only one who seemed to pick up on this was Naruto, as he happened to be the only one who did not seem at all bothered by the sight in front of them. "It's Deliora, but that's impossible," Gray stated in a shocked tone as he began to walk towards the ice that imprisoned the gargantuan beast. I thought I recognized the beast," Naruto thought as he looked up at it, remembering hearing about how a powerful ice wizard had put the demon on ice after it went on a rampage in the far north. How could this happen? Why is it here? What the hell is it doing on Galuna Island? Gray asked desperately as he looked around, almost as if he hoped this was all just a bad dream. "You've seen this thing before?" Urza asked directly, if slightly more gently than normal, her eyes taking into account Gray's shaken composure.
"It just can't be, it just can't." Gray stuttered out, his face scrunched up.
"Gray, please calm down," Lucy said in a low comforting tone as she took a step forward and placed a gentle comforting hand on the ice wizard's shoulder. "This thing, it's Deliora, the demon of destruction," Gray said as he began to explain why seeing the demon had upset him so. "Demon of construction?" Natsu asked in confusion, interrupting Gray before he could properly begin whilst earning a kick in the shin from Naruto. "It's quiet time, Natsu, just stay quiet and listen," Naruto said with a slight smile as he saw Natsu yelp in pain as he grabbed his aching shin. Before anyone could say another word on the subject, several footsteps could be heard from down a nearby passageway. Hearing this instantly caused the fairy tale wizards to hide behind a nearby rock, with Urza dragging Naruto by the back of the collar. "Let's try and find out what is really going on here," Urza whispered to Naruto as she dragged him after where the others had gone. Within minutes of them doing so, two young-looking men came out of a different entrance to cavern, each of them looking very unusual. One of the wizards was a short, slim young man with long blue hair that was tied in a ponytail at his neck and large, very protuberant black square eyebrows. The man wore what appeared to be a green robe which came on to his ankles and was tied around the waist with a thin black belt. Accompanying the unusual-looking short man was an even more odd-looking taller man who had reddish-brown skin and shaggy brown hair. The man mildly muscular and of average height with distinctive animal features. He had a pair of canine ears sitting on his head, a small dark nose and a lower face that was colored differently from the rest of his body. Overall he bore a striking resemblance to a canine. "The voices seem to come down from here. I hate being awake during the day," the shorter man stated as he strolled into the cavern, his hands held behind his back. "So, Toby, were you exposed to the moon drip? You've got those weird ears," the man said jokingly, aggravating his companion. "I already told you, they're a fashion statement, you jerk. Why can't you ever be nice, Yuka?" Toby shouted in a slightly shrill voice. "Calm down, I was only joking," the now named Yuka replied calmly with an uncaring expression upon seeing Toby's outrage. "Ya don't have to be so mean about it," Toby said in a slightly depressed voice as he kicked at the floor slightly, his mood swinging back and forth at random. "Those two said moon drip, could that be the name of the curse?" Lucy wondered aloud. "He did say it in reference to those weird ears, so maybe it is," Urza murmured to the rest of the group as she watched them from behind the rock cropping, hoping to hear something of their plan. Anything further the two men would have said was soon cut short upon the arrival of another individual. This time though it was a woman who entered via the very same entrance as the last two men. She was a pink-haired woman with blue eyes, large breasts, and a curvaceous body. The woman's hair was tied in pigtails. She wore a choker tied into a ribbon, a purple and pink short spaghetti dress with light pink trimmings, black leggings, and high-heeled sandals. "Toby, Yuka, something terrible has happened," the woman said in a saddened tone as she walked up to the two men. "What now, Sherry?" Yuka asked in a somewhat annoyed tone while his other companion greeted the woman with a friendly wave and a grin. "It's Angelica. She's been attacked and I'm sad," Sherry replied in a depressed voice. "You're moping around because someone attacked your stupid pet rat," Toby exclaimed. "That thing was her pet," Natsu muttered out as he gave the girl a surprised look. "What a weird girl," Lucy commented. "Look who's talking," Happy said.
"What did you say?" Lucy asked in a low threatening tone, glaring heavily at the blue-haired cat.
"She's not a rat, she's a brave hunter prowling the jungle to protect us." "She is, love," Sherry stated. Naruto fought the urge to groan out loud upon hearing that. Not another loved-obsessed female, he had enough of them when he was still a shinobi, but appeared they still haunted him now he was a mage. "They aren't from the island. They have a different scent. They're not cursed like the villagers were," Natsu said as he peeked around the rock. Naruto merely sighed before he shoved both Natsu and Lucy back down behind the rock. "Stay down, kiddos. I have the distinct feeling they're the ones who brought Deliora here in the first place. If we stay quiet we may hear just why they did it." "I agree," Urza muttered before continuing with a slight smirk. "And if we don't find out what we want to know then we will just force them to tell us." Intruders, just when we were almost finished with collecting the needed moonlight. "How sad," Sherry said sorrowfully. "Let's exterminate the intruders before they interrupt the Cold Emperor plans. Now that they've seen Deliora, we can't let them live," Sherry said passionately. "Cold Emperor." Naruto frowned as he heard the pretentious name, before he could think any more on it though he heard the sound of a slight clattering in the distance. Sticking his head up above the rock again, the blonde mage saw the three wizards turn towards where the noise came from and rush off in that direction. "Where are they going?" Naruto muttered as he saw them leave, beginning to ready himself to follow before he was interrupted again by Urza putting an armored hand on his shoulder. "I sent Happy off to make a distraction. We will use this time to analyze what we have heard before we make a proper plan," Urza said firmly, knowing that if she allowed Naruto to go that he would crush anyone who got in his way, meaning they wouldn't find out the whole plan, which could mean they might miss something that could come back to bite them. "This is beginning to become really complicated. Who the hell is this cold emperor bastard? Lucy said as she crossed her arms in contemplation. Why did they bring Deliora here? How did they know where Deliora was sealed? Gray asked harshly, wiping away some of his cold sweat away, having somewhat calmed down after his mini breakdown before. What do you mean? Lucy asked. It was sealed in a glacier in the northern continent. This immortal demon caused havoc at Icevon 10 years ago. My teacher, gave her life to seal this demon. I don't know why it was brought here, but it never should have been. Gray snarled, his fist becoming covered in frost as his magical control slipped. Cold Emperor, who the hell are you? You won't get away with dishonoring Ul's name and her sacrifice. Gray, calm down, Naruto said sternly, deciding to finally take control of the situation, before it turned into more of a shambles than it already was. He laid his palm over Gray's fist, ignoring the spikes of ice that pierced through his hand. We don't know who Cold Emperor is at the moment, but I'm sure we'll find out if we stay here long enough. Moon Drip is a pretty potent substance known to melt any and all forms of magic no matter how strong, and from the looks of that ice, these people have been collecting the Moon Drip for a while. They want to melt Deliora. Gray gritted his teeth in anger. All we can do is guess. How they knew where Deliora was isn't as important as what they are going to do with him now. We should plan our course of action before we do anything else. Naruto said before standing up and walking out from behind the rock outcropping, the rest of the group soon following his lead and stepping into the empty cavern. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. The group had barely left the cover of the rock before a large purple magical seal appeared on the ceiling of the cavern. The circle suddenly erupted with a beam of purple light that began to descend onto the large block of ice with the demon Deliora inside. Within seconds the ice was bathed in ominously glowing purple light.
The light it's shining on Deliora, Gray said, somewhat stating the obvious.
Then we should find out where it's coming from, Urza said as she looked at the purple light with a stern expression on her face. Everyone nodded in agreement, after which they ran off to see exactly where the source of the purple light was located, the group running through the tunnel the three mages had previously used. As they followed the tunnel it split into two, one branch veering left and down whilst the other went upwards heading back to where the temple was located. After jogging through the tunnel the group soon appeared back in the temple, only this time they were in the main chamber. Barely even stopping to look around the group headed upwards, Urza leading the way, a sword in her hand as she went, with Natsu eagerly following after her, whilst Gray, Lucy and Naruto followed somewhat slower, the three of them making sure to keep somewhat aware of their surroundings. Within a few minutes the group arrived at the top of the temple, exiting through a stone archway. Upon reaching her destination Urza crouched behind a large pile of rubble that had obviously come from some of the broken stone architecture that had previously been located on top of the temple. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. As the group of mages from Fairy Tail looked out from behind the rock they could see a circle of individuals wearing purple robes, each of which were muttering an incantation beneath a large half-moon stone sculpture that surrounded the hole above where Deliora's resting place was. What are they doing? Natsu asked in curiosity as the group hid behind a nearby pile of rubble, all of them crowded together as they attempted to keep out of sight of the strange cult of wizards so that they could see what they were doing. I'm not sure, but I think they're casting some kind of spell to capture the moonlight, Urza stated as she looked at the chanting group and the large magical circle that was located between them. But then why are they shining it on Deliora? Lucy questioned as she looked at what they were doing in confusion. It's an ancient spell called the Moon Drip, as I said before, Naruto replied as he glanced over the top of the pile of rocks. They are harnessing the power of the moon to melt the ice surrounding Deliora. It is an ancient spell and requires a lot of power, which is probably why there are so many of them. What? That's impossible. The ice from an iced shell can't be melted, Gray said, having missed Naruto's previous explanation, lost in memories as he was at the time. Sorry kid, as I said before, the Moon Drip can melt any form of magic, the ice from an ice shell included, Naruto replied, having seen this before when he had first arrived in Earthland many years ago. Those idiots, Gray exclaimed loudly in outrage, oblivious to Naruto's thoughts. Subtly Gray, real subtle, but anyway, I also think that what the villagers you described as being cursed was in fact just a side effect of the Moon Drip. Concentrated moon energy from the spell can contaminate the body. Naruto continued unperturbed by Gray's outburst. I've seen the spell in action before, not the side effects though, so I could be wrong. I'll make him pay, Natsu said, raising his fist and causing it to burst into flame and ignoring the last bit of Naruto's explanation.
Before the Dragon Slayer could take any significant action, Urza opted to slam her fist down onto his head, causing Natsu's head to crash into the ground and stopping him from rushing the group of mysterious wizards.
Quiet, Natsu, someone's coming, Urza said with a frown, the tone of her voice causing Lucy and Happy to flinch a little bit and shrink back behind the recesses of the rock cropping they were hid behind. As they did so, the other braver members of the team who were not so easily cowed by Urza's harshness man did appear with the three mages they had seen before, Sherry, Yuka, and Toby following along behind him. The man that they were following was of average height but who gave off a commanding aura of strength and arrogance as he walked onto the roof of the temple as if he owned the place. The man's appearance was completely hidden from view by the unusual and striking outfit he wore. The outfit consisted of an ornate silver-horned helmet with a long red ponytail extending from the rear, the ponytail looking to be made from some kind of beast's hair. The man's legs and chest were covered with elaborately designed silver armor, over the top of which he wore a white overcoat which was trimmed with purple-colored fur around its collar. What a waste, I lost so much precious sleep for nothing. We searched all day for the intruders and didn't find anything, the short man with blue hair called Yuka said with irritation, the dark bags under his eyes giving away his exhaustion. Maybe there wasn't any, Toby countered, his mood switching once again as his voice pitched with outrage. I'm afraid I have some sad news, Cold Emperor. We thought we had intruders earlier today, but they seem to have gotten away. I cannot speak of love in this situation, Sherry informed, using a sad tone of voice as she simpered up to the armored man, sending longing glances to the man as she did so. Intruders? The masked man questioned, his tone sounding bored and sardonic, very similar most of the fairy tale group noticed to how Naruto sometimes talked when Natsu had been bugging him for a fight especially hard. The tone sounded forced, like he was trying to mask some emotion, which for Naruto when dealing with prolonged periods of time with Natsu was usually annoyance. Gray, however, noticed something different as he heard the voice, his eyes widening and skin paling slightly as he stared at the man who was clearly the leader of the group before him. A look that was seen by the ever-observant Urza, who upon seeing Gray's expression put a warning hand on his shoulder to make sure he didn't suddenly do something reckless. So that's the Cold Emperor, huh? Natsu asked curiously, oblivious to anything else going on around him, as eyed up the Cold Emperor like a predator would a fresh piece of meat, or a hyperactive dragon slayer would an opponent who he could fight. Has Deliora been awakened yet? The Cold Emperor asked, the tone of his voice not changing as he continued to stare at the large magical circle which funneled the power of the moon into the temple in the form of moon drip. It should be later tonight or tomorrow, was the reply received from Sherry, who was idly playing with her hair as she shot love-filled looks at the imperious Cold Emperor. It appears we had less time than I thought. We should act now. Especially now we know more of their plan, Naruto muttered to the other fairy tale mages surrounding him, catching Urza's eye as he did so. The time has almost come. If you see those intruders again, kill them. I don't want anyone getting in my way, the Cold Emperor ordered, his tone becoming frosty as he did so. They must have been villagers. No one else would be on this island. Sherry spoke up, coming to a logical conclusion on who the intruders could have been. Then destroy the village, he ordered in an annoyed tone, obviously having no time for such petty obstacles. Yes, sir, the three answered immediately. Upon hearing the cruel order from the man, Urza let loose a slight growl as she released her hold on Gray and stood up from behind the rock outcropping, her actions seeming to be the trigger to Lucy, Natsu and Gray also making their move. I've had enough of this sneaking around, Natsu bellowed out as he stepped out from where they were previously hidden, following Urza's lead, his fist becoming enshrouded in flames as he did so. These kids, Naruto thought with fond amusement as he saw the righteousness burning in their eyes as they made their move to stand against injustice. Truly Maki, your children embody Mavis's dream of fairy tale. Stop right there, Urza commanded as she left the shelter of the rock, re-equipping as she did so into her black wing armor, the black metal plates that made up her outfit shifting noiselessly against each other as she took up a fighting stance, a long black blade held two-handed in front of her and the wings that were attached to the back of her armor open behind her. Overall she cut a striking and intimidating figure. Something the 4 previously plotting dark wizards agreed with as each of them leapt back in shock at the sight of her. I recognize that guild mark, they're from Fairy Tail. Sherry observed as she shifted into her version of a defensive stance, her right foot slightly ahead of her left and her hands raised as if she were about to conduct an orchestra. I see, so the villagers must have gone to some of the light magical guilds for help. Yuka mused as he remained in the same stance, his hands held casually behind his back, a look of confidence now on his face as he identified who he was now facing. Don't worry about them. Go eradicate the village, the Cold Emperor ordered as he scanned the group of 5 mages and a strange fly cat that stood before him. Dismissing the pink-haired mage with flaming fists, the busty blonde girl who looked almost as if she wanted to burst into tears and the weird blue flying cat. His attention instead going to the red-haired woman who cut a deadly figure in her armor, an aura of crimson power seeming to leak of her figure as she shot him a look of barely contained rage. His attention then moved over to the lackadaisical blonde who was wearing a brown leather jacket which was trimmed with gray fur. The man seemed on first glance to be bored with the whole situation, but if one looked deep enough they could see the unnerving hidden glee in his eyes. The main focus of his attention though was the man a few years younger than him, who had wild black hair, dark glaring eyes and was bare-chested. This was one who he recognized. How can you order something like that? The blonde girl suddenly shouted out, her voice raw with emotion as she did so, her eyes watering a bit as the emotion running through her almost overwhelmed the girl.
Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. The Cold Emperor replied callously, the dark eye sockets of his helmet giving his words more weight as they seemed empty and dead. What kind of answer is that? Natsu shouted in outrage, after which he charged the masked man, his fist raised and covered in crimson and orange fire. Gray had already made his move within moments of leaving the cover of the rock outcropping. The dark-haired ice wizard was running headlong at his enemy, his hands covered in swirling icy blue magic that made the surrounding air several degrees cooler. Don't you know what you are doing? You have to stop, Gray shouted as he took a step forwards toward the group of dark mages in front of him, his hands still enshrouded in icy magic. As if to emphasize his statement he slammed his hands onto the ground, channeling his magic as he did so. In answer to his actions, the ground beneath him extended a number of meters before several uncontrolled spikes of pearly white ice exploded from the stone floor, the spikes heading for the Cold Emperor and his 3 subordinates as the spikes seemed to twist and grow as it was fueled by Gray's fear and anger. Instead of reacting like a rational human would, though, the Cold Emperor with just a nonchalant flourish of a single hand cast a similar but more controlled version of Gray's spell. The floor around him becoming coated in a light frost of ice as 3 spiral-shaped spikes erupted from the ground like tendrils. Each of these spikes intercepted Gray's and shattered the impact, causing a blast of cold air that rushed over all the watching mages. Another ice mage, quite the coincidence I have to say, although maybe somewhat predictable considering the guy's pretentious title of Cold Emperor. Naruto said, not talking to anyone in particular, more just airing his thoughts as he watched the goings-on before him. With Gray several meters in front of the rest of the group facing down against the Cold Emperor who was stood in front of his own little group. Leon! Gray shouted out, his dark eyes hardening as he saw the magic the Cold Emperor used, the sight of it confirming in Gray's mind the identity of Cold Emperor, something which only made him angrier. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Gray continued to shout, oblivious to everything else but the man in front of him. Oh Gray, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Leon, the previously named Cold Emperor, lazily drawled, the condescension in his tone obvious for all those present. Why would you of all people revive Deliora? Gray asked, his tone still harsh, though his voice not quite as loud now that he had gained the full attention of the man before. Don't you remember what that beast did? I wonder if you came here knowing we would meet or if this is just pure coincidence. Leon stated nonchalantly, avoiding answering Gray's pointed question as he did so. You know this boy, Cold Emperor? Yuka asked of his master, the man's protuberant eyebrows furrowing slightly in confusion as he tried to follow the goings-on in front of him. I thought I gave you an order, Yuka, do not make me have to repeat myself. Leon said harshly, not even turning to look at his subordinate as he continued to face Gray. Yes sir, Yuka, Sherry and Toby replied in chorus before spinning on their heels and disappearing over the other side of the temple, no longer in sight as they hurried to obey their master's command. Wait, where the hell are you going? Get back here.
Natsu demanded as he saw three of the dark wizards disappear, the dragon slayer making to follow them as he rushed forward in the same direction the Cold Emperor stood. "Wait, Natsu, don't go near him," Gray shouted upon seeing his friend rival charge and mistaking his actions for an attempted attack on Leon, something Leon seemed to think too as he turned slightly to face the oncoming Natsu. Unfortunately, it was too late though, as the Cold Emperor had already reacted to what he perceived as an attack. Leon had extended one hand towards Natsu with a flourish, the hand glowing faintly with a light blue called magic. Shortly after the swipe of Leon's hand, a large amount of ice formed in the air around Natsu before it swiftly enclosed him in its icy grip. Within seconds, Leon's icy magic had surrounded Natsu's body. In fact, only his head and the lower half of the Dragon Slayer's arms and feet were left uncovered by Leon's attack. These ice-free body parts soon burst into flame as Natsu reactively tried to melt his way out of the trap he had found himself in. "Lucy and Happy, come with me," Urza ordered as she saw what happened to Natsu. Within seconds she had grabbed Lucy with one hand and charged, her other hand holding the blade in preparation to strike. "No, Urza!" Gray began to shout as he thought Urza was about to make the same mistake Natsu had just made, only for him to be surprised. With an incoherent shout, Urza swept her sword at Leon, the black blade glowing red as Urza channeled her energy through it. As soon as she had finished her swing, an arc of pure magic power left her sword. The arc having been further enhanced by the blade's enchantments rapidly closed in on Leon, the air around it crackling slightly. The Cold Emperor seemed taken aback momentarily as he backstepped from the attack, only to gain his resolve again as with another sweep of his arm and a call of "Ice make! Ice shield!" the air in front of him swirled around before forming a thick shield of ice in front of Leon, the shield having a distinctive flower-like shape. With a loud splintering sound, Urza's attack met the ice shield, the attacking causing cracks to form throughout the shield. But despite the damage done, the shield still held. Not that that mattered, as Urza's attack had done its job. It had provided a distraction that allowed Urza to get past the Cold Emperor unimpeded, dragging Lucy and Happy along after her as she did so. With a crash, the ice shield collapsed into large shards, which with a flicker of his finger Leon transformed into birds made of ice. With a call of "Ice make! Snow swifts!" the sculptures shot like bullets from a gun at where Gray and the still nonchalant Naruto were standing. Neither of the two had to do anything to defend themselves though, as the still trapped Natsu accidentally intercepted the icy avian missiles, the birds shattering harmlessly off of the ice that surrounded Natsu's form. With Natsu completely oblivious to what he had done, exclaiming angrily, "What the hell, why can't move?" "If I were to hazard a guess, Natsu, I would say it was because you were covered in ice," Naruto replied with a long-suffering sigh as he watched Natsu stagger around, weighed down as was by the large chunk of ice attached to him. Shaking his head with another sigh, Naruto instead turned to where Leon was standing, deciding as he did so to try and probe for more information. "So anyway, I take it you are the one trying to resurrect Deliora?" "Yes, but I don't have time to mess around with the likes of you," Leon replied, coldly irated that his attack had failed and that Naruto and Natsu were still around. Extending his right hand, Leon once again prepared to cast a spell at the trio of mages facing him. "Ice make eagle!" Leon shouted, swinging his arm in his opponent's direction and sending a flock of larger avian-shaped ice missiles at his opponent. With a crack of lightning, Naruto vanished in a burst of bluish lightning, only to swiftly appear behind Leon, his hands in his pockets as he thrust a lightning-shrouded kick in the Cold Emperor's direction. Spinning on his heel, Leon was able to create a partial shield of ice in front of him, which he used to deflect the worst of the attack. He was still affected though, as the leftover force crashed into his body and sent him tumbling back several feet, his body partially paralyzed for a couple of seconds by the static electricity that ran through his body. Removing his hands from his pocket, Naruto raised his right hand up and channeled his magic to it. Almost instantly his hand was covered in crackling blue lightning, which within moments of appearing extended a foot, forming what looked like a spear of concentrated lightning. Staggering to his feet, Leon turned to see the spear of lightning pointed directly at him, the spear giving of a sound that sounded like 1,000 chirping birds. The amount of power he felt coming from the blonde's unnerving attack caused a flicker of fear in him. Before the blonde could strike him with his attack though, he was stopped by Gray laying a hand on his shoulder, a firm look on his face. "Please, let me handle this, Naruto," Gray said in serious voice as he saw Naruto turn to face him, a curious look on his face. "Why?" Naruto asked, irritated by the boy's intervention. And don't give me some angst bullshit about it being your duty to stop him and that you're destined to fight him or some shit like that. No, Gray said, his lips quirking slightly as he heard Naruto's blunt comment. I just really want to kick this S face in. Oh, well, in that case go for it. Naruto replied with a bark of laughter at Gray's response, idly shaking his right hand and dispelling his attack, which he had based on his memories of Kakushi's Chidori, a smile on his face. Gray had actually taken him by surprise. He was expecting some cringy angst-ridden speech about how Gray was an Avenger or some Sasuke-like bullshit like that. But instead he received a response he himself would have come up with. You sure you can take this out, kid? Fuck yeah, leave Leon to me. Gray said with a confident smirk to Naruto before he directed a glare at the watching Leon. Haha, alright man, you got it, I will go cause some mischief. I'll take Natsu back with me so the brat doesn't get in the way. Make sure to beat the crap out of the pretentious dick, Naruto said with a bark of laughter, before reaching down and grabbing the pink-haired teen's hand and disappearing with a crash of lightning, leaving Cold Emperor breathing heavily as he tried to maintain his calm facade whilst inside he was bristling with barely contained rage at the insults Gray and the now-named Naruto were making about him. That was foolish, sending him away, Gray, very foolish. Leon spat out as he faced off against Gray. I would have thought you would have remembered, I was always the strongest our master students. Against me you stand no chance. Don't underestimate me, Leon, because I'm taking you down. There's no way in hell I'm letting you bring that monster back into this world. Gray shouted as he slammed his fist onto his palm and summoned his magic, preparing for battle. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.